Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the wait's up. That's how we know when we level up. Ay, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
What is up, fellow brawlers? Welcome to the ESL Mobile Open Brawl Stars Challenges. This is play day number 5, or as I say, week number 3. More Brawl Stars actions coming your way. My name is Husky, joined by Pistachio AJ, as we will be commentating for the entire evening because we have a lot to cover, my friend.
Oh, absolutely. Now, Husky, I'm looking forward to all of the matches in here today. And when I say I'm looking forward to them, quite a number of these games, I just don't know exactly where to put my money on, man. A lot of action in here. And, you know, usually when we look at these competitions, we see some of these teams taking these matches, and you can pretty much rank them already. Who's going to be at the top, who's going to be those bottom feeders. But in this particular competition, even those bottom feeders seem to be hitting hard at these times, right? So, for example, Asphyxia, they were the ones who beat Crazy Lagoon, for example, in the opening of this whole competition. And now look at Crazy Lagoon. They have gone on a run beating all of the other teams. But Asphyxia themselves, they've been struggling a little bit, haven't they?
Yeah, we had probably one of the craziest, opening weeks for these challenges. In particular, we witnessed the underdog run of Asphyxia beating the likes of Crazy Lagoon. Yeah. We also had some pit stops along the way, right? A default win for team like Team Flash. Lil Moyaji couldn't make it for one of the matches as well. The unfortunate part, but with all of that aside, I think we are on the right track for really interesting matches. From start until end. These will be the teams that have qualified all the way from the ladders to the challenges. We have Iceborne, Covalence Reform, Asphyxia, Zeta Division, Team Flash, Lil Moyaji, Kicks Team, and last but not least, Crazy Lagoon.
Oh, absolutely, man. I mean, all 8 teams here, huge names from Season 1 into Season 2. Some of them jump on in here again, but they don't show us the exact same, ferociousness. Some of them show us a little bit extra, mainly the side of Zeta Division, who are just in here to absolutely crush it. But we do see, some new names in here as well. Lil Moyaji, for example, they have been absolutely killing the competition in here so far, Husky.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we even have, probably one of the top teams from the region of Japan, previously known as Tropa Suprema, now known as Iceborne. And they themselves not looking too hot. They look at the standings. Lil Moyaji leading 4-0, Zeta Division in second, only dropping that one game, but that was a kind of a default loss. Lagoon and Kicks Team, alongside Team Flash, tied 2-2 as Covalence Reform, Iceborne, and Asphyxia. These 3 teams will be at the bottom as of today.
Yeah, but a lot of opportunities in here for them to jump right back up. It's not gonna be easy, of course. I mean, we do have Asphyxia in here who are taking on the side of Iceborne, and Iceborne, they've been struggling in the competition so far. Like you said, from Season 1 into Season 2, they were here, but this is the team that's not really hitting the mark this time around. But of course, where are we going to be jumping on into, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? As usual, from all of those 6 modes, only 5 of them will be played in here today, Husky.
Yeah, and across this is the list, Brawl Ball to Bounty to Gem Grab, Siege, Heist, and Hot Zone. I want to get your quick thoughts on this. Which one is the mode that if you have a choice, you don't want to play on?
Oh, That's so tough, man. But like if I myself personally was playing, I wouldn't want to play Brawl Ball. Okay, it's gonna swing either way, and I absolutely just cannot win a game. I don't know why, Husky. You need to help me out, man.
Yeah. You're in luck. The Brawl Ball is my favorite mode. But this will be the map pool. We start out with Hot Zone, then we have Gem Grab, we have Heist, Bounty, and Siege. So it's a good day for you, AJ. We don't have Brawl Ball. It's not a good day for me because I don't get to see that. But nonetheless, this is going to be fun regardless. Especially Hot Zone, I think I'm going to keep my eyes on that because we have parallel plays. And this Hot Zone mode is one of the more interesting ones because we have seen the ones on, I believe, day number 1 where you only have one hot zone to worry about. This one we have two. The progression is split into 50-50. It really gonna will test how these teams want to allocate their resources. But this will be today's matches. Zeta Division against Kicks Team to kick things off. Afterwards, we have Crazy Lagoon versus Leo Moyaji. Fixia and Icebound will be the third series, and finally we'll close the day out with Team Flash versus Covalence Reform.
Which one of these series are you looking forward to the most, though, Husky?
I would say Zeta Division against Kicks Team. I think this is going to be probably one of the best series of today, simply because Kicks Team have really shown up big time, right? You look at the names, you have Orca, Vex, Toxic, Stitch. These four, especially Vex in particular, has really made a name for himself. One of the best sharpshooters in the tournaments. So them taking on Zeta Division, I want to see how these two teams fare.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So as Zeta Division steps on in here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the goal is to see whether or not they can remain as dominant as ever, as Kicks Team tries to recover a little bit of their momentum here in the competition. They did not expect to, I guess, lose the 3-0 to Team Flash, but as the way the competition is in some of these matches, if you don't show up fully, or if you don't show up at all, then it's going to be a huge problem, Husky.
Yeah, and this will be the contenders from the side of Zeta Division. Your Tensai, your Mameshi, Achapi, and Saitampo. So these four are no strangers to the Japanese scene. When you look at Japan, Zeta Division is the team that pops up into your mind. And these guys, because they're so prevalent in the Brawl Stars competitive scene, beating them is like reaching the echelon of Brawl Stars. This will be the top picks with Bell, Stu, and Max. And of course, the top best, we have Ash and Byron.
Yeah, they really don't like playing against that Byron and stack the damage at key moments within their matches itself, and that Byron's just that the destroyer of their playmates, right? So let's see if or not they will be able to jump in here and ban, because against Kicks Team it's gonna be a whole other ball game, right? Of course, Orca, Stitch, Vex, and their stand in Toxic. Let's see if or not they will be able to jump up here today against the side of Zeta Division and grab that W. It's not going to be easy in this best out of 5, knowing exactly how well Zeta Division finishes off all of their series in here. Husky, do you by any chance have a prediction for the series?
Well, this is going to be tough. I think judging by how Kicks Team has been performing so far, I would not be surprised if we go to all sets. If you go to all 5 maps, that would be the perfect way to really gauge how these two teams have performed. On the other hand, we are getting the classic competition between Japan and Malaysia, Singapore. Primarily, the roster of Kicks Team is made up of Singaporeans, but you look at the leaderboard, they are actually the strongest one that we have right now. Even Team Flash dropped 2 games, but for Kicks Team, they only dropped 1. And let's see if Zeta Division can make it a second, or perhaps Kicks Team will kind of finally get the lead over Zeta Division. And we will look at the banned brawlers first. Zeta Division and Kicks Team both don't like the Rocketman Brock, but Zeta Division will ban out Byron, and Kicks Team will take out the Leon.
Yeah, I think this particular ban is going to hit Kick's team a little bit extra here. As a base, Zeta Division just does not like taking on that Byron. And Kicks, we know exactly how in favor they are of using this guy. You know, an absolute perfect support. He gets that range, and he also can heal his team members as well. He drops his super. His super goes in for the damage at the very same time, helps his team members stay alive a little bit longer. And, you know, plays like that will definitely aid them in that hot zone. But now without the play for that Byron in the mix for the side of Kick's team, Husky, this is gonna, you know, get considerably more difficult for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And with that being said, if you guys just tuned into the broadcast and you want to keep up with all the action, this is it. Look at the down below. All the challenges will be competing every Tuesday and Wednesday in this ESL Mobile Open, at least for Brawl Stars. But if you have your taste buds on some other titles, do remember to follow us on our socials on Twitch. We have content on YouTube and also Facebook with all the player interview and highlights and even breakdown. So whatever game titles, whatever it is that you want to know, just make sure to press that follow button, and you will be you'll be kept up to date with everything that we do.
Absolutely. And of course, don't forget, it's not just to watch, you can also be a part of all of this action. You know, the whole of the ESL Mobile, it starts off with the Open. You know, you've got your ladders where you qualify through by playing X number of matches in certain openings. And to get all of this information, just like Husky has mentioned, jump on over to the ESL Play website. You will be able to find out exactly how you can register and join us as well in all of this competition. But of course, check out exactly how hot the competition is going to be on every single Tuesday and Wednesday. So far, Husky, I think the action has definitely been delivering in terms of, you know, entertainment for the audience. Week after week, these teams have just been giving us non-stop entertainment with all of their crazy plays. And I still really can't put my mind as to how is Iceban tanking so many losses in here, because you know, there's nothing much different in terms of the composition of the team. They still bring in the exact same players, but just something seems to be missing from you know, the composition itself, or the play style from the side of.
Yeah, that's probably the biggest surprise, I would say, for this season.
Yeah.
You know, looking at a team like Iceban, and we had so much expectation for them, but they just couldn't make it. But of course, they will show up later on throughout the evening. We still have game, at least set number 1 to go through, Zeta Division against Kick's team. And so far, it seems like Zeta Division are already up to a very good start. You can see that they're taking control of the upper side of the hot zone, just making sure that when you get that control in your favor, it is harder for Kick's team to kind of get that counter, or at least overtake you. So Zeta Division, they have the squeak, which I think is perfect, because you can zone out the members of Kick's team. And of course, right now Kick's team, they somehow managed to regain control. But you can see Zeta Division, they're making a lot of progress.
Yep, and that Stu is just going to be putting on so much of pressure up front. But the side of Zeta Division, they are not aggressing up forth. And Kick's team, they are able to just hold on to their own hot zone. But of course, as Saitampo goes and moves on up, they are going to be able to get up from the situation. Mameshi, with all of that pressure, they push on up. Stitch will now get taken down. Finally, Tensai is able to pick up a few points in here, but they will have to move away. Orca puts on the pressure. Mameshi now. This is just the side of Zeta Division finishing up all of their objectives on their own end and stepping up. When they stepped up, Kicks just could not hold their defenses.
Yeah, and Zeta Division, they have all the priorities set straight. You know, you win the initial engage, I believe they put Mameshi on their side of the hot zone, and it's very hard to kind of run into a Tara, because when she has a gravity online, you're just gonna get completely taken out of the fight. And no, Tara's range pretty decent as well. So with that being said, whenever Kick's team wants to contest that, they have to go through the other two members of Zeta Division. So and this is the intricacy of a hot zone. When there's two of those hot zones, you generally want to take control of your side first and run it to 50, so that you can just focus on the one on the enemy side of the map. And Kick's team just were not able to regain control, I would say, and that also is the reason why these two teams ban out the Brock. If you give Brock, let Brock through, he's gonna take down all of those terrains. Holding those sites, it's gonna be 10 times harder.
Yeah, absolutely. But I want to see a little bit more of those throwers come in here as well. I think, you know, there you go. And on the request, it is going to be an absolute destruction potentially by this little squeak. Yes, Stitch with a lot of pressure now onto side Tampo and goes in for the delete. It's going to be Mameshi who comes in here for the response. But Stitch a little bit too fast. And this Stu is potentially going to be dealing a huge amount of those damage. Orkra on the whole God will get taken down as the support does not come through, and Zeta Division just like that will try to take over the situation. But look at Stitch with so much of pressure up front. He is putting on this pressure on Tensai, but that backup will allow Tensai to recover the situation.
Yeah, and you have to always keep in mind that no matter what happens, as long as someone is on that hot zone, it will continue to tick. And you see Zeta Division, they're not too worried just yet, knowing that they have the lead in their favor. In fact, if they let Mameshi cap that point on the side of Kick's team's map, Zeta Division will have such a huge advantage. Tensai did get eliminated, but Mameshi again with the gravity, he sends out the shadow as well. He just wants to kind of move around those obstacles, those terrains. They finally eliminate him, so Kick's team will have a bit of window to work with. But Zeta Division already capped their own side of the hot zone. Now they just need to start throwing bodies at Kick's team. And Kick's team, you somehow need to find a way to hold on, because so far they have not been able to cross that middle point of the map.
Yep, let's see if or not they will be able to do exactly that. Stage once again goes in for those pickup of points. He has been trying to get this done solo from earlier on, and now Tensai going in for the 2-on-1 situation. Mameshi will be able to force Stitch off of that hot zone, whilst the team member now gets everything done on his own at top. It's Vex trying to go in for that save as well. That's going to fall through. Stitch trying to pick up, and this is looking absolutely solid for the side of Kick's team, and they finish it off.
Yeah, 98% for Zeta Division. Super close round. The MVP definitely going to be Stitch. He knew that his job was just to stay alive, and he was able to do just that. Just a measly 2%. And Kick's team, this is the opening that we want to see. You know, you take on Zeta Division and you make sure that you give them a heck of a fight. Although I was thinking perhaps you know, other than a squeak, maybe they could go for some other throwers. I was thinking of the Barley, but I'm pretty sure that's probably not the best choice. But for more zone control on that hot zone, I think no brawlers with lingering effects, throwers with lingering effects probably would work fine as well. I want to see if anyone's gonna bring that to the table for map 3.
Yeah, I'm personally a tick guy, especially when you've got, you know, the brawlers on the opposing side hiding in the grassy areas as well. That Super is going to be taking care of that. So jumping on with the tick, my personal preference. But if you want to be moving on with this matchup, we need to find a little bit of a solution for that Stitch, right? These two hasn't been banned out. And like you said, the MVP is this guy, because just when I thought Mameshi had already won that fight, he didn't. Sorry, Mameshi. No, it wasn't Mameshi. It was Tensai. Just when I thought Tensai had already gotten that fight won, he didn't. This guy stayed alive for so long down at the bottom, and it was that one-on-one situation. Finally, Stitch managed to win that fight as well, right? So, I mean, one player, but if he can keep it up in that next round, Zeta Division is going to definitely struggle moving forward. But I want to see exactly what sort of, you know, adjustments they bring forth to manage this Stitch. Because Kick's team is potentially going to be able to bag it just with his support.
Yeah, absolutely. And in fact, you know, Tick is the first brawler that I maxed out on everything. I think at first I had 2 brawlers who are maxed out. The first one is Tick. The second one I can't remember. Was it Boo? It was Boo or Colt. I don't remember the second one. But we see some adjustments on the side of Zeta Division. They bring out the Poco. Yep. That is going to allow them to, you know, stand on the side a bit more. They also have the B. So if Mameshi, one of the strengths about B, you know, not the HP for sure, is that if you land 2 consecutive hits in a row on the same, you're going to basically just one-shot anyone, right? Because the second hit is always, you know, and you use the gadget. So slowing down Stitch a bit, but as long as Stitch stays alive, it's good news for Kick's team. They've already almost capped out their side of the hot zone. So Zeta Division, they gotta come up with a plan right now.
Yes, this is just being an absolute annoyance here at that bottom zone. And now he hasn't gone in here and capped all that because of the pressure played on by Mameshi. But at the very same time, Kicks team, they've already got 53% in here. And that's all thanks to the side of Stitch. And now, the side of Kicks team, they can aggress on fourth. They should be able to finish this off. Stitch gets taken down by that Poco, but it's going to be a play that they will be able to manage here because of that little squeak who goes in for that pop. They win their fight. And now, Side Tampo, how will he manage this situation? Wex will aggress on fourth. On the right-hand side, the access is all cut off, and Kicks team, they are actually getting this done, Husky.
Yeah, I don't think Zeta Division can even get onto the hot zone. And I think Kicks team did a really good job. It's not just the squeak. They also brought the Jessie. So she throws out the super, puts the turret there. Zeta Division, they had two guys who cannot withstand a lot of damage. The B can't do that. The squeak doesn't want to deal with the turret. And I think just Vex even brought in the gadget that heals her own turret while the turret is active. So Kicks team, I would say slightly better lineup for those brawlers for round number 3. And of course, they are going to lead this, at least this first set, 2-1 so far. Means the Division, the round 3 did not even seem close, simply because I feel like the B is okay, but I would prefer Piper if you want to go for those long range snipes.
Yep, fair enough, right? I absolutely agree with you, but they still have not found a solution for that stew just yet. And like you said, Husky, the B is all right, but just not the best solution just yet. But I have got confidence in Zeta Division. If anyone, in this competition are able to adjust match after match, it is the supreme brawlers of the competition itself. But of course, Kicks team, in their own accord, they've proven just their worth in here so far, with Stitch going up forth and aggressing and really playing mechanically well overall. He's just going to be continuously a pain, right? Even if the side of Zeta Division does bring in a solution for Stitch, I think they might still be able to back this just purely with the adrenaline pumping through their veins right now. I mean, to be able to hold back Zeta Division in this way consistently is definitely going to put a smile on your face, Husky.
Yeah, and I doubt we'll be seeing tick. I think for good reason. If there's a stew, then the tick it becomes less desirable. And you can see Tensai, he finally brings out the barley, something that can solve a lot of problems, especially when they're dealing with someone like a stew, right? He wants to drop that speed zone, so those throwables can definitely make wonders. Vax is on the buzz, so Tensai needs to be careful though. It's kind of those counters, left, right, and center. Side Tampo is already on that hot zone on the side of Kicks teams. They on that with that bell, so this is gonna allow Zeta Division to get a bit more control. Tensai, he's just gonna let it rip and just make sure that no one on the side of Kicks team can get onto the site. They do have that max, so Kicks team hold off Zeta Division for a while. Vex even wins out his fight on Zeta Division side of the map. They need to get this bus out as soon as possible before they can think about putting on pressure. But Vex, even though he was pressured by 3 members, he still wins that out. And Kicks team, now they will start taking the lead, and this is getting really dangerous for Zeta Division.
Stitch is just being an absolute annoyance to Side Tampo on the right-hand side. This Bell does have the range, but just cannot respond in terms of speed. And now Side Tampo being held down, and Stitch is just being that absolute king of the defense. Goes in for the aggression as well, and will not allow them to... And let's see if that Barley is a good solution. Yes, that Barley is a great solution, but just to get rid of Stitch. But the work's already done. Kicks team, they are absolutely spot on in this matchup.
Another round where Kicks team just feel like they had a slightly better agent lineup. Not to say that Zeta Division played poorly. I think they did their best with whatever they have. I mean, whatever brawlers that they had. But Kicks team had a solution for it, right? You have a Barley on the side of Zeta Division. The buzz solves that problem. You want someone who can stand on the hot zone and prevent any contest. The Jackie is there for you. You press the super, she gains a shield, she sucks you in, and she does AoE damage. So it's very hard for the brawlers on the side of Zeta Division to even contest that. I think the last one, I certainly can't remember the last brawler that Kicks team had. But those two, the Jackie and the Buzz, really solve a lot of issues for the side of... at the end of the day, I feel like they just outsmarted Zeta Division.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. I believe it was the max that Kicks brought in.
Oh,
it was just being, such a pain to Side Tampo, right? And you bring Max in. Max unbelievably, the speed is just unbelievable in terms of controlling these fights, right? And he uses it as a very aggressive defense on the right-hand side. He doesn't really manage his own hot zone because that's already sorted out early game. And this is exactly what I like about Kicks. They sort out their own hot zone first before focusing the pressure up front. And almost single-handedly, Stitch won that defense over for the side of Kicks team, right? And this guy has been the playmaker round after round after round. Yes, they found a solution for that stew, but they haven't really found a solution for that player of that stew. Stitch is an absolute monster in here today.
Yeah, and the buzz was played by Vex, right? And we talked about this. He's one of the strongest marksmen that we have, in the season. But obviously, he can also play those bruisers, those fighters, such as the buzz. So right now we're in set number 2. It is going to be gem grab. This is going to be interesting because we're looking at the Ember from the side of Mameshi. So a very oppressive brawler that can get into your face, but Vex is not a Sandy. So Kicks team, if they get the area control, Vex can just throw down the Sandstorm Super and make sure that he has a lot of room to work with. They also have Stitch on the Tara, so the gravity can always be the game changer. This is kind of a game between Stitch and Tensai, because Tensai is on the Genie. So you're looking at the super from the Genie, the grab, and also Stitch with his gravity. Whoever gets it off at the crucial moment is going to have an advantage. Orca, he just took out Stitch. There's 9 gems. He's about to grab the 10th, and the Kicks team, they're just going to start running.
Oh, now Stitch, all he needs to do is just close down the distance between himself and Side Tempo. He should be able to burst this down. Gets exactly that down, Side Tempo! Just instead takes Stitch out of the
They need to
equation.
grab Orc.
Runs out, and this is just game 1 on the side of Cake Sasuke.
Kicks team speed running through this set. Oh my, and just as I said it, just as I pointed it out, Stitch got the kill. That was the again, that was the crucial moment, right? You had 5 gems on 5 gems on the Genie, and I'm surprised that he was putting himself in such a risky position. Perhaps he also had the same idea of wanting to go for the super grab, but it just didn't come out in time. So kind of curious of what was the communication for Zeta Division. But you saw, right? It's between the Genie. Like if the Genie goes down at that moment, it is almost impossible for Zeta Division to do anything about it. And Kick Team just got the takedown at the perfect timing. With that being said, the first round goes over to Kicks.
I'm absolutely shocked with the mechanical plays as well as the strats that are being played by the side of Kicks right now. And the fact that Zeta has not really been able to respond to these plays like they usually are able to do. I'm actually taken by shock here by the way Kicks is managing the pressure that a lot of those other teams have definitely struggled in the competition to do exactly that, right, Husky? Now, of course, as we say that, we know Zeta Division, they can turn things around just like that. Let's see if or not that next round is gonna be, swinging that way, because in Gem Grab, I would have expected Zeta to take that from day one. I mean, at least I have not come across a team that's more mechanically sound than the side of Zeta Division. But I guess today they just are not hitting that point.
Yeah, it feels like a slow day for Zeta Division for sure. And of course, now there are 2 Taras on the side, on the map, and we see the M's as well. So Side Tampo, kind of a switch up in terms of the brawler lineup. Mameshi will be on the bell. You have the Pam for Kicks team, and this is good if you can get control of the center point. You use the Pam super, and you just keep regenerating your health. The problem arises when you cannot get control, which is what Kicks team is suffering from right now, and it's all thanks to Side Tampo, constantly making sure that if Vest comes, he's gonna spray his face full of aerosol. This is a very tough area for Kicks team to take control of.
Yeah, I think Side Tampo brought this M's in here mainly to deal with Stitch, who plays the Tara so well, and this M should be able to make sure that Stitch does not come in close, because whenever that that distance is closed off, Tara's just able to stack that damage up. But with Zeta Division picking up 10 of those gems now, they've just played this to perfection. Side Tampo goes in and makes sure that Stitch does not or is not able to aggress on, and this play will just fall through. Zeta Division pulls it back perfectly.
Yeah, and when you have someone like a Pam, the first thing you need to do is to immediately exert control, right? You want to get her super up as well. Pam, not the brawler that hits the hardest. You know, sure she fires a ton of projectile, but she probably has the worst recoil out of all the brawlers right there. So it's very hard to land most of her shots from long range. So charging out the super takes a bit of time, and when you lose control from the get-go, it is very tough for Pam to do anything. And obviously you have the Ams from Saitampo, so he also kept the Kicks team away from each other. I believe we saw Tensai on the Tara went for the shadow that heals you when it's out, so that also allowed Zeta Division to stay in the fights for just way longer.
Yeah, I kind of feel like, this time Kicks played it a little bit lackluster, especially Pam, just knowing that she's not going to be able to aggress on Ems every single time she steps out. It's just going to be that spray that holds her back. And, taking that shot was absolutely fine, but going for the two-player push down that right-hand side just didn't really hit right for me on the side of Kicks, right? If Kicks had just, managed to push just Pam down on that right-hand side, keep that Ems a little bit busy, I feel like they would have been able to pick a few more of these gems. But let's see exactly what this play is going to be this time round. Stitch bringing that Crow in. Let's see if or not he can go in for some of these jumps. He's going to try to poison up Saitampo here, making a back off from the defense. Tensai, on the other hand, going to be playing that Mortis, the perfect executor in terms of looking for Stitch and just putting him out of commission. As long as they can deal with this guy. Oh, on that right, Vex gets taken out, but I believe the one that was chasing down Stitch got buzzed out as well there.
What's that? Oh, it's a Sprout. So Orca brings out the Sprout. I mean, yeah, the super is pretty good if you can. Again, you want to utilize the super to block out angles, and of course he's kind of a thrower, so all of this obstacle doesn't really matter to Orca too much. But Kicks team, they are kind of losing out on this fight. Tensai hasn't completely blocked. Orca is gonna take him out, but Mameshi is at 8 gems, and you can see Saitampo with the sandstorm from the Sandy. That's gonna keep them hidden, and he's gonna go in and sneak the 9 gem away. The gravity that's come up from Vax, that will delay a bit of time, and that is a good super from Orca. It actually catches Tensai, and that's really not the target, but at least you take control of the center point, right? It would have been great if they get Mameshi, but you kind of want to take whatever you can. Tensai has the gravity available, so Zeta Division have a chance to kind of surprise Kicks team, something that Kicks team needs to be constantly aware of. Tensai now throws out the gravity, but a counter gravity from Vex gonna keep Mameshi down, and he's gonna be out. And now Kicks team, they're gonna go in. Saitampo gets a good start. Tensai revives in time, and the countdown now begins. The Sprout super blocked out the path, so Kicks team couldn't go in. And in fact, I think Zeta Division know that they got this. Enough time for Kicks team to stop that countdown with the gem total, and this stage is going to go in for the last ditch attempt, but it is all in vain. Zeta Divisions, it will lead this set 2-1.
Yeah, sometimes you go all in, Husky, and though sometimes, you get it a little bit wrong, man. Kicks team, they went all in. That was the absolute wrong call there. If only they had played a little bit more time, waited for the third player to just back them up with a little bit more of the defense, they should have been able to back that, right? Play the numbers game, but they wanted to rush through that, and I feel like if they try to do that against Zeta Division, they're going to just get continuously punished like this. But there you go. This is what we were expecting, right? Zeta Division to be able to, adjust to the side of Kicks and be able to snuff them out. And I feel like the adjustment coming through this time round is continuous focus on to that Stitch. Yes, he may bring that Crow in, but bringing in that Mortis was just that perfect deterrent for that Crow, and he just couldn't make any of those approaches. And I feel gave that pressure play that Zeta Division wanted to play in the midsection of that map, Husky.
Was that a Mortis? Wait, what was it? So I think it was a Tara, a Sandy, and I can't remember the last one. Don't think that's a Mortis though. It was a Bell. Yeah. It was a Bell, Tara. And I think you confused Tara for Mortis. They kind of look the same. They kind of look like vampires. So I don't blame you. Sometimes I think someone was using Sprout on Kicks team, and for a while I thought that was Mr. P, but obviously that was not. Anyways. With that being said, for Zeta Division, they definitely found a good solution, and it's cut when you have 2 Taras in the team. It all comes up to gravity, right? I think Kicks team made a decent call. In fact, they even got the 2 kills, right? Just the timing was a bit off. Whoever was going for the kills, they both died, and Tensai just respawned at the right time. I forgot who was playing Sprout. I believe it was Stitch. So the super actually blocked out that one straight path that they could run they could run downwards. There's the bush you can see Mameshi is at right now. They actually blocked out the path, so it was very hard for Orca to run down and reclaim the gem. Not sure if it would have made much difference, but now Stitch has that Ember and Mameshi. He's gonna definitely go down, get burned through a crypt. So Kicks team with a bit more control of the gem site.
Yep, you're definitely right, man. I mixed that Atara up. Okay, now it's going to be Vex getting taken down as well. Stitch with the pressure play on the right-hand side. Mameshi still holding him back, but Tensai getting almost everything done in that mix section. Stitch with the pressure play, but still unable to snuff Tensai out, who manages to play this pressure to perfection. Side Tampo now with the takedown onto Orca. And this is just Zeta Division hitting back hard, Husky.
Yeah, and Mameshi, he's going to be taken down, but Tensai already has 6 gems with him. So a lot of room for Kicks for Z on the side of Kicks team. They now have control of the center point, so they can start racking up on the gems as well. Stitch can play on the right side, just put on pressure alongside Orca. This Sprout. Again, you throw out that super. Now there's only one path for Zeta Division to cross through, and that's on the left side. Guarded by the Tara as well. The gravity is going to take out Saitampo. So good coordination from South Kicks team. But we'll see if Zeta Division can go right back. Mameshi does have his own gravity, but he's going to die in the meantime. So it's going to even be more team. Good grab from Tensai and Zeta Division. Now they have the numbers advantage.
Yep, and now all they need is for this beautiful Sprout to continuously hit all of those supers, but unfortunate for him, he manages to place the pressure onto the left-hand side.
You're going for him.
Block Tensai's invade, and he manages to pick all of his gems up. Mameshi just making these plays for them, and it's just going to be Zeta Division starting this countdown. Will Vex be able to step on fourth? Stitch now brings it in. That super is just going to be making it so much more difficult for them, and this is game over already, Husky.
Zeta Division would take one set for themselves in a very clean fashion. Biggest X factor, definitely Saitampo on the Sandy. Kicks team had no way to deal with him. Whenever he had the Sandstorm down, you can see Zeta Division. They just dip into the night and emerge from the shadows. And a lot of times he caught up the members of Kicks team. So I really like the Sandy pick from Zeta Division. Kicks team they did okay. I love the Sprout. I love how he used the super, but they were a bit lacking in the damage department. The Ember is very oppressive, but you kind of need a supporting cast. And Sprout, good in terms of utility, but damage-wise, not as reliable.
Yeah, absolutely right. I mean, he potentially can open up those plays for them, but the communication was just a little bit... no, I think the communication was definitely sharp there. It was just one or two missed plays from the Sprout, which overall, I think they should be able to adjust in the following matchup. I think Kicks is bringing in a lot of pressure that I think Zeta Division did not expect to face off in here. But once again, we have to fall back to those adjustments that they've managed to bring in. They've shut down Stitch in a majority of these plays, and he's not able to bring in all of that pressure that we initially saw within that first matchup itself. So Kicks team, I think they will be able to find that rhythm in them a little bit more in this upcoming matchup.
Yeah, this is what we wanted. We want a close matchup between these two teams, and now we're at 1-1. I would say for Kicks team, they're putting up a great fight. They were a great fight against Zeta Division. Yep. When the season started, I thought that Zeta Division, they're gonna win every single set. No one can beat them. Yeah. Maybe Team Flash, but with how things are right now, I would say that we are getting a very, very even fight between these two teams. And of course, this one is going to be heist. It's all about the vault. It's all about the safe. See if Kicks team can make that advancement. Vex, he's got so much ground, and he's gonna be able to take out Tensai and start landing those shots on Zeta Division safe.
The distance that this Bell can cover from that midsection is just absolutely insane. But now Tensai, yes, will be able to pressure the Bell away, but will not be able to play the distance just like she can. It's going to be Saitampo coming in here for the defense as well. But so far, it looks like Kicks team, they've managed to bring in quite the solid play.
It's very hard for Zeta Division to push on forward simply because there's Colonel Ruffs for Kicks team, and they also have a Rico. So these two brawlers, their attacks, their projectiles bounces off obstacles. So I mean, and whenever this particular map has so many close angles and so many congested places. Every time Zeta Division runs into it, they run into a Rico ricochet, they run into the Colonel Ruff's ricochet, and the center point you have Vex on the bell, just constantly pressuring Zeta Division. I think Kick's team probably have this map figured out at this point. Zeta Division could hardly get remotely close to Kick's team safe.
Now Mameshi will be able to snuff Stitch out on that right-hand side, and now the pressure play onto Vex. Side Tempo will be taken down, but it's still a 2-on-1 situation, whilst Mameshi just jumps on in, dealing the damage over to the save. Will be surviving for the time being, but look at Stitch, just get all of that ricochet off, and will be able to pressure Tensai away. Mameshi now with those pressure plays, a 2-on-1 situation will allow Stitch to take him out of the equation. 74 to 87. It looks like the side of Kicks has gotten this composition played to perfection. 27 seconds more to go. I don't know. Side Tempo, he will be able to aggress on fourth, but the numbers and the defense that Kicks will be able to play just with the pressure plays with Vex and the distance of his hits should be able to manage this, Husky.
Yeah, there's no way, no chance for Zeta Division. It's just Kick's team figuring out this map a bit better than Zeta Division. Again, I love both Colonel Ruffs and Rico simply because of the ricochet. You can see that every time Zeta Division wants to make a move forward, they get taken out. You cannot get past all of those areas. There's no way for them to brute force their way through. They don't have anyone to take out those walls. Colonel Ruffs is the only one for both teams, but he rely a lot on his super, so it's not really what Zeta Division wanted to do. So I Kick's team, they take game 1, and I definitely expect Zeta Division to switch up that brawler lineup.
Brock would have been the perfect brawler to jump on into this matchup. He would have been able to deal with that bell that Vex played so well in that midsection. But you know, bringing that Ems in was perfect to manage the aggression from you know, the side of Kick's team aggressing on. But without that range that Kicks had brought into that matchup, they just weren't able to deal with that pressure, right? So let's see what sort of adjustment they bring on through this time round. They should be able to have that range, and there you go, Tensai matching it up, but Vex actually switching it up to the Ems.
And also Stitch, he was on the Rico, now he's on the Daryl, a bit of a off angle on the road, but they also have Edgar. Oh, Zeta Division, they want to play the long range, but Kick's team, you say, okay, if you want to stay behind, we will get up close and personal with the Ems, with the Daryl and the Edgar. Obviously, the weakness right now for Kick's team is that they don't really have much range, but if they ever, you know, get into your face, they're gonna take you out. And you can see Stitch, yeah, he's struggling in terms of distance, but Orca is sneaking through the left side of the brush. I don't think anyone from Zeta Division knows it, and the rest of the team are doing a really good job. Vex buying time at Orca. He's in with the super. He's gonna start working on the save, and yeah, his teammate, they can give their life away. It's not a big deal. Orca has done so much damage. And of course, Zeta Division, they have barely touched the save for Kick's team. You can see 98% left on that red save.
I'm just mind blown right now with the switch up that Kicks has brought into this matchup, right? We thought it would be the distance solution that Zeta Division brings in here that will be able to manage them. Yes, they drop the distance that they can take, but they bring in a perfect composition, and this Edgar is just doing all of that damage that the side of Zeta Division is having so much of problems dealing with. Side Tempo as well as Mameshi finally dropping him out, but all of that damage has been done and dished out already, Husky. I don't think there is a comeback from this now.
Yeah, that save is definitely gonna go down. I mean, Vaxi is just constantly spraying at Zeta Division save. Orca once more leaps in, brings it up to 1%, and of course giving it to Stitch. All he needs is one straight bullet to do so. So he will roll forward, use his ability, and go for the end. Kick's team, 2 quick rounds. And this is just amazing. I mean, Kick's team, it feels like they have always been it's always been one step ahead of Zeta Division.
I can agree with you. I can 100% agree with you. And that's something that I just did not expect. I mean, just like you, I expected Zeta Division to jump on into Season 2 and just bag those 3-0s and just go on into the grand finals just as dominant as they did in the first season here. But of course, the situation is very much different. Kicks team, not only are they able to hold their own against Zeta Division, they're actually bringing in these perfect IQ plays and they're mixing it up round after round. Yes, the adjustments are being brought in by Zeta Division, but Kicks team, just like you said, Husky, a step ahead, expecting those adjustments to come through and mixing it up in their own accord. And they have been able to play this to perfection. Are they going to be able to bag this? I think with the way they're taking this, the next matchup should safely go to their hands if they can once again play it right.
I remember before Edgar was a thing, and people play on heist. The meta that I remember, the kind of I love and hate the most, was 2 years ago during the I think the Southeast Asia qualifiers for Brawl Stars World Championship 2019. The meta for heist was always El Primo and Boo. It was always El Primo and Boo. Whoever can get onto the save first just wins the entire round. It was pretty stupid. I think Edgar is kind of a younger El Primo because he has that gap close. I'm just happy that the teams are getting more creative. We're seeing more brawlers because I at one point I was getting super sick. Like I fell into the rabbit hole. Like I would just spam Boo every heist and get free wins. But
yeah,
good to see Edgar being finally picked up.
Yeah, but he's not the easiest of brawlers to play in there, right? I mean, he's got amazing burst damage potential, but you play him wrong, you go in for the move at the wrong time, you are gonna get taken out. He's got really short attack range, which is what really amazes me with what Kicks did in here. They go into round number 2 and they drop the initial range that they brought into this matchup, and now once again they're switching it up. This time they bring that Sprout in. Stitch goes in ahead to play him, and it's gonna be Okra with the pressure plays on that right-hand side as well. Side Tampo, is he going to be able to manage this? I think he will be able to take this fight, and Vex needs to stick really close by. But Stitch, on the other hand, is going to be once again the playmaker on that left-hand side here, Husky.
And once more, Kicks team a step ahead of Zeta Division. Zeta Division, they take the BB, and it's because Kicks team play a close range draft, they play a close range lineup. So Zeta Division was like, alright, you know what? I'm gonna bring out my baseball bat and I'll swat you away. The Kicks team was like, you bring a baseball bat, we'll bring out the guns. We'll start throwing crap at you. And yeah, Side Tampo, he's finally gonna go down. But he did deal a lot of damage to the save of Kicks team, brought it down to almost 50%. That's definitely a good for Zeta Division. This round is slightly closer, so Kicks team now they're paying a bit more attention to their BB.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a GG, but now Bameshi just jumping on in there. Okra will be able to punish him. Vex, one more shot, and he does win his fight as well. Orca as well as Vex. Vex will be able to aggress on fourth, dealing all of that damage towards, let's say, 43% now on the side of Zeta Division. Now, Tensai needs to be able to make a play here. Side Tampo's not going to be able to aggress on. It's a 3-on-1 situation, and it will be the Sprout that potentially just wins the side of Kicks team.
Oh boy.
The defense, right? Stopping the aggression from Side Tampo. He doesn't get to move on fourth. 1% now. Zeta Division, bye-bye. A perfect victory from the side of Kicks at Heist.
What a set from Kicks team. I mean, they definitely did the heist flawlessly. No one was left behind. Now they lead the set 2-1 against Zeta Division. Once more, one step ahead of what Zeta Division wants to bring fourth in every single round, and I feel like Kicks team, they definitely did their homework coming into today.
Amen. And I cannot believe they have outsmarted the side of Zeta Division, and it's potentially something that they have gotten after watching the previous season as well, right? They have been able to learn not just from this season's plays, but as to how does the side of Zeta Division continuously go in here and draft their plays. They see them making those round after round adjustments, and they see exactly how those adjustments are made. Okay, fine, you want to take those range combat, we are going to be mixing it up for you just to go in for that Punisher. But, and Zeta Division, they're absolutely effective against teams who just depend on that one-trick pony. Kicks team, not a one-trick pony at all, Husky.
Yeah, I think Kicks team, they have shown so much flexibility throughout the first 2 weeks, and now they're stepping it up a notch and proving that they are definitely one of the best teams, at least for the Singapore region, the Malaysia-Singapore region. Zeta Division might be finally facing that very first defeat. Sure, on the leaderboard they're 3-1, but that was a default loss, right? So no one really cares about the default loss. This one is a proper loss, and it could be a proper loss if this continues. And Kicks team being the one to deliver that, and not Team Flash, this gets me super excited.
And I think you called it out already, right? This was that potential series that could go to that match number 5. And I think Zeta Division's not going to be taking this lying down. They will be making that fight. They will be bringing that fight in. And this is just going to be a back and forth, potentially, with this series going to the side of Zeta Division. That is purely an assumption based on how much of effort I believe Zeta Division will be putting into this matchup. And I believe Mameshi is just going to be the superstar this time, Orca. He will manage to snuff out Tensai. Mameshi, on the other hand, with that Ash, will be able to put on those pressure plays. Tensai, once again, coming up fourth. It's going to be the side of Kicks team in here with the 5 stars on their side. I'm talking about those pressure plays in here, but I think Zeta Division is going to be the side that brings in the pressure this time round, Husky.
Yeah, and both teams have a buzz, and of course there's a Poco on Zeta Division, so they really want to get up close and personal and make sure that they stay in the fight. But so far, Kicks team are the one winning this out, and oh my, what a long max range hook from Orca straight into the face, and it's gonna do it again! Saitapo and Mameshi both down, and this was a round where Zeta Division was given the Ash. The Poco Q is there from Kicks team, and they are absolutely running away with this. 18 stars, and only 3 on the side of Zeta Division. This is starting to get a bit scary. I mean, Orca, he's an unkillable crocodile while finally goes down. And that is still a huge advantage for Kicks team.
Oh, this perfect place coming through from the side of Vex, backs away in the nick of time. And now Tensai, Mameshi should be able to finish this off now. But
oh my god, here he goes.
Orca goes in for the dive once again. And they pressure it. 28. Watching this fight between them, Zeta Division, they do not hold a candle at all to the side of Kicks right now, Husky.
I have not seen such a dominant performance. Not on Bounty, at least. I mean, Orca, he's gonna do it again. This is just a celebratory, kill. Saitampo, he's gonna go down as well. 40-8. Kicks team really doing it big time. Can we just appreciate for a while how beautiful they pull off that combo? I mean, Orca, he lead in, and Vex had a super at that moment. Just vacuums everyone in, and they just destroyed Zeta Division. I mean, the Japanese team stood no chance.
I mean, the play on the buzz, obviously, you want the buzz for situations like this, right? He's got amazing damage output. He's got pretty much, great health as well. But it's all about the attack range on this guy. He practically has none on him, but just goes in for those perfect dives. And that was the winner. Buzz, he does not fall in. He does not fall to his opponents at all. But it's all about the communication, because just when Buzz goes in, dealing that initial damage, everybody turns around, focuses the attack on Buzz, and he just has that survivability in those type of fights after he goes in for the dive. The 2 other team members just come in, they finish off the rest of it, and I've not seen such perfect plays come through from Kicks. I've been waiting to see the side of these players from the side of Covalence jump on into these matches, but more than Covalence and seeing how they manage some of these fights, Little Moyaji, there's one elusive team that I've just not seen popped off to their best extent just yet. But I think I don't even need to wait that long. Look at the perfection coming out of Kicks here, Husky.
And their division, they will bring out the classic, the resident brawler that everyone loves and hates, especially on Showdown. They bring out the Shelly, and they also have Genie and Belle. So we are kind of back to a long-range fight. And of course, Kicks team, they still have the Jackie with them, but they also brought in the Max and the M's.
Yeah.
And I think we know where this is going. When Max charges up the super, you better be ready for Vex to run at you with the jackhammer. But at least for Zeta Division, they're able to push Kicks team back. Although they still need to get a couple of kills simply because Kicks team have that blue star.
Oh, smart plays coming through.
Oh, here
by
they go.
Vex. He backs away. Side Tampo gonna get caught out here. But then Ems, is he gonna be able to pump this out one last time? It will be Side Tampo that drops Orca out of the equation first. And now Mameshi, they should be able to catch Stitch, but then he's just a little too mechanically sound. Vex will just go out here for the bait, trying to get the dig onto either Side Tampo or Mameshi, but the side of Zeta Division, they fall back. And as they fall back, that rage that they have on themselves and that Bell, they will be able to strike down Kicks once again, 4-1. And I think Zeta Division, they are playing this so much more careful than the previous side.
Yeah, and Kicks team can't really just run into their face because of the Shelly, and of course the Super can also take out those walls as well. Saitampo taking down both Vex and Stitch. Orca also trapped in that corner. He's gonna lose his life. So Zeta Division playing a much better round 2. 10-1. Obviously not the dominant 48 we saw in game 1, but at least it's something. Vex does get the kill on the 10 side, vacuums in with a jackhammer, but only with 50 seconds left, and that grab onto Stitch. This round is pretty much done and dusted. Kicks team, and they won't be able to walk away with a clean set, but at least Zeta Division was able to show some signs of life as one of the, I would say, league stage favorites.
Yeah, I mean, Shelly has just been that instrumental player in there, right? Just clearing up all of that area. But at the end of the day, Tensai and his reach for the side of Zeta Division, he just proved to be the solution. Yes, you can. I mean, the one annoying part here is Shelly's the perfect play that you can bring into those close quarter combats. A shotgun, it is going to be able to bring the damage in. But when you've got a player like Tensai and his mechanical plays when he wants to pop off, because in the previous matchup, I don't know where Tensai was, right? He really wasn't playing at his best. But on his best, I think, they will be able to manage this further. But it's turning out to be a rock, paper, scissors in terms of their composition that they bring in here. Let's see exactly how the side of Kicks now goes in and calls the shots in this next matchup a little bit more fairly, Husky.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just realized I was looking at the brawler list, and I realized that obviously chromatic brawlers are the rarest of all, right? And if let's say the brawler is the chromatic brawler for the season, you can only get it, I believe, through the battle pass or something. And out of the 8 chromatic brawlers, if my memory serves, so we have the only one I don't have right now is the Buzz. So I'm that's why when I looked at the Buzz, I'm like, wait, I don't think I have this.
But in this particular situation that you find Kicks team in right now, from the way they've managed to adjust themselves so well in Heist, and not just adjust, the way they've been able to just stay ahead of their competition in the side of Zeta Division, but now struggle at Bounty. What do you think has to be the miracle play that comes out of Kicks now, just to bag it and potentially push this, or to just end it here, right now?
I guess for Kicks is all about just I think the one obstacle that they ran into in the previous round was just the lack of long range damage, right? So let's see if they can find a balance between that in this game 3. I believe they have a tick. And when I see a tick, I'm automatically rooting for the team. They also have Orca on the bell. So Saitampo, this time on the Shelly, not going to have much luck, unfortunately, because these guys are just way too far for Shelly to be efficient. Vex, I believe Vex is on the... is it Dynamite? I believe it is. Yeah, they're playing Dynamite. So this is just the full long range from Kicks team. And the Tick Super is out as well. This is going to be hard for Zeta Division.
You called it perfectly, right, Husky? We were asking, or I asked you exactly what that solution has to be. It's the long-range engagements that they need to focus on, and the tick is just going to be absolutely perfect. But look at Tensai, just holding them back. But that response will once again be the tick, who is able to push on all of those Zeta Division players right back. Mameshi with the pressure on that right-hand side, and now it is just going to be Mameshi shutting down Stitch. 5-3, Kicks team, they take the lead, Husky.
Oh, it's not a Dynamite. It's actually a Genius. I believe what I saw just now was the Sprout projectile. Okay, so I got confused for a while. Both teams having a Genie. This is gonna be super close though. It's 5, for Kicks team, and 3 for Zeta Division. They have the blue star, so all Zeta Division need is one last kill. And they don't have the Genie Super. Neither does Vex. So Zeta Division, they're not pushing the occasion. This is going to be the very close, and Vex is going to push forward. The heal that's come through. Saitampo goes down. Vex, he's just going to run at the face of Tensai, and there's nothing Tensai can do about it. But they do have the blue star. One last grab for Zeta Division, and they do it at the last second. Beating out Kicks team with just 2 extra points.
Please, who had the blue star on them? Did Kicks have it on them?
It was Zeta. It was Zeta Division. Wouldn't have mattered at the very end, just at the blue star, but just for safety measures.
Yeah, fair enough. I for 1 second there, I thought that Kicks had the blue star and they were still going in for the chase, and I just got caught up there, right? But 9-7, last minute, just like you said, it wouldn't really have mattered either way. They knew exactly that. They back away in that last moment. Vex didn't get that kill, but I feel like, they brought in those pressure adjustments, but the Sprout just spoiled that whole play for them, right? They just went in for that full-on defensive. They could have played so much more pressure that they just didn't. And I feel like Kicks kind of lost it right there, Husky.
Yeah, I think for Kicks, it was okay. One of the biggest, I would say the turning point of that round was basically, I think Vex was on the Genie. But yeah, the Genie missed his grab. And that really gave Zeta Division, the advantage. If that grab landed, I think Kicks team would have been able to win the round hands down. So this was the closest round that we had so far. Obviously, Kicks team in the lead for the set, 2-1. If you are the side of Zeta Division, you definitely don't to let this slip away. Technically, they have not lost a single match so far in this season. And Kicks team, we'll see if they can bring it back in round 4.
Yeah. I'm very curious to see if or not this will be that legit, defeat that Zeta Division faces, because once again, it's just like the conversation we started off this competition with. It's just been so difficult to pinpoint who's going to be your top predators and who are going to be your bottom feeders in this competition, because those that used to be dominant seem to be, suffering a little bit. Those who seem to be, to a certain degree, absolutely untouchable, they are very, very much vulnerable to teams like Kicks who are able to, just not really compromise, but to match up to their amount of pressure play and bring in these adjustments match after match as the meta continues to grow. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, let us know what do you think though in the comment section. Who do you peg for the victory here? It's still Zeta Division going up against a very, very, very passionate side of Kicks team. It is 2-1 so far. Kicks, are they going to be able to equalize this? Zeta Division picking up the first 2 of those stars. Vex now aggressing on 4th. Is he going to be able to get the kill on Tensai? The answer is no, because Mameshi is just so annoying on that bell, on that left-hand side. And now the pressure plays will still go on to continue. Saitampo going to be holding on to that right-hand side. The bell on the side of Kicks team. Vex is not as aggressive. He needs to perhaps back on towards that left-hand side,
Yeah, it's going to be a bit hard for Vex to directly challenge Saitampo simply because the B has a slightly longer range. Kicks team, now the advantage they have is the Genie. So Vex needs to land, not Vex, Stitch needs to land the grab of his life to win this round and tie it up for Kicks team. Obviously, they still have, around 50 seconds to work with. As long as they don't die, things are going to be fine. The tick is also on their side as well, so Orca can always put on the pressure. Deep between Orca, between the tick and the Sprout, I think right now, when you have the advantage as Zeta, the Sprout is a bit more useful simply to prevent Kicks team from running at you. And you see Kicks team, they're trying their best to gain some ground, and ensure they do, but they still have not found an avenue to get into the face of Zeta Division. They do have the super on Stitch though, so this is where he's going to come in and try and make that difference. If he grabs Tensai, this round is going to be in the favor of Kicks. You can see he gets the grab onto Mameshi, takes him out. They still don't have enough stars. Vex desperately trying to take out Saitampo. 10 more seconds left. It's time for Kicks to throw their body. Tensai is going to be the target, but they found a better way. It's Mameshi, but they also lose Orca at the same time. So Zeta Division, they grab the lead, they take down Vex, and they will win this set. We're going the distance. Siege.
It's exactly what we wanted. It is exactly what we get. Amazing adjustments coming through from the side of Zeta Division, and the win of this matchup was on that right-hand side, right? Vex just could not get the distance onto that B, and the pressure play was just absolutely perfect. And you kind of named it right, Husky? I don't think the Genie managed to go in for that really important pull because of the perfect distance play, the range that Zeta Division brought into this matchup this time round as well. The pressure play from that Bell on that left-hand side was absolutely perfect. And it was just not that pressure that was being played onto the Genie. It was being played onto the Tick in that midsection as well. And continuous pressure coming through from the Sprout. What the Sprout does, goes in for that super, blocks off that Tick. And the Tick isn't able to play all of that pressure up front. Bell aggresses on fourth, gets those kills. A little bit too perfect from the side of Zeta Division. And we move on into bot drop, where we potentially might just see an all-out brawl. I guess just the way we like it.
Yeah, and definitely I definitely am looking forward to, especially seeing what Kick's team can bring to Siege. I expected them to. I hoped for them to push Zeta Division and go all the way, and they definitely did. But all good things will have to come to an end. And I think for Kick's team, it's time for them to prove that they can take out Zeta Division, or at least give Zeta Division a run for the money.
Yeah, and I think this is going to be that matchup where they do it. I think it's going to be rock, paper, scissors once again. And maybe if they play their rock, paper, scissors well, just like they did on Heist, where they can just be one step ahead in 3 rounds. That's all they need to bag this up, my friend. And I think they'll be able to do it, man. And if they do, this competition, it's already crazy with all of the crazy teams that are in here. But I think it just gets that much more exciting, right? We are about to jump on into this matchup, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Once again, let us know in the comments, who do you think is going to win? Zeta Division taking on Kicks. Both of them absolutely perfect so far.
Yeah, and the quirk of this particular map is that there's actually not too much space for you to play with. Sure, there are brushes, but the brushes can only, hide one guy inside. And of course, Titch, he is on the stew already, trying to sneak through from the side. That is not going to cut it. So Kick's team was able to get just that one bolt to get the level 1 siege bot. And with this barreling downside, Tampo is going to try and sneak that bolt away. Oh. No! Drops it. Thanks to Orca. And sure, this level 1 siege bot probably won't do much damage to the turret at all, but for Kick's team, what matters is that they walk away with that bolt to start off the second wave.
Well, Tensai now going in for a quick invade from the left-hand side. Will be able to take Titch out of the equation. Side Tampo with the pressure place. And look at Tensai going in straight for those pressures so that the rest of his team members can pick all of those balls up. Kick's team now with the ability to respond with a potential level 4 siege bot in the next attack. 1 more second and they've managed to get it done. Are they going to be able to assist this bot up front now? Beautiful place, pressure this time round. Side Tampo not able to control this. Tensai just holding this bot away. Zeta Division 2 times round this. Oh, they managed to snuff him out a little bit too quickly, Husky.
Yeah, the bot didn't even make it to the turret, and this is getting pretty scary for Kick's team because they don't have any bolt to start with, and they need to hold on this last siege. So Zeta Division, they are gaining so much ground. Look at the 3 bolts in the middle. The Stu also gets taken out. Zeta Division about to send in the biggest transformer of their life. By the end of this, they probably will have a level 16 siege bot. Tensai is going to deliver 2 more bolts back, and it's going to be a level 15. So Kick's team, I'm not really sure how they are going to defend this, but they will have to try.
Okay, now let's see if or not this Bell can continuously put on this pressure. This is the response from the side of Zeta Division. And if they see... Oh,
what a block!
What a perfect play coming through from that beautiful Sprout. But now the information just moves on through. Side Tampo, he plays it to perfection. I don't know how Zeta Division managed to just assist that bot up front and just crush the side of Kick's team. But this turned around a little bit too fast, Husky.
Yeah, realistically, there was no way Kick's team could have defended that. I mean, the bot was level 15, right? It was a really cool block. I mean, if they bought just a bit more time, perhaps they would have had a chance. But Zeta Division, sure, the first 2, they lost the first 2 waves, I would say. But it was a level 1 and a level 4 siege bot. Not too big of a threat. I don't think Zeta Division were phased by it at all. They managed to gain control after that, and they just went all the way.
Yeah, in fact, the level 1 bot, they barely tried to take it down, man. They even walked away from it, allowing one of their players to respawn to take it down. And I think that shows the confidence from these players from the side of Zenit, right? They know exactly how to manage the pressure in this game. And even that level 4 siege bot wasn't really much of an issue to them. And it broke down to that midsection play after that where they... I have no idea how they won each and every single one of those fights, but if they can just continue with those mechanical plays in this next matchup itself, I think they should be able to back this, but I have faith in the side of Kicks. But here's the problem. Now Zeta Division, with them being in front, they now have to make a call. What sort of an adjustment are they going to bring in here? Are they going to just stick to their current guns? Are they going to be mixing it up in anticipation for what Kicks team are going to bring in here? Husky, let's see exactly what happens.
Well, from the get-go, I see a spike and I see a barley for the side of Zeta Division. The stage is going to go straight for the max. Okay, into the backline, but the damage is not really dealt too much. Orca will be on the Genie, so this is going to allow them to steal some bolts away if they can. And they have, I believe, only one bolt. In fact, Zeta Division getting the lead again. It's a level 2 siege bot to kick things off. Not too big of a deal. You can see that Vex is sneaking on from the side with that bell. But Kicks team, the problem right now is they don't really have the best brawlers to kill the siege bots very fast. So they will have to tank it with their own body. But even then, the siege bot makes it onto the turret. In fact, just the first wave, Zeta Division already took away 38% of Kicks team's turret.
Yeah, it is just a little unfortunate. I feel like Stitch just went in way too early there. No communication with the rest of his team members, gets taken out. And this Barley's just being an absolute pain. And now it will be Tensai that goes in for the assist, takes Vex out of the equation, and the bell from the side of Kicks will get taken down. Stitch, once again, this guy's just way too squishy. Challenges Tensai once more, but Mameshi jumps on in for the defense, and Stitch has to back out. And they found the solution already, and there's no way at all that Kicks can make it back through in this matchup. They have to wait for the next game.
Yeah, this match is almost certain to be in Zeta Division's favor.
Yeah.
32% on that turret of Kicks team. They need to contest all of the bolts, but this is just not possible. Good grab with Mameshi. Will give them some ground to work with at least. Orca will claim that first one as Stitch looks for the second. You know, trying to get as much bolt back as possible, and they actually are able to do it, but they need to, you know, they need to escort that bot. Again, 32% is the magical number, and I'm not sure how much they can muster up. This should be a level 9 siege bot. Not as strong as what Zeta Division have by the end of round 1. But look at it, the Barley actually threw his life, so now there's even more work that Kicks team needs to put in. 21%. Can they do it? The Spike Super slowing down the bot is down to less than 30%. They're actually going to kill him before he reaches the turret. And yes, he gets a couple of hits in, but it's just not enough. I think Zeta Division got it.
4-3 to 0. This is just a little bit unfortunate for the side of Kicks team. But, you know, it was a great response at the very end, but just a little bit too slow, right? Stitch, I like the ideation coming in from him. He goes in with the pressure play from the get-go. But I think there was a little bit of a part 2 to that play. I think the communication was supposed to be, I go in for the jump first, you guys come in for the assist. But I don't think he got that assist. And there was a very clear gap in communication because that was not the only time Stitch went in there for that dive, right? And I don't see why he didn't see that coming. That bell was just more than enough to go in for the guard. And in a 2-on-1 situation, Stitch just had absolutely no chance whatsoever. I'm not surprised the match ended up in that way, Husky.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for Kicks team, they just could not gain control, right? That's the one thing that they did show us in the beginning of the series. I believe they were taking out Zeta Division. They were making sure that Zeta Division couldn't gain any ground. And that quickly changed. Right now is Zeta Division being able to stop Kicks team in their tracks. And despite Kicks team's best effort, didn't go their way. Now let's jump into round 3. And if Zeta Division wins this, they will win the set 3-2 and keep that dominance with the, for themselves.
Now let's see exactly what Tensai will be able to. I mean, he plays this bell to perfection. The guy just really doesn't need to bring any other brawlers in here, does he? He's got the range on him, and he's got the mechanical plays as well to make sure he avoids all of the other shots. But now, Arca, he is going to be the, response coming through to see if or not he can manage this pressure play coming through from Tensai, and Stitch will bring the Bali in this time around, which should be a little bit more effective in companionship with that play from Arca. And let's see if or not this time Kicks will be able to manage this siege bot. They do manage to take down his HP, but then a 2% damage still is dealt on. Kicks team managing this fight so much better than those previous rounds, Husky.
Yeah, the bot managing to at least tickle the turret a bit, but the same problem persists. Look at where Kicks team is, all huddling inside the safe zone, whereas Zeta Division, they can do whatever they want, just taking the boats for themselves. The next siege is going to be up in 5 seconds, and Zeta Division, they already have 6 boats to their names. This is going to be a very challenging one. A level 6 siege bot barreling down the map. Zeta Division, in the meantime, got 2 extra boats for themselves, so they're going to start off the 3rd wave with another advantage. And sure, the siege bot is getting absolutely melted. It's good work from Kicks team. So only 4% health of the turret gone. We'll see if Kicks team can turn this around.
I'm waiting for them to turn this around. I mean, the smart plays in terms of defense, but a little bit of offensive, is desperately needed for the side of Kicks. And now the next one coming through in 20 seconds, where those players just cannot make a play. Saitampo is just holding this Bali down. He's not able to aggress on for. Tensai will be able to snuff out that beautiful, cute little spike, and they will take this fight all the way to the end. Zeta Division, what a crazy pressure play this time around over at bot drop. The mechanical composition of this Japanese team is just a little too perfect to deal with. And yes, those level 2, level 3 siege was not going to be able to deal much damage, but now with the level 11, good night, goodbye, Kicks.
It's a good effort from Kicks, but Zeta Division shows us why they are the strongest team and why they were the champions. So they win this, the final sets, and close out the first series 3-2. So congratulations to Zeta Division. They keep that clean, the clean slate, I would say, technically throughout the group stage. So far, no one has been able to really take them down. But huge props to Kicks team. They deserve a pat on the back for such a close series against one of the best teams in the world.
Absolutely right. And I will not forget exactly how they took Heist. I feel like, that was one of the best performances on the side of Kicks. And I cannot wait to see exactly what more they can bring into the competition. But I also want to see exactly who can take down this hot side of Zeta Division. They seem to be in the prime position to back the competition once again in Season 2, unless someone will find the solution to this crazy team and put a stop to them. It just looks like they've got an answer to anything and everything that you can take up against them, Husky, and I don't think that's good for the competitors in this competition.
Yeah, one of the best ways to start the series, right? We had a hot zone, and of course it was a Kicks team, I believe, who won this out. They just demonstrated great control, and sure, Zeta Division, they did strike back, but you have to admit, for a while, Kicks team were on fire, and they almost look untouchable to a certain extent.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And Stitch was just dealing up so much of damage, but at times those were the times where he went in there for that solo dive and wasn't really managing a lot. Kicks team, they managed to make a little bit of a comeback at Gem Grab.
Yeah, they definitely did, and a lot of that is, I believe, in the Sandy. I think Sandy of Zeta Division really did a lot of work in, I believe, 2 of the rounds. Saitampo really amping up the pressure and knowing what his team needs to achieve. And obviously, when we head to Bounty, Kicks team was not able to at least deal with Zeta Division. I would say, sorry, Kicks team actually destroyed Zeta Division on Heist. Yeah. It was Bounty afterwards that Zeta Division struck back.
Yeah, so Heist was like the perfect 3-0, right? But moving on into Bounty was a situation where we saw Zeta Division show us exactly what mechanical plays are all about. Granted, there were a few mistakes being made by the side of Kick's team that allowed Zeta Division to go in there for those punish wasn't easy, man. At the end of the day, those Sprouts were really those playmakers for these games as they continuously blocked those, very, very important access points. Because at the end of the day, you just got those two, snuff points. You block one away and you create a vortex where you will be able to take down all of the other players. And Zeta Division just played the map to perfection here, Aski.
Yeah, and Zeta Division, they really showed us, they are definitely the better team. They closed out the last set, I believe 3-0. Kick's team didn't even have a chance to touch them in any way. Even in the closest round, it felt like it wasn't as close as a lot of us would have imagined it to be. So Zeta Division remains on that throne, but Kick's team still a force to be reckoned with for sure.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's the adjustments that they are able to bring against that division that I think the other teams need to look out for, because this team, definitely they bring those IQ plays in, right? They are doing their homework, and if they continuously do their homework, they are going to be able to find those weak links within those teams and continuously just undo them. And I think they were almost there with taking the victory against Zeta Division, but it was the mechanical plays at the very end, especially in that final matchup at bot drop, that pretty much won everything, right? They did bring in the compositions that might have been able to win it. At times they were almost mirror matchups, but with the aggressive plays that Zeta Division continuously brings in, with Tensai just being absolutely untouchable in that midsection of that map, you're not going to be able to win them on games like bot drop, pretty much on games like gem grab as well. Zeta Division will prove to be that one dominant team that will be able to win purely with mechanical plays. I mean, the IQ, I guess to a certain degree, will be able to catch them off guard, Husky.
Oh yeah, and I am very interested to look into the minds of the players behind the scenes for both Zeta Division and Kick's team, right? I wonder what was going on in their heads, especially when you have to adjust to all these rounds in such a quick manner and just come up with all these ideas. What was the preparation like? A lot of questions in my head, but primarily the one that I want to hear from Kick's team, if there is a chance, is how did they even expect this kind of result against Zeta Division?
I think to a certain degree they would have expected a win at the end of the day, I guess. I mean, clearly they put in a lot of homework in here, right? And they would have thought to a certain degree that, okay, this is that perfect solution to the side of Zeta Division, but they would have acknowledged the fact that, overcoming the mechanical plays of the Japanese side is going to be a challenge. And I think they took it pretty much well. Few of those moments where I feel Stitch was the best player, and at the same time Stitch was that one player who was over-aggressing and, giving away a little bit too much of advantage to the side of Zeta Division, right? So he was the playmaker as well as the guy who was, breaking down some of these situations in a way that was not really favorable to the side of Kicks. I'm a little bit more interested in that sort of a question to figure out exactly what was going on there. What was the strategy behind those dives that came through from the side of Stitch? Was that a breakdown in communication, or was it supposed to be followed up with a different strat that they just did not see nailed perfectly from the side of Kicks, right? Because I think it was in that final one in bot drop especially, where I think he was playing that max, and those continuous dives in for those fights just weren't really doing it for me, Aski.
Yeah, I believe at the same time it was also a lot about the tempo, right? Zeta Division, they gained that momentum and they never let their foot off the gas. So really loving what Zeta Division has been doing so far. We are going to call for a short break. I mean, Zeta Division, they had a fantastic series against Kick's team, but at the end of the day, there was a reason why the Japanese team were kings, and now they will still be one, winning out 3-2 in the first set. We will take a short break and we will be back for more Brawl Stars action.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Ay, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Ay, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
Welcome back to the Brawl Stars ESL Mobile Challenge Play Day 5. We opened up the day with a bang and we are about to see more plays of perfection in Brawl Stars. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, my name's AJ. I'm the Mustache down here with the one and only amazing caster, the Husky. And you know what, Husky? Today, I thought the day was going to be awesome because we get to see the side of, Zeta Division open up against a really strong Kicks team. But now, a team that has been tickling me from the start of the competition that I've not been able to see pop off really well, Lil Moya G. And they take on a team that has stepped in from Season 1 into Season 2, a whole new threat in this competition, right? Crazy Lagoon.
You're about to be surprised, AJ. You are in for a treat because Lil Moya G has caught, I believe, everyone by surprise. They whipped out a storm. It feels like you are enjoying peace, and suddenly a typhoon hits. That is Lil Moya G. But this will be the lineup for Crazy Lagoon. Obviously, I think the one guy that a lot of us have our eyes on is Miria, kind of the backbone for the team, and really put Crazy Lagoon on the map when it comes out to the most arduous of situations. But these are the top picks and top bans. Byron, Bell, and Max are their favorites, and they really don't like the Ashe and Stu.
Yeah, I mean, understandable as to why they play that Byron. And when you go in putting that Byron together with that Bell, you pretty much are guaranteed a power combo, right? That Byron will be able to back that Bell up. Both of them have got that range. Bell will be able to be your destroyer. But Lil Moya G, regardless of what sort of combo you take up against them, I'm assuming they'll be able to take a good matchup against you. I don't know. I've not got a live matchup myself just yet, Husky. We've got Dempsey, Cootie, Ken G, as well as MDE. I'm waiting to be amazed.
Yeah, and this will be their top picks and bans. We have the Poco, Brock, and Ashe as their favorites, and they don't like the Chameleon nor the Tara, so a bit more of a diverse brawler pool, at least when it comes down to what the preference of Lil Moya G. You said you haven't been able to see them in action, and sure, we can take that assumption, but let me just guarantee you that those assumptions are about to be reality pretty soon. And I'm hyping it up a bit too much, but from what I've seen from Lil Moya G, I'm super confident that they will be able to put up a good fight. I'm more worried for Crazy Lagoon. How are they going to deal with this force that is from their own home region as well?
Oh, absolutely, man. Ban brawlers in here. The Brock and Ashe taken out of the list by the side of Crazy Lagoon. I feel like those are perfect picks if you want to take on a super strong Lil Moya G. The kind of damage Brock brings into the competition, absolutely annoying. And Ashe is just that meta ban, right? Basic. But Tara and Leon, the brawlers that the Lil Moya G does not like to deal with, for understandable reasons on that, Leon. But walk me through as to why they don't want to see Tara in this particular season. Okay.
I think Tara in general is just always going to be a decent pick because you have a game-changing super. It's the same as a Genie, right? Especially when it comes down to gem grab and bounty. The Genie Tara, they always pose a huge threat as long as the super is available. One is a grab, one is a black hole. There is no way to really do with it unless they miss. So that's why I think they will always be good. But of course, we're jumping into Hot Zone, and right off the bat, I believe Crazy Lagoon brought out the Mortis. He just died, so we have Cootie Kenji on the Stu, at least two from both sides. MD, he already made it onto Crazy Lagoon's side, and look at the coverage from Lil Moya G. It's perfectly done. And of course, the Mortis tries to get onto Dempsey, and yes, he does. Takes down Dempsey. The Crazy Lagoon regain a bit of control.
Yeah, I think now this two should be able to deal with the Mortis, Cootie Kenji with the pressure play, but it will be Kuru who jumps on in for that backup. Unfortunate for Wahochi, he gets taken down, but Kuru will be able to find a little bit of revenge. But MDE steps up, and this is just a back and forth matchup between Lil Moya G as well as Crazy Lagoon, and I love it, Asuke.
Yeah, I Absolutely love what Crazy Lagoon is doing. In fact, they are capping their own side of the hard zone, so they can now try to pressure a bit forward. But for the same as Lil Moyaji, Kudiken G himself is holding down on that on his own side. But look at this, Lil Moyaji, they're focusing a lot on that pressure, and it is a good idea, especially with Dempsey with the grab. So this is gonna give Lil Moyaji that numbers advantage. The problem is they can't really aggress forward.
Oh, Mortis just looking for an opportunity to go in here for the jump. And now the stew from the side of Guru is going to be suffering. Kuri Kenji is just playing this to perfection. And now Wahochi has gotten taken down by MDE. And this is that opportunity. And Kuri Kenji will go in for that punish. MDE picking up those points. And this will be that opportunity for the side of Lil Moyaji to run away with this. And here comes Wahochi with that response. Dempsey with the pressure play. MDE takes out Wahochi. And it's going to be Kuru who goes down as well. Miria, the final player, and Lil Moyaji, they show us what perfection is. But now the response still can come through. There's still left time on the board for a response from the side of Crazy Laguna's game.
And this is going to be very crucial though, especially, you know, you look at Wahochi on this Mortis, you can cover a lot of that distance, but because Lil Moyaji already capped Crazy Lagoon's side, now it's back to home base, and just a good execution for Lil Moyaji. They're going to take this round one, but Crazy Lagoon definitely made them work for it.
Yeah, I mean, the Mortis play was awesome, but unfortunately just a little too slow. Every time he went in there for the punish, you know, he either getting pulled in by Dempsey or MDE comes in for that support with such range all the way from that right-hand side of that map. It was just an unplayable part for the side of, Crazy Lagoon. And I feel like Lil Moyaji, they weren't really trying to aggress on fourth. As a majority of those plays, they were just waiting for Crazy Lagoon to make those mistakes. And a majority of the time was waiting for that Mortis to come in here for the jump. And the moment he moves in for the take, he gets taken out of the equation.
Yeah, and I think, you know, it also is pretty tough for the side of Crazy Lagoon because you have the Mortis, so he always feels compelled to make the first move because that is what he is good at. And from the get-go, Wahochi did had a good start, but they were not able to put their foot down simply because Lil Moyaji got way too much control. In fact, that round felt like a very slow round, even though there were a lot of action happening, and not really sure why. I think it's just because how much map control Lil Moyaji has from the beginning.
Yeah, and you know, I think it's going to be potentially another situation like that if they cannot find a little bit of the solution. Those range brawlers potentially might be the solution that Crazy Lagoon brings in this time round. But I feel like Lil Moyaji is about to be the team that switches it up, right? Are we going to be able to see the side of Crazy Lagoon face this fight and take it down? Because let's see their performance in this competition so far, Red Husky. Crazy Lagoon, they started off the competition. Asphyxia, they took 3-2. And Crazy Lagoon, they didn't really expect that, right? They wanted the win desperately on that. They got punished by Asphyxia. But they thought they could make it back against the division. Clearly, that was a tough situation. Zeta Division, they were good in Season 1. They're amazing in Season 2. But that one surprising moment was they actually defeated Team Flash. But please correct me if I'm wrong. Was that a walkover or was that a 3-0?
For what, Lil Moyaji?
Crazy Lagoon versus Team Flash that played a
Crazy Lagoon. No, I don't think it was a walkover. Yeah, I don't think it was.
Yeah.
From what I remember, I don't think it was a walkover.
Yeah, that's the only thing that potentially, I guess, surprised me from the side of Crazy Lagoon. Them being able to take kicks out of the equation was yet another surprise, right, on play day 4. So they do have enough firepower to come into this competition and ask these big questions. But the problem here is against Lil Moyaji that have just been so perfect, and especially with those mechanical plays that they just opened up this matchup with. I think it's just going to get even more difficult for Crazy Lagoon. But of course, the adjustments that are brought in by the side of Crazy Lagoon It is going to still be the Stu from the side of Kuru with the pressure placed down mid. Kuri Ken should be able to manage that. MDE will be sticking onto the Bell. And Miria playing that Bell as well should be able to, I guess, hold her own. But it is going to be that Spike versus the G on the left-hand side, which we will be staring at most of the time here, Aski.
And it's a good super from Wahochi. He was able to at least zone out the members of Lil Moyaji and get a bit of control on that hot zone. But Dempsey, as long as he's still alive, that's always going to be a threat. Of course, Kuru also makes his advance, but Dempsey already fell all the way back behind that wall. At least for the side of Kuru, he can cap a couple of progressions on the hot zone, just staying alive as long as he can. I think he's done a pretty good job. Now Kuri Kenji has to be taken out of the equation. Crazy Lagoon so far, in fact, I believe they've already capped their side of the hot zone.
My lord. Oh, goodness me. This is just a little bit unfortunate from the side. I mean, Crazy Lagoon, great place in terms of playing hot zone. They have managed to cap their side already. But in terms of the mechanical plays, they are losing quite a number of these fights. That is going to just be concerning as the side of MDE is just absolutely unstoppable on this Bell play. Being slowed down onto the right-hand side, the Stu should be able to put on those pressure plays. But Kuri Kenji will be that, a little bit of distraction that will allow MDE to take that final shot. And now a 2-on-1 situation. MDE for the finisher once again. And this Bell will be the playmaker for Lil Moyaji to make the comeback and potentially even take this win, Husky.
Yeah, I think Lil Moyaji is starting to mount this comeback. Of course, Wahochi, again, one more super just to buy a bit of time for themselves, but they have to win those fights and they are not doing so. And despite Crazy Lagoon having that lead, capping their own side of the hot zone, it does not really matter too much because Lil Moyaji, they've already stepped foot and made it past that 70%. This is a super possible comeback. Kuri Genji does go down, so Crazy Lagoon, they need to take this chance right now to really push the tempo.
Yeah, I really like the Spike switching over to the right-hand side just to deal with MDE, and I feel like he will be back. Beautiful plays by Wahochi so far, but the undoer of this pressure will be Kuri Kenji on that Stu play. One more shot. He misses Wahochi. What a mechanical supremacy and a response coming through. And now Lil Moyaji, are they going to be able to make this comeback? 4% more left with the 9 seconds on the clock. 76 to 80. This is just unfortunate. And MDE together with his team, I mean, my personal favorite, my MVP is going to be MDE in that Bell, man. He was just absolutely crushing it from that right-hand side. Once again, with the range that this guy has, he wasn't just playing the pressure onto the right. He was getting it done in the middle. He was placing pressure onto the left-hand side of the map as well. On the defense, if he backs away, the Spike was absolutely useless in this situation. It was just an unfortunate situation for Crazy Lagoon to end up in. The side of Lil Moyaji. How do you manage a team like this, Husky?
I would say that Crazy Lagoon actually did it pretty well. I think the Spike from Wahochi, again, it's a good switch up. They lost by 4%. That was definitely a bit of a heartbreak. But overall, probably the only reason that they eventually ended up losing, from what I can see, is that they were losing those fights, right? You can see that a lot of a majority of the rounds, Lil Moyaji were just pressuring them really, really hard, and I think that Crazy Lagoon felt the stress, and they were not really taking those fights the way they wanted it to. That probably was the biggest factor, or else that really could have been Crazy Lagoon's round.
Yeah, I mean, because as to the first half of that matchup, it was mainly the side of Crazy Lagoon going in, focusing on the objective, picking up all of those, the hot zone points. But if you look at Lil Moyaji, it was that Bell just being so annoying, constantly going in for those kills. And I feel like they weren't playing it super seriously from the get-go, right? But towards the second half of that matchup, they now just bring in a totally new side. Bell will continue to aggress on fourth. Spike just finds it to be absolutely useless on the left-hand side of the map, brings it to the right. And I feel like that was the adjustment that, perhaps managed to push that Bell away just for the time being, but it was a little bit too late. I think that adjustment should have been brought in way earlier from the side of Crazy Lagoon. We might have been able to see this end up a little bit more differently. I don't know. 4%, way too little. I feel like both teams are taking this quite all right, Husky. But do you think the side of Crazy Lagoon will be able to make a comeback here based on the mechanical plays? Because like you said, man, the IQ is all right, but in those fights, they seem to be falling way too many times.
Yeah, I think they certainly can at least get one round. Obviously, you look at the power discrepancy, right? I mean, just these two teams alone, a lot of us will agree that Lil Moyaji is the superior team. But that's what we said in the very first day between the Fixia and Crazy Lagoon. And look what happened. Fixia came, open up the season with the most miraculous, most amazing Cinderella comebacks against Crazy Lagoon, who were considered to be stronger in that matchup. So we'll see what Crazy Lagoon is going to do, and the progression from Kuru is perfect, but unfortunately didn't take out the Sprout, so Kuri Kenji takes him out. But still, Crazy Lagoon able to put some members on the hot zone. Not too much though, they have the Byron on their side. This is good for Crazy Lagoon to play those long fights, and I think they're making it work.
Yep, smart plays coming through from the side of Crazy Lagoon, and with the Byron and Stu combo down mid, they should be able to win a majority of these fights. And Bell is going to be just playing defense for the time being, and that's just going to be giving them the distance, right? But I really like what the side of Lil Moyaji has done in here. They bring in that Spike and Sprout combo, which I think is really creative, but overall, are they going to be able to win those power plays? It looks like they will be able to, just with the distance as well as those mechanical plays. But now Stu coming in for that Punisher. The 3-on-1 situation is just going to get this Stu out of the equation once again and allow the side of Lil Moyaji to play this a little bit further. Once again, Crazy Lagoon, they've gotten this to a great start. Are they going to be able to keep this up, Husky?
And I believe they do, because so far they have been exerting a lot of control. Look at that. For Miria, he is just staying alive, and that itself is enough in this Bell. He's even regenerating some of that health. Of course, Lil Moyaji, they really wanted to force the issue, but Crazy Lagoon have already taken out the Kuri Kenji and Dempsey, and with only 10% left, I don't think Lil Moyaji can make this happen unless they get a full wipeout, which they somehow is making it happen, but they still need to get onto the other hot zone, and they have not made any progress. So someone needs to defend their side of the hot zone, because Crazy Lagoon, they can just put some bodies there and get the progression running. But this is going to come down pretty close to 45 seconds. It's a lot. Dempsey needs to stay alive. Good maneuvers from the Spike, but Crazy Lagoon is going to clear him out. And the Sprout Super, there's nothing that they can do at this point. It's going to be Crazy Lagoon taking that round number 2. Round number 3.
Yeah, it was good response coming through from Crazy Lagoon, and I feel like, we could have seen a little bit better from Lil Moyaji. I don't know exactly what the ideation was with the Sprout as well as Spike combo. Yes, they were able to get the distance, but I feel like, the adjustment that came through with the combo of that Byron as well as Stu. Stu, he is going to be the damage dealer. You've got Byron as well with the ability to take that range damage and at the very same time go in there and back that Stu up, right? And overall, it was just the winner did not really see coming through, but I don't think they're going to be as cheeky in the next round with their composition, though.
Yeah, I think for the next round, we're gonna see Lil Moyaji perhaps switch things up a bit. Yeah. I feel like the brawler that had the biggest impact from the side of Crazy Lagoon was probably the Spike. Yeah, I think the Spike has the biggest impact. Though it's not really like the expert. Yeah, he did.
Yeah, I mean, especially in that final play there, right? Smart plays, right? IQ plays that come out of their side. It was just perfection in terms of managing exactly where he wants to throw his super on, dealing all of that massive damage. But of course, at the end of the day, it will have to be a 3-match win. Crazy Lagoon, are they going to be able to make it all the way back through? Lil Moyaji just needs to pick one more up, and it looks like this time around, Dempsey's still going to be playing that Spike and all of that aggressive pushes up front on the left-hand side. MDE, as usual, will be bringing that Bell in. But this time around, if Miria plays it as good as he did earlier on with this Bell, I think they're not going to have a problem at all.
Yeah, I think, Crazy Lagoon, they're doing just fine. And there's just this 1-versus-1 showdown on the other side of the map. I mean, good clearance from Kuru. They finally take out MDE as well. So Crazy Lagoon making a decent progress on that hot zone, and of course We saw them do this in game 1. We saw Lil Moyaji do the exact same as well. In fact, they focus a lot on the opposite hot zone, and of course, as long as Kuru stays alive, they're gonna have a good chance. But Kudi Kenji is gonna do the same, and that's where Miria will need to try and hold it off. Good spike super from Dempsey. That is really a time buyer, but while Hochi manages to sneak his way there, so this is gonna be pretty close. But Lil Moyaji hit with that progression.
Kudi Kenji with the MVP plays on this too. Mechanical supremacy. And, Miria just could not hit this guy. He waited all the way through for MDE to come in with that backup. But it's not like he just stood around doing nothing, right? He was still picking up the points from that hot zone. And now it's a 2-on-1 situation that Stu finally just making, himself useful in that midsection. Gives Miria a little bit of backup. Now Kuru has to back away. Kudi Kenji will be aggressive on Crazy Lagoon actually finishing it off.
Oh my goodness. It was so close. It came out to the wire, and of course, this time it was kind of the battle of the stew for the side. Ekuru just did it a bit better compared to Lil Moyaji. You asked by the end of round 2 if Crazy Lagoon can make a comeback or at least take a round off. Well, now they've made it an easy set. One more round, and I think for Crazy Lagoon, they are starting to get a feel of what Lil Moyaji wants to do and what Lil Moyaji tends to do. I'm surprised that Lil Moyaji didn't show us that much of a switcher. I was expecting a more drastic change in that broader lineup.
Yeah, I mean, once again, rock, paper, scissors in situations like this, they kind of stuck with it, expecting the side of, Crazy Lagoon to not really switch it up that much, but if it is not broken, why go ahead and fix it, right? But in this next matchup, it is down to the wire. Either side who takes it will be able to bag game number 1. But I hope at the very least, like throughout this whole series, this is exactly how close it's going to be for these two teams, right? We get to enjoy all of these matches from Lil Moyaji and see exactly how far Crazy Lagoon can push this. As it boils down to the wire here based on, the 4 matches that we have watched so far, who do you think will be able to bag this first game, Husky?
I would say statistically, I still think Lil Moyaji has a better chance to close out the first set against Crazy Lagoon. But if Crazy Lagoon gets this, I would be thrilled to say the least. Simply because I think Crazy Lagoon they are figuring out what Lil Moyaji wants to do, I would say, for this first set. Overall, Lil Moyaji is still the stronger team from what we can see across the past four play days. But I think Crazy Lagoon, perhaps something has changed within them.
I think something might, be shown to us in here as well, right? The biggest threat, I believe, from the side of Lil Moyaji right now on this map is going to be MDE as well as his Bell. They need to find a solution for him because this guy is a solo hope. And I feel like, bringing a mirror matchup of their own Bell was that pretty much solution for them. But like you mentioned as well, right? Kuru was really making those plays with its Stu. I'm thinking that now the side of Crazy Lagoon is going to be thinking, if it's not broken, why go ahead and fix it? And if they bring in the exact same composition, Lil Moyaji will be able to catch them out. So they really need to play this a little tactfully. I think that Spike is still going to be that little bit of the difference maker. But as I think that it could also be the side of Lil Moyaji changing that Spike up at the very last moment just to throw off the players from the side of Crazy Lagoon. So as we jump on into this game, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, let's see exactly what they have decided to go with Husky.
Wait, was Brock banned out for this series? I can't remember.
So, yes.
Yeah, I was wondering, right? It would make a lot of sense to if Brock was not banned, that would have definitely been picked out. But MDE taking a 1 vs 2 fight, Kudi Genji is going to keep him popped up on that Byron. And in fact, MDE is still alive. Lil Moyaji slowly pushing the tempo. Of course, the speed zone dropped down by Kuru as well. And Kuru is sneaking, being a bit sneaky, but this time he will not be able to make it through. And in fact, it's MDE who gets the first blood. But great trade back from Miria, Kudi Genji with their super as well. Kind of a zoning Miria, and Lil Moyaji, a good start.
This is a crazy good start from the side of Lil Moya G. But now Crazy Lagoon, they are able to adjust themselves and hold their own in here. If it's not broken, don't go ahead trying to fix it. Beautiful place. And it's going to be Wahochi and the Genie getting a double kill for himself. Kuriken
Oh,
Genie
the
getting it as
Byron.
well. But Byron just being a pain to the side of Wahochi, but it's going to be all right. Kuru is on that spot. MDE now stepping on as this dude to put on that pressure play. Kuri Kenji might be able to take him out with a well-played throw. And now MDE picking up all of these points. Wahochi trying to pull him right back. And this Gene needs to be really, really careful. Stu coming in for that backup as well. Genie! Unfortunately for Wahochi, MDE just way too good with the Stu plays upright.
Yeah, and I think, ever since Byron was introduced into the brawler lineup, no one ever played Crow again because he's just a glorified Crow with better DPS, great range, just better super, can heal his teammate. He basically does everything that Crow does, but more and better. And Lil Moya G used it to perfection. They just need 1%, and that means anyone, if Kuri Candy puts his pinky toe on that hot zone, Lil Moya G is gonna win this. And in fact, they're taking the time. They know that they've already got this in the bag, and it's all about just getting there. They're slowly doing it. Cody Kenji is not willing to risk his life for it. Maybe Dempsey is gonna do it. He's gonna grab Wahoshi backwards, and there you have it. Lil Moya G winning the first set, but it was a pretty close one. 3-2. We had to go to 5 rounds for this.
Yeah, it was a well-played matchup by both teams, and it was the side of Lil Moya G just catching them a little bit off guard. And mainly those changes were MDE just not playing that Bell anymore. Changes over to the Stu. Bell's just not in the composition. They replace her with the Byron. And that combo just pretty much sums up the play for the side of Lil Moya G. And I guess the side of, Crazy Lagoon, they got caught out there by going in, trying to figure out exactly the gameplay that Lil Moya G was about to bring in. But it was the IQ plays down to the very end, right? They stuck with their composition and they tricked out Crazy Lagoon towards the very end, which I think was really, really smart. But if Crazy Lagoon can continuously bring in these pressure, I'm pretty sure they will be able to pull off a couple of games here. Lil Moya G is not going to have an easy series in here, Husky.
No, I definitely don't think so. Perhaps we will see another 5-set series, just like what we saw between Kick's team and Zeta Division. That would be great for Crazy Lagoon, and it will also put the front runners kind of on their toes, on edge, making sure that these guys are always kept in check.
Yeah, absolutely right. And we also want to see a little bit of damage done onto Lil Moya G as well. We don't want another runaway horse like we had in Season 1, where there was just an unbeatable monster that just comes in here and conquers the competition. That unbeatable monster seems to be pretty beatable this time around. and a brand new brand is just stepping up there to take their place. And I think the undoing of this team now in the hands of Crazy Lagoon, and it might be possible. Crazy Lagoon, they've managed to prove themselves on this first matchup alone at Hot Zone Parallel Place, and I feel like if they can continuously pull on the exact same sort of pressure play, continuously catching out MDE and shutting him down. Earlier on, it was shutting down Stitch. This time, that main player is going to be MDE. And if MDE is managed fine by the side of Crazy Lagoon, I think it's going to be an all-out victory for the boys at Crazy Lagoon.
Yeah, I definitely think so too. In fact, for Crazy Lagoon, perhaps they are just one of those late bloomers, right? When it comes to those league stage, it's all about the marathon. And from the tournaments that we've worked together for other titles, we have seen that before. You can win the sprint, but if you lose the marathon, all the efforts will not matter. So with that being said, I think Crazy Lagoon, their score isn't too bad. They're in the middle of the pack, 2 wins and 2 losses. This is definitely going to determine where they stand by the end of day 5, because we're kind of halfway through the group stage already. So it's very for Crazy Lagoon to back this win. Whereas for Lil Moya G, if they lose this, it's like, a stain on their record. But if they win this, they will solidify themselves as the best team so far.
Oh, absolutely right. But It's also a question here. Does Lil Moya G really want to paint a huge bullseye on their back so early? Okay, it's not super early in the competition, but it's pretty much a done deal already, right? They are the target for many of these teams in here. They are focusing on them. But a team like Crazy Lagoon, who has not been super, dominant within the competition, will they also have an advantage here by being underestimated? I really want to see Lil Moya G exactly how they take this next matchup, right? Because it just seems like at times the side of Crazy Lagoon can be underestimated, and maybe that's exactly what happened over on day number 1. But of course, as we open up game number 2, ladies, gentlemen, boys, girls, this is going to be Gem Grab. Miria playing on the right-hand side. Pressure place. Cootie Ken should be able to take him out, but the Genie's not going to be able to get that lucky so early.
And of course, this is something that if you are on the side of Crazy Lagoon, you definitely want to kind of start putting on that pressure, right? You have the Byron on Lil Moya G. They have this Max. MD, look at this guy. He's just whizzing around. He is the real life Flash. And so far, Crazy Lagoon, they have been able to find decent footing. In fact, pretty close in terms of the gem. Dempsey brings out the Crow, and as I say, no one plays Crow when there's Byron. Dempsey is here to prove me wrong. And Lil Moya G gaining control thanks to MDE's Max. Now they're leading in terms of gem, and they've gotten full coverage of that map.
Yeah, now let's see exactly what they're going to be able to pull off in here. MDE still being the damage wrecker in the midsection, pulling out all of those gems and picks up the final one that starts the countdown. Miria now going up front. He will be looking for 1 kill. It's going to be absolutely impossible as MDE backs away together with his Genie, who will be able to go in for that pull if needed. Oh! And the final jump comes through Wahoji. Hopeful, but a little unfortunate.
Yeah, give him the sad face. Like, they know that Crazy Lagoon is not gonna win that round for sure. And once more is another situation where we see a team bring out the PAM, but once more the PAM when you pick the PAM, I feel like you are telling your teammates, hey, you guys do the heavy lifting. I'm just gonna here and keep you guys topped up. And there's a lot of extra pressure, and it's punished. Lil Moya G completely punished that from Crazy Lagoon.
Yeah, I think it was just a little bit too passive, right? You are absolutely right, Husky. I mean, you deploy the turret there, you heal your ally within that area itself. It's not going to be a huge game. It allows you to absorb just a little bit of extra damage, and it's a make or break in these matches, especially at gem grab, when it's so important to stay alive in the midsection. And I just feel like MDE once again really plays it well. And even if the composition does not really solve that problem, it's all about those mechanical plays, right? Staying alive mainly by getting all of those accurate shots and just not being touched at all for a majority of that play in that first match. I think it's just going to be the undoing of Crazy Lagoon. But we've seen mechanical supremacy come out of Crazy Lagoon as well. So it's mainly just managing that pressure play in that midsection. What do you think is going wrong with the composition?
I would say for Crazy Lagoon, I feel like maybe the PAM. I don't want to say the PAM is like the root cause of every loss, but it definitely plays a part simply because we saw how less the PAM was able to do. You can't really do enough damage to kill anyone. Again, it has a very horrible spread when you shoot at someone. So good luck trying to kill anyone. The super takes time to charge up, and even if it does, it requires you to have control of a very strategic area, right, for it to be effective. And if you don't get that area to work with, you won't be able to play her and utilize her to the most optimal of state.
Now, as of course these two teams jump on in here to battle it out, we know one is definitely the supreme brand. But Crazy Lagoon, they are trying to prove themselves in here. They are sitting down in the middle of the leaderboards. But it just seems to be the mechanical supremacy from the side of Lil Moya G, a little tough to take on. Now Kuru aggressing on forward. This Bell is just going to be able to find those kills perhaps, but MDE very smartly backs away. But the pressure now being turned around. Kuri Ken, are they? Oh yes, they are able to catch Kuru off. way too aggressive. And now Wahochi stepping up front. This Crow is about to get snuffed
Oh,
out
the
right
grab.
away in the nick of time. Miria gets taken down. Cootie Ken is going to be Dempsey with the pressure onto Wahochi as well. Crazy Lagoon, every single time they step up, they seem to get taken down. This is looking terrible right now, Husky.
Yeah, and Wahochi, he's gonna bring out the Crow, so dive straight to the back. MDE still wins.
Lord.
And yeah, I mean, MDE dies, but it's not too big of a deal because all the gems are dropped in front of Lil Moyaji's spawn. So to them, it's like, yeah, you know, we're just gonna pick it up once we respawn. Dempsey gets healed up by Kuri Kenji, even gets the grab onto Wahochi. At the same time, Kuru, he already has 6 gems in the hand, but they still have to be super cautious though because MDE is running straight for Wahochi. The shield will keep him safe as Kuru. The shield will keep Kuru safe as Wahochi returns to the fight. Crazy Lagoon, decent lead. The grab is there. They were able to kill off Kuda Kenji before he gets the execution, and Crazy Lagoon now will start running away with the 10 gems.
Okay, now let's see if or not they are able to protect this one and only Kuru. Backs away. It's going to be the Bell. Crow with a beautiful defense. They're not able to break them down just yet. Kuri Ken gets taken out. MDE snuffed out as well. What a play by Crazy Lagoon. But unfortunate for them, on that very last moment, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it has to go in there for the reset. Now, they started all over again. Are they going to be able to stop it? 4 more gems needed. Yes, they are able to. Crazy back and forth in here, Husky.
I cannot believe at the last second they get the reset. I believe we've seen this before. This is getting really close. Kuri Kenji needs to survive this. Countdown starts, but all Lil Moyaji needs is to grab that one gem in the middle to stop the countdown. Kuri Kenji, he's thinking about it, and Kuru could snipe. MDE needs to retrieve it, and he keeps forward into his death. And this should be it. Crazy Lagoon will seal the deal and tie up the set.
Smart plays by Crazy Lagoon, and I feel like, you know, initially the Crow just really wasn't getting it done for me. Wahochi, he went in there for that early dive, but I feel like after that one mistake, the adjustments came through really, really quickly, right? The combo with that Bell and Crow, I feel, was really good after that. And, you know, all the Crow just needed to do was just charge up that super, wait for Bell to deal the initial damage, and then go in for the finisher. It was pretty smart plays coming through, and I initially thought the composition just wasn't going to work because they weren't really getting all of their hits in. The mechanical plays were a little iffy from the side of Crazy Lagoon, but they actually pulled it off, and this is the kind of composition now that they just need to hold on to, right? But we are looking at a side that really knows how to adjust, so it's not going to be easy at all.
Yeah, no, absolutely not. But I think Crazy Lagoon, they definitely did well. That one came down to the wire, especially the final few moments, right? I thought Lil Moyaji had no chance of even getting a reset, but obviously they were able to do that. And still, they lost the round because Crazy Lagoon was able to just get the better shots in. But no, this was exactly what happened in the first set in Hot Zone as well. Crazy Lagoon strike back, but Lil Moyaji was the one who closed out the set regardless. I want to see if there's going to be any more adjustments. In fact, today we have not seen any Piper picked up just yet by any team, which is something surprising, right? I expected Vex on Kick's team to do it. They have not done it the entire 5 sets in their series. So I wonder if we're ever going to see a bit of a switch up in that direction.
Absolutely, man. I mean, for me, the undoer of that particular round for the side of Lil Moyaji was the usage of the Max. Really effective. I feel like just the damage was not, you know, a lot towards the end of the game, right? Initially, within that matchup itself, Max was going in, dealing pretty much the opening damage, and which is what kind of gave Lil Moyaji all of those initial kills. But of course, if we move on in, I'm expecting that Max to get taken out. But what is this Max going to get replaced with? I think I'll leave that to Lil Moyaji, because the adjustments is exactly what we're looking on for here. If it is not right, Crazy Lagoon hopefully will be able to take another one just to pressure this, you know, just to pile on the pressure onto Lil Moyaji and make sure we've got a beautiful 5-set matchup in here. Husky.
Oh yeah, I mean this is just like what, the second series, and we're already getting such close games.
Right?
And I think that's what's great about a league stage, right? You get to see the teams grow, you get to see them adapt. And I think Crazy Lagoon was one of those teams that we probably rubbed off after play day number 3, just because they were not really putting on the result, right? They were getting pushed around, especially after the loss against Asphyxia. We thought that, okay, this is probably the downfall of Crazy Lagoon. Maybe Asphyxia is going to be the underdog story. But so far, Crazy Lagoon has still been able to hold on.
Yeah, and not only hold on, right, but take some of these really, really important points. And now, with the opportunity against Lil Moya G, I feel like the adjustments are pretty, solid as well. It's not going to be a huge deal. But, MDE has just continuously proven to be that huge pain in the side of the players from Crazy Lagoon. But this time around, he's going to be bringing that Sprout in, which I think is a smart idea, because that Sprout will be able to block off that access from that midsection and stop the side of Lil Moya G, Crazy Lagoon from aggressing on and picking up those very important gems. Kuri Ken, on the other hand, who needs that range in that midsection, as well as the ability to snuff out the plays. Miria, fam, I don't know if you're going to be approving of this. Oh, Dempsey goes in. Unfortunately, the Crow does not hit.
Yeah, and again, Mira bringing out the Pam once more. Both teams really loving the Crow so far, but Mira, is going to finally drop the super now. A lot of zone control for the side of Crazy Lagoon, at least on that right side. The grab from Kuru onto MDE takes out the Sprout, but is it enough though? Because still Lil Moya G having that lead, it's going to make it up to 9 gems. And Crazy Lagoon, they will need to make haste. Kuti Kenji is trying to stay alive, and of course Crazy Lagoon were able to push him back for a while. But with Dempsey respawning, it's going to super into the face of Wahochi, and this should be gem number 10 for the side of Lil Moya G. Can Crazy Lagoon even stop them? I mean, Miria is going to retrieve scraps from the floor, but they need a Kuti Kenji, and it just does not seem possible at this point. Lil Moya G most likely will win at the third set and bring themselves in the lead 2-1 against Crazy Lagoon.
Yeah, that Pam just really wasn't doing it on that right-hand side, right? I feel like, the play was just a little broken down there. On the side of MDE, I feel like that Sprout was good, but the Crow was just the playmaker all throughout, right? Getting the jumps at the right timing. Unfortunately, you're right, man. Pam does manage to get those situations where she's able to go into the mid-segment there and deal that damage, but there's just no power behind all of those shots that are connecting, and that Pam's just not going to be able to bag any of those kills, nor deal any of those necessary damage that will be able to assist the rest of their players to pick those gems up. So, a little shaky from the side of Crazy Lagoon, and I feel like, Lil Moya G, they hit the nail right on the head here.
Yeah, I think Lil Moya G has already figured out how to deal with the members of Crazy Lagoon. I think one common characteristic that the Crow and the Byron have is that their normal attacks prevent you from healing because they do damage over time. Byron is really focused on single target, Crow focuses on multiple target, and obviously for me, I would pick Byron over Crow any day, but in certain situations such as what we saw between these two teams, I think the Crow certainly has his own advantages, and especially Dempsey, just a stellar performance on the brawler.
Yeah, I think the Crow definitely has got a lot of advantages on his side, except that in a map like this, you really need to know exactly when you want to activate your super, right? When you go in for the jump, you need to be absolutely accurate, and I feel like exactly that's where Crazy Lagoon kind of fell a little bit behind, because they dive in, and they dive in straight for those grassy areas. You don't really get your dive in, you're good, and that just immediately breaks your defenses in that mid segment of the area, allowing Lil Moya G to pick up a majority of those gems. So just overall iffy plays from the side of Crazy Lagoon, which I'm pretty sure they will be able to sort out. It was just as usual, those mechanical capabilities just creeping up to bite them in the back once again here, Husky, which is not something they'll be able to adjust and fix within this matchup itself, but it will have to boil down to exactly rock, paper, scissors, man. If they can find a way to stay away from these players, maybe bring in a little bit more of that ranged battle. I really like that Sprout, but this time maybe the Sprout can go to the side of Crazy Lagoon, just so that they can hold back Lil Moya G.
I mean, Crazy Lagoon have tried the PAM twice, and obviously it did not work out too far. Maybe Lil Moji can show us something different. Look at MDE, he's gonna bring out the PAM as well. But again, the PAM, sure, he has very horrible spread, but if you fight her at close range, that gets completely nullified. And in fact, look, I even throw the super right down in the middle, and Crazy Lagoon, they actually don't really have a way to clear it out unless they use the spike super, or at least they wrap around it. So this is the situation that we've been looking for, right? Like PAM, if you are able to plop down the super that early on and take control, that it would be perfect, because no one from the side of Crazy Lagoon can effectively take out the super, and you're gonna be always topped out. And sure, Crazy Lagoon, they're pushing Dempsey back, but Dempsey, he is still alive. He's winning those fights, and in fact, now he's just gonna push his advantage forward. But while Kuri Kenji takes all the gems, Dempsey finally goes down, but it doesn't matter. There are 2 gems there, and you know where Kuri Kenji is gonna be heading. Gets those 2 gems and get the heck out, because they've got that countdown going. Lil Moyaji looking for the second set, and they did it in such a clean fashion. Crazy Lagoon stood absolutely no chance, as the timer is gonna eventually take down to 0. Given the angry face MDE, this is how you play PAM on gem grab. Lil Moyaji with the second set, they lead 2-0.
I was about to say exactly that, right? I mean, MDE literally bringing that PAM in, showing us, look, if you want to play PAM, it's not saying that you can't do it at the current meta. You just really need to know exactly when to play those, pressure plays. And it was just played to perfection, mainly because the PAM on the side of Lil Moyaji managed to close that gap between, themselves as well as the players from the side of Crazy Lagoon. The PAM on the side of Crazy Lagoon constantly just kept that distance, taking that fight away from far. It just wasn't getting it done at the end of the day. And you just said it, man. The super in that midsection there really just broke down the plays from the side of Crazy Lagoon. It was just a no-go. And I think that was a huge warning for the players of Crazy. Might just get outplayed by the side of Lil Moyaji time and time again in this game. But of course, that has just been Gem Grab. Second one in here today. Heist, can they make a comeback in here, Husky?
Heist, I believe, yeah. I believe Heist definitely is doable, judging from what we've seen so far.
I don't know. I
mean, I think it's doable.
I want to think it's doable as well, right? But the mechanical plays really seem to be breaking down. And once again, with that PAM being brought in, I think that Lil Moyaji just wanted to go out on a limb to show the side of Crazy Lagoon that they mechanically can just dominate these battles, and they are not going to be able to, or they're not going to give Crazy Lagoon any one of these chances anymore. So taking this battle up against Heist on Hot Potato especially is going to be a huge thing, because when we look at the Crow in action from the side of Crazy Lagoon, number one, he goes in for the jump, just not accurate at all with those jumps. Goes in for the dives, absolutely not cutting it. Wahochi one too many times with those mistakes, and they seem to be paying for those mistakes. And it's not just him, Kuru, a little sharp, but just not really hitting that mark as well, right? In a map like this, those throwers are going to be super duper, important. And I'm expecting a Sprout play once again, just to block off that midsection of that map, to open up those sides. And, I'm very much sure that Bell is going to be dragged in once again. MDE is going to be a super huge pain to the side of Crazy Lagoon in this map.
Yeah, and I think at the same time, I hate to say this, but it's not going to be a surprise if Lil Moyaji wins this, but it's more of how much challenge Crazy Lagoon can give them, right? And I think on the first map, on Hot Zone, Crazy Lagoon did give them a run for the money. On Gem Grab, Lil Moyaji just showed perfection. Right now for Heist, I think Lil Moyaji definitely have the advantage. Maybe a 3-1 in the favor of Lil Moyaji again, just because of how much better they are statistically against Crazy Lagoon.
Yeah. Rico as well as a Bell might be the composition that I hope Crazy Lagoon brings in here. This map, Rico will be able to be quite the annoying guy with his ricochet off of those walls. In terms of that Bell, just purely with the distance, right? Maybe if they are able to just keep a little bit of a distance and play that pressure, win a couple of fights, they might be able to take this. But I'm expecting the plays to come through from the side of Lil Moya G to be super aggressive, right? You are going to be potentially seeing maybe Edgar or Mortis on for their play. They will want to go in for the finisher. We saw exactly how effective Edgar has been on this map, Husky.
Yeah, and that, especially Edgar, when you can sneak past towards the enemy safe from the side bushes, I think that definitely is one of the factors. Now with Edgar, brought into the arena, I wonder if anyone would even consider El Primo. I feel like El Primo also brings the same amount of a gap closer, right? And especially when it comes down to something like Heist, where he has a lot of health. I know he can survive longer and put out just a bit more damage, but we'll see if that is going to be the case. Again, the Rico and Colonel Ruffs going to be out for Crazy Lagoon, whereas for Lil Moya G, they'll have the M's to put on the pressure, Dempsey on the Barley, and Sprout for Kudi Kenji. Miria is trying to gauge the distance, but good bluff from Kudi Kenji. Miria is pretty much going to go down.
Smart plays from MDE going in with that backup as well. Kudi Kenji will have that range as well as the super just to block out the access from the side of the players of Crazy Lagoon. And now Colonel Ruffs is just going to back away whilst Dempsey gets taken down. Smart plays coming out of Bell as well. Kuru out of that Bell. It's going to be Wahochi on Colonel Ruffs, just holding Dempsey back, and he has got that range to do exactly that, right? Should be able to take down the defenses that Dempsey has as well. And overall, Crazy Lagoon, we are looking at them potentially taking over. But now MDE, come on, man. Just opens up the play for himself. Kudi Kenji with the opportunity to continue with those pressure plays will be sending the defense up for MDE, putting up that perfect cover. And Ems will just be able to wreck it. And Rico on the side of Crazy Lagoon will not be able to do much because this MDE, the player that is going to be the problem in the side of Crazy Lagoon, just being as annoying as ever, Husky.
Yeah, and Crazy Lagoon, their save is down to 57%, and obviously there's only 45 seconds left. Good super for MDE, slowing down that Rico. Nothing much that he can do in a situation. Kuru wants to move him forward, but Kudi Kenji is so sharp with that super, blocking out the path again. His teammate finally goes down, but with 30 seconds left, I'm not sure if Crazy Lagoon can even make it there in time. But they're gonna try anyways. This is the last hurrah. Wahochi and Kuru are gonna lead the charge. And Miria with that ricochet. This time, not as effective as he wanted it to. In fact, they got a couple of shots in. 15 seconds left on the clock. Kudi Kenji, no super to really block them off. Not getting the best super off, in fact. But with Dempsey and MD still alive and standing, Crazy Lagoon stood no chance. Lil Moya G takes the first round.
Yeah, this Sprout was just played to perfection by Kudi Kenji. Potentially the playmaker over for the side of, But here's the problem. Lil Moya G on these plays, right? It is just so difficult to see exactly who was better, MDE or his partner, because both of them, that Sprout was just playing it to perfection, that Ems was very effective in the mid section as well. No aggression down that mid section. That Sprout, I thought it was just going to be all up to the aggression, where they were just going to just spawn trap all of the players from the opposition. Crazy Lagoon just had no chance at all. And finally, where they were able to make those plays up front in that mid section of the map, Sprout once again strikes. No access towards their safe at all. And I feel like Lil Moya G really has gotten this red out, and they will be able to bag this based on the way they're taking these matches, Husky.
Yeah, and I feel like for me that the MVP is definitely the Sprout, simply because he created so many opportunities. Well, not really opportunities for himself per se, but he blocked off a ton of openings for the side of Crazy Lagoon, with their super. And this, because of that, he bought so much time. He was able to get the kills. So that is definitely my personal star player for round number 1.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, especially when the Sprout throws the defense in, Ems is still able to hit behind the defense, right? And Ems was just absolutely untouchable at that point. And I believe there was just no pressure on that Ems at all from the thrower on the side of Crazy Lagoon. And that was just such a pain as well. But not to say that they were not, they were not dealing with their own problems on that right-hand side of the map, right? Overall, it was just the composition that has just won this from the get-go for the side of Lil Moya G. But as Crazy Lagoon tries to take this over, ideation, IQ plays don't seem to be making it. The mechanical plays just don't seem to be cutting it as well. MDE, although he's a monster out there, the backup plays that comes in from his supporting players, is just equally as good. Little Moyaji seems to be absolutely untouchable. The numbers on the leaderboard, yeah, I am impressed, and I understand exactly why they sit down at the top now, Husky.
Oh yeah, I mean Lil Moyaji, I think when they first came in, and I believe it was me and Victor Cax who did the very first day, and we both looked at Lil Moyaji and we were like, yeah, I don't think we've seen these guys before. I wonder what they can bring to the table. And right out the gates, they just completely dumpstered their first opponent. Like they went 3-0. And it's not just 3-0, I think they were facing off against Covenant's Reform, if I'm not mistaken. And they basically 3-0 every set to win a 3-0 series. It was crazy. And then from that point onwards, they kept on winning. So I think Lil Moyaji really cemented themselves as one of the top dogs in the group stage.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. I mean, so far, let's just talk purely about numbers, right? Technically, they've beaten Covalence Reform 3-0. They've beaten Asphyxia 3-0. And they've also gone into the match against Icebun 3-0. And Lil Moyaji against Team Flash 3-0. Whether or not there were any plays on that day, it really doesn't matter. But now, yet another 3-0 potentially staring at us in our eyes. Let's see if or not Crazy Lagoon will be able to make a play here. Kuru with the damage early on. This time, Lil Moyaji not as aggressive in that previous matchup. And Edgar brought in by the side of Wahochi. What sort of damage can he bring in? Dempsey with the Bali is going to be holding him back. Edgar, is he going to be jumping away? Oh, that 6th shot coming through from Dempsey. It will be slowing him down, but Kuru down in that midsection will be able to deal on so much of damage. Ems with all of those pumps, 78 to 98 now. Crazy Lagoon, well played round this time.
Oh, they have the Edgar, but a good super again from Kuri Kenji. He protects himself while Dempsey just constantly lobbing those assets at the save. And Lil Moyaji, they're slowly but steadily gaining their ground. And of course, this is kind of a 3 versus 2 occasion. Kuri Kenji and MDE are the point of defense, and the close range damage from Crazy Lagoon is a bit too much. I mean, you have Edgar and the Darrow. Sure, Lil Moyaji fended them off finally, but you can see the amount of damage that Crazy Lagoon has done to the save, and I don't think Lil Moyaji can afford to do it another time. But a good super from Dempsey to queue off the M's, and Edgar flies in with his own super, but runs into that pool of sludge. So he's going to be slowed down and be taken out. 40 seconds left. Another good block from Kuri Kenji as Dempsey goes to town with his own, with all those troubles. Kuri Kenji once more blocking out Kuru. This guy is so sharp with his supers.
Oh, but now look at that Edgar. He manages to get the damage done. Sorry, Miria, he manages to get all of the damage done. Finally shut down. And Wahochi on the right-hand side, even though he does not manage to go in and deal all of the damage with that Edgar, he has kept the side of Dempsey on the whole. And now 25% to 7%. Are
Can they do it?
Damage deal each other out. 13, 11 now.
They did it!
Then this is just absolutely crazy. Lil Moyaji! How?
Oh my goodness. The final moments. And it all started with how Lil Moyaji coordinated that, right? They were like, alright, here's the plan. Barley, just go and toss your stuff at the enemy save. We will defend this. We'll defend our save. 2 versus 3. And they get it done. I honestly thought that it's going to be super hard, but somehow they were able to fend off Crazy Lagoon and get the win. It was a super close one. Crazy Lagoon could have won that if they just had a bit more time. But man, Lil Moyaji was so good.
Sprout is just turning out to be one of the best defenders in the game right now, and Lil Moyaji is just showing us how to use him to perfection, right? I mean, Kuri Kenji is an absolute pain to deal with in these situations. You can't aggress up against him, and the moment you think you find an opening, you can't even get to the save because the guy just blocks out all of your openings, and the rest of the members that you just took down, they're back onto the respawn, and it just makes it so difficult. And you're right, the Bali that was just sent up on the right hand side, he was being dealt with, but one by one he manages his situation really well. He backs away and he plays that rhythm, and he takes those slow shots little by little, dealing the damage. And towards the very end, it was just a slugfest, man. I'm shocked that Lil Moya G managed to turn this around at that very last moment.
I think for the side of Lil Moya G, they are just really putting their foot down and not giving Crazy Lagoon any ground to work with. And sure, Crazy Lagoon came close, but in the bigger scheme of things, no one would look at the 5% if it's not a win. So for Lil Moya G, I think they definitely have this in the bag. Crazy Lagoon, they still have some chances, but one last round, it probably comes up to just this round. If Lil Moya G wins, they close out the series 3-0. But if Crazy Lagoon wins, they get like one extra round of lifeline.
Yeah, and I think it's not going to be enough, right? Because so far, Crazy Lagoon, they just haven't shown us enough of those mechanical plays nor ideation that's able to defeat Lil Moya G, or at the very least show us what is their response from for MDE. But even after they show us their response for MDE, how do you deal with Kudi Kenji, who's just so threatening in that midsection with that Sprout? You have to find players very clearly, and this time round Dempsey's gonna be the Bali once again. Kudi Kenji is just gonna be playing that Sprout. I mean, if it's not broken, why in the world fix it, right? M's gonna be played by MDE. Miria, same plays coming through this time round. Early damage he can place on this time, but he will get snuffed out by MDE's plays. Not an issue for that M's at all, but Edgar on the other hand, Wahochi with that early damage.
Okay, good opening for the side of Crazy Lagoon, but they need to continue that. And Dempsey, he's going to work again. There's no super on the side of Wahochi, so you can't really get on top of the Barley, even if you want to. Kudi Kenji is just going to block out the entrance. Oh, look at this M super perfect, catching two guys at once. But MD does go down, so Kudi Kenji needs to stay alive, pops that shield. So only going to buy a bit of time, but that's enough time for Dempsey to put in some extra damage on the save once more. Kudi Kenji and MDE will respond, and Miria is dead once more. They also force Wahochi back, and oh, he's a super! Oh, he misses that. I think he mistapped that, so he couldn't fly over the wall, and that is just precious time lost for Crazy Lagoon. They're saved down to 44%. Of course, Wahochi wants to go for the sneak again, but MDE is just there keeping him at bay. Mira's trying his best, I guess, to push Dempsey back, but ends up losing his life. Lil Moya G, they've kind of cracked the code for round 3. I think they're gonna win this.
Yeah, that Bali is just so annoying on that right-hand side. And now Dempsey finally maybe gonna get taken down. Yes, he does. And this is that beautiful play coming through out from the side of Kuru this time round. Kudi Kenji will be able to shut this Ems down. Pulls out his super just 1 second too late, but it doesn't really matter because he backs it up with the damage either way. And now Dempsey once again with the advantage up front. 29% left on the side of Crazy Lagoon safe. And I don't think they're gonna be able to trade it out at the very bottom. They need to control Dempsey because he's going down to 0% now, and Wahochi comes by to say hello. Miria with the pressure plays as well. MDE will be able to manage Wahochi, and Dempsey still alive and kicking will be able to pressure the save once again. Lil Moya G, come on guys, this is too good. This is perfection in Brawl Stars, and Crazy Lagoon do not have an answer, Husky.
Yeah, then they do not have a chance at all. Lil Moya G, 3-0 series, completely demolishing Crazy Lagoon. Kind of the result that we expected, for this particular matchup. But every once in a while, you need the team to reaffirm and show you exactly how good they are. Lil Moya G, they have officially done that. This is the weekly checkup for the team, and they scored good results.
For me, my biggest finding here is thinking MDE is the biggest threat, and then finding out that Kudi Kenji with the Sprout is definitely going to be a bigger pain to deal with, especially in these maps. And, it's going to be a huge sign for the rest of those players, because here you have a side of Lil Moya G who usually bring in their brawlers, and they play with those MENA, they play with the Ash, they play with the Byron, and when you thought they will not be able to get any more annoying, they bring in the perfect place on that Sprout. Now who do you go out to ban on them, right? Because either way, the composition just seems to be perfect all the way through, Husky. Now let's jump on over to the highlight just to break down a little bit more of that match that just ended, Husky.
Yeah, and I think the closest set we had was definitely the first one on Hard Zone, where Crazy Lagoon really gave Lil Moya G a run for the money. But right after that, it felt like it's less of Crazy Lagoon losing steam and more of Lil Moya G figuring out that dealing with Crazy Lagoon is something. They found an answer for it, right? So ever since that point onwards, I feel like Crazy Lagoon never really got their footing. They've had a couple of close rounds, but even then, Lil Moya G was able to kind of make those comebacks.
Yeah, and you know, in this, it was mainly okay. Not just in this, right? It's in each and every single game. The side of Lil Moya G, their players know how to play their roles to perfection. I mean, Dempsey is constantly just focusing on keeping them distracted, playing up front. And MDE, all his job is in here most of the times is just to back away and play defense. And he very easily switches out his role with Kuri Kenji, who just turns out to play the defensive role way better on their Sprout towards the end.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is the closest round. Look at this. Dempsey, his hard work definitely paid off in this round. He spent the majority of the round just throwing, just laying out damage onto the save. And when it came down to the final, it came down to the wire, his teammate all buckled up and they won that round. I think this is a very straightforward series. Lil Moya G is just a better team when it came down to the matchup between them and Crazy Lagoon.
Yeah. Absolutely. Now, this one, I guess you guys could make the call from the get-go. But here's the thing. We are about to bring you a series where it's I believe, even difficult for us to make a call on. It's going to be series number 3, where we've got Asphyxia taking on Iceban. Iceban really have not been seeing the better side of this competition now, have they, Husky?
I don't know which team I'm more worried for. I mean, both of them are sitting at the bottom. Obviously, on paper, Iceban is the team to beat, but they have not been the most convincing team so far, you know. And I'm scared. I'm scared for Iceban.
And Asphyxia, man, Lagoon did not show a very convincing matchup against Lil Moya G, but in the competition so far, they've shown to be quite the team to take on. So Asphyxia, they bring in a lot of promise. They might be able to punish Iceban, but either way, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we'll find out after a quick short break.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up. Level up.
All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Ay, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
Welcome back. This is the ESL Mobile Open Brawl Stars Challenger. We're in week number 3, play day 5. And we just finished 2 series, 2 best of 5 series in fact, but the 2 more coming up. My name is Husky, joined by the Mustachio AJ. And next up, this is going to be an interesting one. And AJ, do the honors. Who are we looking forward to?
Oh, Asphyxia as well as Iceman, both of these teams at the moment, they may be referred to as bottom feeders on the leaderboards, but we don't know for sure whether or not they will be sticking to those titles towards the end of the competition. Iceman, they've been suffering, man. I mean, from season 1, they were so solid. In season 2, all of the shine, all of the supremacy that they brought into Brawl Stars seems to have, I don't know exactly where did it go, but you know, at the end of the day, it is what it is. Asphyxia, they will have an opportunity now to kick Iceman even lower than they already are. The question is, are they going to be able to get it done in 3 matches or in 5 matches, or will we see Iceman making a comeback in here today, Husky?
And this is a big question, right? I mean, for a Japanese fan, Iceman, Chopper Suprema, you know, definitely a resident name. Now having to face off against the dark horses of Asphyxia with Humanly, Tomo, Prime, Secondary, and Twice. These guys, of course, the new kids on the block, but at the same time have been putting out a lot of challenges towards the big dogs out there. But at the same time, you look at the top picks, there's Tara, Rico, and Spike, top bans, Buzz, and Brock. So very different from what we conventionally see from, you know, the top dogs.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But it's very understandable to see exactly why they pick the Tara as well as Rico. Rico especially going to be super duper useful in a couple of maps that we have in here. Mainly being the hot potato when we jump on later on. But of course, Iceman with the lineup of Aaron, Ryohei, Molneko, as well as Arotan. This is the team that has not really been able to shine in season 2, and I just have no idea why.
I think for perhaps I don't want to say that they are not adapting, but at the same time I also feel like the other teams are catching up, like really figuring out what Iceman is doing. These are their top picks and bans, you know, the Byron, Max, and Genie. They love these 3 brawlers, and they absolutely hate the Ashe and the Buzz. In fact, Buzz, not really a brawler that is commonly in the top ban list, but for Iceman, it is definitely up there.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Now, when we move on in towards Hot Zone, we've seen 2 different strategies in here so far. Mainly, you know, with 2 of your players aggressing on 4th, or do you want to cap your own Hot Zone first before moving on? So let's take a quick look at their ban brawlers and see exactly what sort of matchups they'll be opening up here for themselves. Iceman going with very much the meta ban in here, but Asphyxia taking a more targeted ban in terms of the players that they don't really like, you know, going up against, brawlers specifically. Brock as well as Byron. We've seen exactly how these 2 brawlers jump on in and bring so much of damage in these matchups. And Byron with the support play has just been so instrumental for some of these winning teams. Iceborne with their basic bans, more straightforward ones in here this time round. I think you might have hit the nail right on the head here, Husky, with the fact that they're not really adapting or really learning to see exactly what works and does not work against some of these other teams. And I think it might just hurt them by the end of this series.
Yeah, I think for Iceborne, one thing that they definitely do have is the aggression. I feel like Iceborne, when it comes down to those close on fight, they definitely are better statistically. But they've been losing. I think when they lose to a fixture, it is just how Iceborne were slow to adapt, and that kind of was their downfall. So we'll see if not a fixture. When a fixture beat Crazy Lagoon, Crazy Lagoon was slow to adapt, and the fixture has proven to be the underdog, the new kid on the block. That even though they don't have as much experience as a team like Iceborne, but they definitely know how to adapt. And so far, Iceborne, they're doing pretty good.
Yep, Molpy has just been instrumental in here so far, and this little Charmeleon will be the only problem on the side of, I guess, Asphyxia that is going to be a huge problem to deal with. Now, Prime is not able to respond that much. Ryohei as well as Aaron going to be able to jump on in, and just like that, Iceborne will be able to take match number 1 in an extremely convincing fashion, Husky.
Can I say I'm surprised? No, not really. I'm not surprised with Iceborne's victory. And for very good reasons, right? Iceborne, they definitely, again, we look at the comparison. Fixia, the odds of them winning definitely are lower. I said this when they went up against Crazy Lagoon, and they won against Crazy Lagoon, which is great. But Crazy Lagoon and Iceborne it's hard to put them two together. But even though Crazy Lagoon has a better score than Iceborne in the leaderboard, which is pretty impressive, I still think Iceborne as a team is better than Asphyxia if you just look at them on the surface.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I cannot agree more with you. If we take a look at Iceborne, who they were in Season 1, those plays were just, close to perfection. And there's just no way they come into this competition this time around and not be a huge threat. But at the end of the day, I believe only 4 of these teams can move on to the playoffs, and we are running out of play days here. So it's pretty much now or never for both of these teams. And Iceborne seems to be stepping it up. Asphyxia needs to make those adjustments as well. I mean, in terms of the brawlers that they brought in here for that matchup, that's Stu as well as Bali on their side, I feel like, in terms of the picks, they were all right. But they were second guessing each and every single time they wanted to aggress on forward, but there was no second guessing at all coming through from Iceborne. They just went on in there and they were getting it done. Super passive plays coming through from the side of Asphyxia, not going to be helping them at all in this hot zone, Husky.
Yeah, I think Asphyxia, they really do take their time to come online, and they take their time to figure out, what the opponents are good at. And in certain situations, it's definitely a good move. It's definitely great to know how to adapt. But when you play against a team like Iceborne, who really plays it fast, you have to be prepared beforehand. I think Iceborne, they came in, taking no prisoners. Doesn't matter who they go up against. All they are looking for is a W. So we'll see if round 2 is going to be any different. A fixture will take some time. And Iceborne, right now, with the lead, we're going to see Prime on the squeak. That is something interesting. It was also used by Zeta Division and Kick's team in the first series. So let's see what they can do.
The Squeak is going to be able to, go in there for the reach, and Stu is going to be suffering because of that squeaky reach, and it will be Prime who takes Ryohei down, and that's the kind of opener we want to be seeing from the side of Asphyxia. And now Prime will be able to aggress on forward once again, but Molpy has to back away, because once the Ryohei steps on in, if Molpy is able to bring in his super, it's just going to be way too easy for the side of Iceborne to continuously pick up these victories as well as kills. Now twice opportunity, Leon gets shut down, and now Ryohei going in, and that Dara will be able to pop out all of those clones. Unfortunately for Aaron, he does not he's not able to take down this dude just yet. Secondary is playing on such a crazy power play up top on that right hand side.
They are zoning out Iceborne. Iceborne needs, this is like their one last chance. Iceborne needs to win this, or else they will definitely not win the round. It's a 1-for-1 trade so far, but Secondary, he is staying alive while it's a say that he goes down. The gravity from Twice goes wide though, creates a shadow. It went for the healing one. It's gonna keep himself topped up, but you can see Asphyxia, they're up to 85%. And Iceban Ryohei about to make his move onto that hot zone. He's gonna be squaring off against Secondary, whereas the rest of Asphyxia tries to get some ground. Ryohei will lose his life, and with that, Asphyxia have completely shut down the momentum of Iceban.
Oh, smart plays coming through from Asphyxia. Love this composition that they bring in. And I just love the combo, right? The Stu just going in, immediately flushing in all of those players, just allowing Twice to go in for those finishes with the Tara. Just absolute perfection. And Prime with the ability to go in for those jumps and back out with his life. Prime, that is absolutely illegal, sir. You should not be allowed to do that.
That is so unlucky for Aaron. He used his super, he grabbed Prime, but he was not able to finish him off. And yeah, with that being said, it's not gonna matter anymore. Asphyxia, they land their first round win in this first set, so they tie up the score. Again, it's adapting to what Iceman wanted to do, but I would say that Asphyxia got off to a better start compared to game 1.
Oh, absolutely right. I mean, I love exactly how Squeaky plays it onto the right, and it was that combo between that Stu who was continuously going in for those pressure plays. And I feel like, you know, at the end of the day, if Asphyxia can continue to keep this up, they should be able to find those W's. But as soon as that Stu gets locked down, I feel Iceman should be able to open Asphyxia up once again. And we can't put the side of Iceman, you know, out of calculation here, because if anything, they have got the experience in the competition. They have been on Brawl Stars for a long time now, and all of that experience will account up to something. They should be able to find those practical solutions for the counterplay in here, Husky.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think for Iceban, they definitely made some very slight misplay, and it all just came down to them not finishing the target, right? We saw the last part. They actually were doing pretty well, you know. In fact, despite being on the back foot and despite Asphyxia having the lead, you can see at one point there was a stalemate between the two teams. And the X Factor could have been Aaron when he got the grab onto Prime, I believe, but he did not finish off the squeak. You know, I think Prime lived with like 100 HP or something. So it allowed Asphyxia to regain control of the map. And no, there's nothing that Iceman could have done at that point.
Yeah, squeaky play from that Squeak, and we want to see a little bit more of those. But assuming Iceban has got a great response for them, it's obviously going to be a tough fight in the next one as well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. But we expect this one to go all the way into a set number 5 as well, I assume, Husky, looking at the way both teams are giving it their all.
Definitely could be a possibility. You know, wouldn't be surprised if we goes to set 5, honestly. Just because, one, the results for these two teams so far isn't looking too good, and 2, is Asphyxia. So obviously you have a soft spot for the Dark Horses, but Iceban off to a pretty good lead.
Now let's see what they will be able to do with that lead. 35-24 now. Iceban, their players, with the opportunity. Ryohei with the pressure play from the Stu will be able to take down a couple of players, but it's all going to be quite integral as to the timing, because it has to be Molby that goes in with the super first, and that should give them the ability to go in for the jump. And now Aaron has to back away for the time being. Secondary coming in for the plays, and will be able to snuff out Aaron. Smart plays coming through from their Leon, and now Prime backing away in the nick of time. Molby trying to do the exact same thing, but it's not going to be able to do that. But Ryohei will be able to catch him off guard. 62-43 now, and the players from the side of Iceban trying to run away with this matchup. Aaron should be able to hold on to his own, but Twice, beautiful push on that Tara will be able to now regain that composure. 20% between the two teams though.
Oh man, gravity from Twice, okay, finding 2 kills, at least 2 targets, but not finishing them off, and that's gonna give Iceban, you know, a control again. Ryohei missing his attacks right there, will lose his life over to the side of Prime, but quickly there's going to be backup from Iceban once more. The Sandy out, Sandy super is already out. Another super onto Mofi. Iceban losing members a bit too much, and Asphyxia getting a bit of ground.
Well, Prime should be able to equalize things. even if he does get challenged, he should be able to back away behind all of this. But a 2-on-1 situation allows Ryohei to take him out of the equation. But 70 all equaled up. And now Secondary just needs to make sure he does not get taken down. This is the time. And because I believe Secondary has not popped out his super in a bit. And it's going to be Twice now going in for the push. Prime with the opportunity. Twice! What a play! Shuts down Molby. And now Prime with the pressure play should be able to take out Ryohei as well. But Stu is just a little bit too good. A little bit too fast. Backs away. But at the same time, Twice picking up all of those points. Prime will be able to prevent Ryohei from picking up those points against them. And I cannot believe this. Asphyxia, what a play to make a comeback in this matchup. 20 seconds now to go, Husky.
And remember, Asphyxia, one of the top picks is the Tara. And we talked about this, right? We talked about the Tara and the Genie. And this is it. Again, another good gravity. Mofi, oh, the Sandstorm. Keeping him alive. He's still alive. He's going to cap a bit of that, but it's not enough. The rest of Iceman, they're already down. Talk text away. And Asphyxia, guess what? They take the lead.
Sandy. Just too good, man. I mean, I feel like the combo of Sandy as well as that Leon was just an absolute heartbreaker. And you throw in the Tara into the mix as well. And it's just a composition of winning. But unfortunately, that fight was not going one-sided all the way through, Husky.
Yeah, no. I think that's definitely the power of the Tara, right? We saw Tara and Genie go to work. The one thing good about the Tara is that you can catch multiple targets at once. Whereas for Genie, you can only grab one guy. But you know, they both have pros and cons. The pros for Genie is you grab one guy and that guy's pretty much dead because it's you grab it right in front of you and you can just focus firing down. Whereas for Tara, you can grab multiple targets, so you can and it's an AOE, right? You just have to find the right moment and you'll be able to get a clutch, and that's exactly what we saw from Twice. One good gravity, and suddenly Asphyxia just takes control of the round.
Yeah, and it was just a situation where Iceman, they were managing quite well, but towards the end, they were just losing way too many of those gunfights. And overall, it was just the supers when they had already hit their level towards the end of the game. The side of Asphyxia just a little too good. And my friends, if it is not broken, don't go ahead and fix it. But they do try to fix it. Prime this time bringing in the little squeaky. Let's see exactly what he'll be able to pull off in here. Twice with the pressure play. Secondary will have to back away. Molpy not aggressing on fourth. Prime will go ahead to expose himself just a little bit, but Twice jumps on as well. Ryohei punishes him, makes him back away. Aaron takes Secondary out of the equation. Twice trying to get away with his life, but Ryohei punishes him as well. And as all of that is breaking down, Iceman easily picking up all of those hot zone points.
Yeah, and you know, if you are Prime, you gotta be feeling bad for yourself because Ryohei is Stu is one of those targets where he's moving a bit too often. You know, it's very hard to stick your attacks onto him, and Iceman, they are just getting firm control, and this is bad news for Asphyxia. Iceman caps this zone. They are just going to stay on their side of the map afterwards. In fact, 70% already. Iceman doing two things at once.
Well, let's see if or not they can finish this off, because it just seems so one-sided this time round. Ryohei pretty much getting everything done, and you are right. That little squeak cannot get that stick onto him. Aaron, though, will get snuffed out. This Bell will have a tough time, but it's not going to last on. Molpy bringing on that pressure, should be able now. Yep, there you go. Super gets popped out. Ryohei will be the danger that they have to deal with, but Twice as well as Prime. What a beautiful response. They back away, and they play that distance.
Oh, no.
And Twice will be able to hold on to this, but now they come in for the finish and Molby gets taken down. Ryohei, he is picking up all of those points, and Aaron should be able to get this done, and it's game over, Husky.
Oh, the last gravity from Twice. I probably was anticipating Ryohei to get onto the hot zone, so he threw it on top of the hot zone, and Ryohei was like, alright, no gravity, now I'm going to go in. A good one from Iceman. Again, as a squeak, you just have to, you know, accept the fact that you're never going to catch the Stu in any situation.
unless you've got those mechanical plays, man. I mean, a couple of those times that the Squeak managed to, slow him down a little bit. But overall, it was just the Stu outplaying all of those players, just getting down to the point. Because like you said, right, even if it is not the aggressive plays, when the Stu's on the defense, it's pretty much difficult to catch him. And it's not just for the Squeak. All of those other players having, equal trouble getting their shots done, placed onto this little Stu. But as we move on, it just seems like Iceman has got the composition that will be able to break down these plays from the side of okay, wait, do you think the Squeak was the problem there?
I don't think the Squeak was the problem. It's more like because there's a Stu, now the Squeak doesn't look as good, as you want it to be. They do bring in the Stu themselves. I mean, Twice is done with the Tara. Secondary will be on the Genie. And Iceman, is their turn to bring out the Squeak. Of course, this time both teams staying on their side of the map, at least for now. Mopi is trying to push the tempo, but, almost goes down. Prime also has the spike. So a lot of zone control for the side of Asphyxia.
Now let's see if or not what. So let's see exactly how much of damage will the Squeak from the side of Iceman bring into this game. And instead, Aaron playing the little Squeak. It's going to be Secondary who aggresses on Fort Stu now. Twice, he should be able to take the Squeak out of the equation. But Squeak backs away. Aaron, how is he staying alive? Manages to buy a little bit of time for himself. And now the side of Molpi as well as Ryohei, this Stu should be able to go in for the Punisher. And now as the side of Asphyxia managed to rage on, they don't keep an eye on Molpi. He has managed to make sure Iceman stays in this matchup. This Leon pretty much getting a lot done for the team.
Yeah, and we're seeing Iceman, I believe, wait, who was, oh wait, it's not a Genie, it's actually a Sandy. Okay, that was my mistake. Secondary on Sandy, Mopi as well, so you have, I believe, two Sandys. Yeah, two Sandys. So Iceman right now, they are kind of losing control. Just the Squeak's gonna be ran at, Secondary is gonna finish him off, Sandstorm out for Mopi, but not really gonna get much accomplished just because your Sandstorm, it hides you, but the progression just keeps on ticking. Twice gonna play, it will play zone defense right now. Just waits for his teammate to respawn, and Asphyxia, they're getting really close to winning this first set against Iceban.
Yeah, that Sandstorm's pretty much just gonna get that done. And at the moment that Sandstorm's called out, you've got the Stu in there. It's pretty much a done deal. And now the side of Mopi, is he gonna be able to get this? No, the answer is absolute 0. 100 to 60. Well played. And I don't think Iceman saw that coming.
Nah, I don't think they did either. I mean, for Asphyxia, wow, they won the first set against Iceman. I mean, again,
yeah,
not too big of a surprise. Obviously, Iceman felt like the team to win this series. But judging from their previous performance, I mean, Asphyxia doing a great job just keeping up with Iceman. Loving this. We're probably in for a long series for this one.
I don't know if or not we are gonna be, because I mean this is that opportunity for Asphyxia to prove to the rest that they're not a bottom feeder. They can finish off those at the bottom as well in their own ability. Iceban taking that defeat, I think it's just going to be a little bit more difficult for them, because as we move on over to the next map, it's going to be Undermine. And overall, the pressure play in terms of the distance is keeping that pace between up the two. Asphyxia has been playing that really, really well. In terms of the Stu, I believe both teams are bringing in the exact same pressure plays. The Squeak played a little bit better on the side of Asphyxia than it was on by their opponents. So overall, I think it's still, I guess, balanced, Husky, between the two teams.
I would say, yeah. I think Asphyxia, perhaps they are the team that upsets, the favorites. Who knows? I would say for Iceban, kind of back to the drawing board. I don't think Iceban played poorly. I just feel like Asphyxia knew how to take advantage of Iceban's mistake.
Yeah, because as I was saying those things, I wanted to say, like, maybe they were better, but no, it pretty much seems like they were balanced. Let's wait for game number 2, right? As we move on over, it should perhaps paint a better picture as to where these teams are. It could just be a one map pony. I don't know. Let's see if or not Asphyxia will be able to show us a little bit of this consistency that we desperately look for, competition after competition, regardless of the title that we look into, Husky. And Iceborne, this competition has been absolutely tough on them, hasn't it?
Yeah, and I would say for Iceborne, I feel like after their loss from the start of the league stage, they probably have been affected a bit, and they really don't know where to stand. In fact, I think that the two strongest Japanese team right now is definitely Zeta Division and Lil Moyaji. For Singapore, it's probably Kicks team and Team Flash. But we'll see how this is going to pan out in the second set. We're going to Gem Grab, and Twice once more brings out the Tara for himself. Ryohei will have a Tara as well. There's going to be, I believe, a Sandy for Prime. And secondary will be on the Bell.
Ryohei, let's see exactly what he will be able to bring on in here. Unfortunately for Ryohei, his Tara's not able to close that gap. Prime, with so much of pressure, will be able to push that Bell back. And that Sandstorm finally gets brought out, allowing secondary to go in and pick up those very important gems. And Asphyxia with the early lead in here, Husky.
That's already 6 gems. I cannot believe that they are doing it so quick. I mean, I thought that Iceborne would at least have the opening, right? But the gravity from Twice, once more, catching the targets that they need to find. Secondary now up to 8 gems. And there is a gravity from Iceborne, but they need to make this one. They need to make this one count. Actually, there's no gravity. Wait, Ryohei didn't even have his super online. They threw out the Sandstorm. Secondary just needs 1 more gem.
They're not going to be able to touch it just yet. But Prime, though, he does have the HP on him. Aaron smart plays, and the Bell will be able to put on a lot of pressure. The countdown, they have to go in for the takedown on secondary, and I don't think Molpi will be able to bring on those pressure plays. Ryohei's just way too far, and Twice should be able to come in with that backup. And this has just been a well-played matchup by Asphyxia, calculated methodically from the start, and they pick up an easy win.
Yeah, I mean, round 1 was just a complete outplay. It was a mirror matchup, but Asphyxia just played it better. They were winning the fights, and when push comes to shove, again, Twice on the gravity. His Tara super always on point, finding the right target, and that pretty much suited the deal. When the double kill happened, the round is pretty much over. There was no way Iceborne could recover from that. And I'm just loving how Asphyxia is dealing with Iceborne. They have no fear. They face off against a very strong team, but they just take it as if it's any other game.
Yeah, and I mean, it does help them in terms of, having confidence in their own team based on the unfortunate run that Iceborne has had in the competition. But Iceborne's just not making it any easy on themselves. Once again, not really sure exactly what has happened to this team. They're just not hitting their stride in here. Like you said, Husky, mirror matchup, they just could not take those fights up mechanically, and something seems to be breaking down within the team that they need to, figure out on their own. And it just looks like even as we move on into this next match, it might just end up in the hands of Asphyxia, because Iceborne's just not showing up in these games.
Yeah, they are. I don't want to go as far as to say that they are falling apart just yet, but Asphyxia are definitely slowly pulling ahead. Right, that was a dominating opening for Asphyxia. Again, the dark horse of, I believe, the entire tournament. They're probably the biggest dark horses. So we'll see if Iceborne has made some adjustments. In fact, they're still gonna come in with the same exact lineup: the Tara, the Sandy, and the Bell. Whereas for Asphyxia, I believe they made a bit of changes. Actually, they instead of the Sandy, they brought in the M's.
Smart play by the M's. Beautiful. Secondary gets the kill off of Molpi. M's going in for the hunt. Will be able... one more pump against Aaron would have just done the trick. But it's just like that, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. One more inch from all of the diamond. The guy does not go digging. And now Prime, one more pump onto Molpi. Should be able to get this kill as well. Beautiful plays. But Aaron backs away with the 7 gems in hand. Secondary picking up the first one for the side of Asphyxia. But, it's better late than never. Twice. Exactly exactly how can he pressure the rest of these players. Sandstorm now being brought in and will not be possible to take Prime out of the equation. This Ems is just too good with the crowd control.
Yeah, but twice he already used his gravity and he didn't catch the target that he wants. You know, ideally you want to go for Aaron, but nonetheless, Prime again from the flank, able to secure grounds for his team. Twice will have a super back up, and this is going to be crucial. He's got pressure Aaron, they take Aaron down. They won't be able to retrieve the gem, so that's good news for Icebarn, but Twice with another super is going to again buy a bit more time for his team. And you can see now Fixia, they're already in the lead, I would say. In fact, okay, both tied up. Sandstorm dropped down, Mofi able to finish off twice, but Prime once more getting the kill, and Secondary also wins his fight. Mofi, he wants to retrieve the gems, but no, that is not going to happen. In fact, 15 gems in the hand of Asphyxia. They're going to just run away with Daylight Robbery, and I don't think Iceman can retrieve this. One last gravity to do it. Will shut the doors, and Mofi, he is also going to go down. Asphyxia leading the set 2-0.
Yeah, instrumental plays coming through from the Ems, the star player, the Tara on the right-hand side. But I feel like, you know, the combo between the Bell as well as the Ems on the left-hand side pretty much won a majority of the fights. And, you know, the crowd control from the Ems and the spray pump is just a little bit too annoying to deal with. And they have to just continuously back away. And on a map like Undermine, where you've got so much of those grassy areas on the left and right side, you've got Tara being able to hold on the whole of the map just because of the spread on the right hand side of the map, and just putting the Ems on the left hand side pretty much just won the pressure pushes on both sides. And it was just left to that final player in that midsection to pick up all of those gems, and they made it look like it was just all way too easy, Husky.
Oh, yeah, I think that, you know, Asphyxia, they definitely have a lot more composure, you know. For the side of Icebarn, they had a decent start, but again, I feel like the Ems was the MVP of that particular round. Completely zoning out the rest of Icebarn, winning out those fights, getting the flank onto Aaron, and Twice with his gravity being the X factor, you know, of that round.
Yeah, the Ems could have finished that round off so much earlier. Just one unfortunate moment in there of choosing to back away. But, you know, that's exactly how Brawl Stars are. You've got X number of shots. You really, really need to be calculated as to when you go in there for the pump. But overall, Ems, you know, just stellar play coming out through these players. But as we move on, if Asphyxia just continues playing in this way, Iceman's just not going to have an opportunity at all. And once again, the struggle continues for the side of the Japanese players.
Icebarn are kind of on the ropes because they've already lost. I would say the first set already, and they are kind of have their backs against the wall, right? If they lose this round, they are going to be down 0-2 in this best of 5.
Well, let's see if or not they will be able to make a comeback here. They desperately need it, and it's going to be Secondary on the Bell play. Twice on the other hand, it's going to be on the left-hand side. And now it will be Molfi. Pulls out the gravity and will be able to go in for this. Pulls out the Sandstorm. Will be able to go in for the Snuff as well. Prime on the right-hand side, though, they are going in for a different sort of a play here.
And Molfi is doing a lot of crowd control, but of course, it's going to be Aaron who has most of the gems in place. And this is where, you know, the comeback began in round number 2, where Icebarn kind of frozen in time with only 7 gems. The Sandstorm from Mopi as well. You can see Prime, he is really pushing it, but unfortunately he's going to go down. And with that play not working out, Icebarn now at full coverage. Good gravity from Twice once more, taking out Mofi. And secondary gravity! Aaron caught out once more. Counter gravity from Ryohei. Does he get the gems out though? Yes, he does. And Ryohei now pulls out his secondary black hole, and the shadows will finish off secondary. And now Icebarn finally gets the countdown going. Asphyxia, they need to get that reset, and this is not going to be easy though. Look at the Sandy. I mean, Sandy is already out. He's not even going to be involved in this fight. 8 seconds left on the clock. Prime is going for the chase, but the gravity from Ryohei will zone out Asphyxia. Icebarn, they're not ready to go down just yet, and they will finally win the first round.
Perfect plays coming through this time round as a response from the side of Iceban. Holding Asphyxia back, it's not going to be as easy as they assumed, but you know, we've seen these happen in the past. Iceban, they've had a couple of rounds where they show us, you know, that they're still alive and kicking, but they don't really last. Hopefully this is a moment where we see them finally break away from that cycle, right? This is perhaps that comeback from the side of Iceban that we have been hoping to see for a long time now. But it's not going to be easy, Husky. They need to take 2 back-to-back rounds now.
Yeah, they definitely are still not out of the hot water just yet, but at least they found their footing, right? I think round 1 and round 2, maybe not round 1. Round 1 was Asphyxia running away with the win. Round 2, we saw how Iceban got off to a pretty good start. They just could not close out the round. Round 3 was the same thing. They got off to a really good start and they were able to actually win it out. And also off of the back of their own Tara play. You know, Ryohei with its counter super 2 in a row to really stop Asphyxia dead in their tracks. I mean, Asphyxia could have just ran away if not for Ryohei.
Yeah, absolutely. And no, Ryohei has just been an instrumental player so far, but you know, he needs to be able to hit a little bit better time and time again consistently, because if he's not able to find his shots just like he was able to a long time ago, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, in season 1, it's gonna be a constant struggle for the side of Iceban. But now Molpi will be able to aggress on, taking Prime out of the equation. But on the other side, Aaron will be struggling. Secondary as well as Twice, bringing a lot of attention to the side of Aaron. And this Bell will not be able to aggress on and pick up those gems as easy as he wanted to. And now, beautiful, as Molpi will go in for this push, will be able to set it up so the side of Asphyxia picks up those gems a little bit more slower now.
This super from Twice missed. If he threw it a bit farther, he would have definitely caught Aaron, and that would have been so much better. But now Ryohei with his own gravity, he's gonna take out Prime, but Aaron actually does go down. Twice went for the dive, but all the gems are now on the floor, and the fact that Ryohei got the gem is not good news, because that's going to bring Iceban up to 8. So Asphyxia, they gotta come up with a solution as soon as possible. Good gravity from Ryohei, again stopping Prime from finishing him off, and Aaron's going to claim the 10th gem and start that countdown. Twice does have his gravity, so Asphyxia can still make this happen, but they got to make it quick. Twice looking for an open, he's going to finish off Molpi. At least that is going to hope to start the countdown, but with 12 gems in the hands of Iceban, they are definitely going to tie up the set. Asphyxia once more. Oh, actually forces the reset, at least for a while. But the gems are on the side of Iceban, and I think Asphyxia are just a bit too far away. Another 15 seconds for them to make a difference. But with the sandstorm in the middle of the map, I don't think Asphyxia can even have a chance to make it. With gravity thrown out, Ryohei gets the finisher. Cheated around for Iceban.
3 more seconds, just not enough in here. They won't be able to go in here for the touch, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. It's all over as the side of Iceban manages to still fight their way back in. So the first set not over, the second set not over by any chance whatsoever. We go into a tiebreaker, Husky. Based on their performance so far, who do you think is going to be able to bag this?
Yeah, Iceban looks super strong. I think Iceban have finally found their groove. Took them a while, but now they are looking pretty good. You know, they are matching the movements of Asphyxia. And one of the weaknesses I saw from Asphyxia, or at least something that they were not able to do too well throughout the entirety of Gem Grab, was the early game. You know, the first 30 seconds of the round, it always feels like Iceban was the one who got control. It feels like it's always Iceban who dictates how the game goes. So final round, is there gonna be a switch up? Prime will get himself the Sandy this time. Is there a Tara? I don't think there's any Tara for the side of Asphyxia. Who's the last guy? Okay, so there is a Tara. So Tara, Sandy, and Bell. In fact, I mean, these two teams pretty similar picks all around.
Well, Aaron, beautiful aggression, will be able to go in for the snuff and then pick up 2 of those gems for himself as well. But the other 2, he backs away smartly, Twice putting on that pressure. Ryohei aggressing on the left-hand side. 1 more shot left. Ryohei, is he going to be able to hit it? No, he does not. And the response comes through. Ryohei, he does get the kill onto Twice. The battle between the Taras and the battle between the Sandys. Exactly which one will be able to come out on top. Iceban now with the 6 gems on on their side will be looking to push this game into the third set with a win on their side. But it's just going to be impossible. Ryohei now twice. One more shot, but twice manages to go in for that punish. And it's still quite far from over, Husky.
Yeah, and that means there's no gravity, but Twice does have the shadow, so now he's completely topped up. Secondary will try to gain as much gem as possible. They do not have the Sandstorm, but for the side of Iceban, Ryohei will have his gravity ready. And Asphyxia, they should know this trick because they are the ones who use it every now and then. Gravity, oh, they caught Aaron! And that's perfect, 14 gems in their possession. I mean, Twice has a lot. If Twice goes down, this is going to be reset. And I think the gravity of Ryohei from the flank catches both of them. But Prime puts them to sleep, throws out the Sandstorm. It's going to buy a bit of time for himself, but Mofi is on the case, and Mofi takes him out. And now with the countdown already ticking, I mean, Iceban might have just gotten this. You can see the snipe from Secondary. Not able to shut it down because Aaron only has one gem. They need a bit more. Mofi, no! He turns the corner. Stay safe. Iceban ties up the series.
Oh, what a comeback. Just when they got counted out, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Iceban, they adjust, they bring in those mirror plays, and they just outplayed the side of Asphyxia 3 rounds back to back to back just to equalize the sets. Unbelievable run from the side of Iceban.
Yeah, I think it's perfect. Again, early game from Iceban, perfect. MVP, 100% Ryohei on the Tara. Getting probably the biggest flanks of the round and winning it up for his team. So Iceman, they're not out just yet. In fact, with this tie, I foresee us going the distance once more.
It's gonna be a long day in here, but don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, you guys can help us share this stream out as well. If you're enjoying all of the action, don't forget to leave a like in here. These teams that are fighting it out for supremacy, we've still got Iceban, Undermine taken back by Iceban in a perfect reverse sweep, I have to say, after Asphyxia managed to pull the first 2 games in this best out of 5. But initially, it was Asphyxia that took the win on parallel plays. So when we move on into Hot Potato, it's not going to be a decider. It's a guaranteed match number 4 in this particular series. And it can pretty much go either way right now between these 2 teams, Sasuke.
Yeah, and I believe for the side of Asphyxia, shouldn't be feeling too sad about it. Obviously, it was a heartbreaking loss considering that they were leading 2-0, and Iceman came back. But the fact that Asphyxia was able to put out that fight, I think, is something very commendable. Now the boys in Iceman's court, right? And I want to see how they deal with it. Obviously, we're gonna go to Heist. That's where if you have play like if Iceman play like how they did in Gem Grab, I think Heist would not be a problem for them.
Well, I want to see exactly that, those pressure plays that Iceban can bring on in. I mean, very clearly they are capable of doing that. They just showed it to us in the previous matchup, and I feel like they will be able to bring in the exact same, pressure in here as well. We've seen the sort of plays Sprout can bring into the matchup. So I am excited to see exactly which side goes in with that experiment, because if they are able to hit their supers, it pretty much might make or break the game, right? Because on the offensive as well as the defensive, the Sprout's just an absolute playmaker. But it's going to be a Rico Bell on the side of Iceman here. Also, the Colonel roughs on Molpi. Opportunity, Twice almost getting taken down, but manages to back away in the nick of time. Prime with that Bali should be able to punish Ryohei a little bit, but Ryohei, with the distance that he can get off of all of those ricocheted shots, should be able to hold his own, Husky.
Yeah, and again, we see the Barley for the side of Prime and Iceban. On their end, they do have the Rico and Colonel Ruff, so we've been seeing that since the very first series, and it's just gonna rinse and repeat. Of course, Colonel Ruff would be the brawler that starts destroying all of these walls and obstacles with his super, and you can see that Mopi, he's really doing it, but it also means that Ryohei could not utilize the wall. But nonetheless, it seems like Iceban are slowly cracking the defenses of Asphyxia.
Yep, absolutely love the play coming through from this Colonel Ruffs. And the Ricochet is not going to be able to get those power-ups with all of those bounces. Twice now, opportunity. Aaron, one more shot! Beautifully taken by Twice. And Secondary will be able to drop Ryohei as well. And now opportunity to deal damage onto the save. Opens up for Twice. Yes, he gets traded out, but it doesn't matter because it was a shot well worth taking. Secondary now with the defense has to hold it in for his side. Ryohei will be able to put on that pressure, but not as much as the damage. Asphyxia still with the lead here, Husky.
Yeah, and I'm just surprised Asphyxia, are still able to slow down Icebar. In fact, they are doing a good job. I mean, Prime himself, he is making life super hard for Icebar to come through those open areas. Sure, you destroy all the walls, but now you have to walk through, all those puddles. And this is just not what Icebar was prepared for. And we've seen this, right? We saw this from Dempsey, I believe, on the Barley. All he did during heist was just focus on the save. 15 seconds left. Icebar, they have one last hurrah to power onto the save. But I don't think they can make it in time. They're going to try anyway. Okay, 56%. They're bringing it out. They're bomb rushing the save. Who's going to get it? Time is ticking out. And it's going to be Icebar. Winning by 1%.
I mean, Asphyxia clearly did not see that coming, and it was just a really smart play coming through from Icebar. They saw one opening and they thought, you know what, let's just capitalize on this. Yes, there will be a lot of pressure being played on that right hand side, but there's just one brawler there and we've got the numbers. They win their fights, and it was just a no-brainer for Icebar. At the very end, I thought it might be a little bit more balanced than that. 1%, Husky.
Yeah, 1%. And we thought that 5% was a lot. This was 1%. It was the Rico Super that gave Icebar that one final push. I think that's something that, like you mentioned, Fixer did not expect at all. But that could have not have come any closer for Icebar. I feel like I honestly thought that Icebar would not have a chance simply because of how good the Fixer were playing. But Icebar was just waiting for that one moment.
I think just a little bit too much of the defenses were taken down by Asphyxia's Colonel Ruffs, and I think they could have done with a little bit more of cover. Yes, Ricochet will be able to power up his moves with all those bounces, but he still needs to, get that range. And I feel like they could have just gotten the damage done on the upper hand side of that map a little bit more instead, just to close down the plays of Icebar, not really allow them to aggress up forth. Because overall, at the end of the day, if you look at this matchup, Husky, they did have the range on them and they could have taken those ranged fights all the way through, but it was just not managed as well as the players as Icebar. And in fact, Icebar was managing it a little poorly from the get-go. It was just that one opening that they found, and like you said, that one super out of the Rico, and it was just a game done and dusted. If they had not gone in there for that one monumental play, it would still be on the side of Asphyxia.
Yeah, I definitely feel the same as well. I think Asphyxia definitely gonna be kicking themselves a bit for that one, but it's I honestly still think that it's a win in their book simply because of how good they handled that early phase of the round.
Yeah.
But we'll see how it's gonna be. These two teams so far, they were not playing like what the previous two series that we saw with a lot of switch ups.
Yeah.
In fact, they have been sticking more or less with the same brawlers every single round. So that's something that I guess is what they're comfortable with. So we'll see if that's gonna remain the case. Oh, here comes Edgar from Ryohei, and there's a Daryl from Aaron, and I think we've seen this before. Secondary not able to stop Aaron, and he's just gonna roll on forward, and that's already 20% of the save gone. Someone needs to stop this Daryl. Look at this guy. He's finally dead.
How did that Daryl just go in there for that barrel roll and just absolutely annihilate that save? And it just took those two players so long. And now Secondary going in for the jump once again. This time we'll be able to find Molpe, and this Edgar will be able to deal that damage onto the safe as well as Asphyxia tries to find their way back into this matchup. 3% now between the two teams, and now Prime needs to find the slice, but unfortunately BB will get taken out, and the damage will be brought on forth by Aaron once again. Smart plays out of the side of Icebar.
And now it is time for Fixia to make something happen. But look at Mopi, he is just keeping everyone at bay. And sure, Fixia were able to stop the aggression from Iceban. But look at this, the roll from Aaron. He's cutting through the defenses, and he gets swallowed back by Prime. But oh no. I mean, the Fixia, you don't want to go for this trade. They won't have the damage to do so. There's the Edgar, there's the M. This safe is going down. And Iceban takes round 2.
Solid plays as they try to make their comeback. This is something that we talked about, Husky, whether or not Iceban was going to use this matchup to find their way back in the competition, to use Asphyxia as a stepping stone. And I feel like this matchup kind of showed us a little bit of that possibility, right? I mean, it was just perfect plays back to back. They managed all of their fights well. The pressure was just, it was just timing and perfection all the way through from the side of Iceban. And it's not saying that Asphyxia didn't really make some good plays in there. They were quite solid, but overall, Iceban winning all of their fights.
Yeah, and now I'm waiting for round 3. I think Iceban, they probably will stick with that. With the lineup that we saw, perhaps they will bring in the Barley or Bell. That's what we've been seeing so far throughout this evening. But for Asphyxia, they could not gain any ground in that round 2, and it's very surprising, right? Considering how it was super close. It came down to that 1% in round 1, and round 2 they just completely lost their footing.
Yeah, the Edgar play was really good, but he just needed a little bit more time up top, which he just wasn't being provided at all. And overall, I feel like Asphyxia could have still pulled this off. But, we still have to leave it for the next round, whether or not they will be able to bring in a good composition. Because you kind of pointed out, something that I was thinking about, Husky, where they weren't really going in and mixing up their composition round after round. But as you say that, they go ahead and mix it up, right? But it just didn't work for the side of Asphyxia. Let's hope this time around they find, or maybe they will go back to their previous composition. I feel like they had a better control of that matchup in that way.
Yeah, I mean, one of the ways to slow down what we saw is with the M's, right? You can slow them down, you do decent, you do great damage, or you use the BB, which I believe Asphyxia did bring out. But if that's the case, then you are just being a bit too defensive, right? You're banking on them bomb rushing you, and then you eliminate them, and which is not really what Asphyxia was able to accomplish to a certain extent. And again, same line now, secondary, able to just access the back line. That is what we want to see from the side of Asphyxia. And sure, Ryohei, he's missing all his attacks. That's why he should be able to take it out. But no! Oh, the gadget! There's huge Ryohei back up. I mean, Asphyxia, your base is under attack. That's 26, but Aaron is still alive. Finally goes down. And my Asphyxia, they stopped this first wave of attack, but they can't really aggress forward because Iceban, they're back to life, and look at who has the super. It's Ryohei. He is ready. This guy is ready to go for that leap of faith, Assassin's Creed style, and he's just waiting, and secondary is there, and it's going to be the battle of the Edgar. Ryohei, he's just going to go for it. He's like, screw it, I'm going in, wins the fight, Daryl rolls in, Iceban, they're going to win this.
Oh my God.
They just win this.
Iceban. Oh, Iceban, where have you been hiding all of this supreme gameplays, Iceban? Beautiful plays, man. I mean, that back-to-back Edgar, for me, it was just perfection, but it was not just all about that Edgar. I feel like Ryohei was just Aaron was just a playmaker all on his own as well. He just kept rolling in that backup, but everybody was focusing on, snuffing out that Edgar first because, like you mentioned, he already had the super. Whether or not they were aware of that, they definitely knew that he was going to be a problem on that right-hand side. And when they focused in on him, Aaron was always there to get the bulk of the damage done on his side. And I feel like for the side of Iceban, they finally awoken Husky.
And I feel pretty bad for the side of Asphyxia because I think they had the right intention, right? The moment Iceban, the moment Ryohei leapt in, and he was like, they started pummeling on the save. Asphyxia's first reaction was, okay, let's trade damage. And then halfway through, they realized, wait, I don't think we have enough damage. Our save is dying. And I think from that point onwards, they knew that the round was pretty much slipping away from them because 20% that is very less if you have an Edgar and a Darrow to deal with.
Yeah. Yeah, and at the very end, that's exactly the play that, once again, it broke down to that Edgar was just that one pain point that they had to deal with. But I assume they might be bringing in an Edgar of their own, with a little bit of backup this time around to see if or not they can steal these matchups in their own way. But I'm looking forward to seeing a different sort of a composition. I want to see a Barley as well as Sprout combo. I feel like it will be a winner. You can play defensively a little bit. You can play passively with that Barley who can slow down your opponents, go in for the access from the right-hand side and deal so much of damage as we've already seen in, a couple of these matchups in here so far. And the Sprout so effective in that midsection purely when we talk about the defenses, right? Yes, you do have a couple of players like the Edgar who can jump on over and deal the damage, but the probability of facing that then reduces drastically if you can keep your opponents, high up the field. And I feel like Asphyxia might be able to pull the gameplay off. But I can only hope, Husky, Iceman's going to be making it so difficult for them. They've literally found their form.
Yeah, and no, we're going over to Layered Cake as well, right, for Bounty. And it's one of the few Bounty maps that I think is it really makes it work for it simply because there's so many places to hide. So Iceman with the lead, we see Prime with the Mortis. That's going to allow him to take that blue star at least. And Iceman there, we're going to bring out the tick. Secondary has the Jackie. And this is going to be pretty crucial though. Let's see if secondary can make a difference. He's still hiding. He's still waiting for that opportunity. Oh no, but the tip won't spot him out. So secondary has to be forced out of his cover. And so far, Asphyxia, they're only leading because of that one blue star. Iceman, they want to look for a couple of kills. But it's not going to be easy simply because you look at Asphyxia, they have a dive comp. They have a Poco, Jackie, and Mortis. So Iceman, they got to be careful.
Now let's see exactly what they are going to be pulling off in here. Prime looking for the snuff. The Ticks is going to be making it so difficult for them, going in for those constant tosses. Secondary will be back in a way. XMe looking for the assassinate. Are we going to be able to see Twice now go in for the jump as well? Poco, he needs to be able to provide that support. They know exactly what's coming. Prime going in for the push, but he will not get too excited just yet. Iceman, they still have the advantage in Husky.
And this is going to be very dangerous though, because look at this, Asphyxia have Iceman kind of cornered, and good grab from Average to take out Twice. And now both teams have switched sides, and look at Iceman, they're sticking together like glue, just trying to not go down, but they have to at least make a push. And here comes Prime, he's gonna dive in! Only finds one. You would expect more from that, but Twice secondary will clean up again. This composition from Asphyxia is a competition that allows them to frontline and just dive in for those kills. But the good news is Aaron has his super, and he will want to grab Twice. If he gets this Poco, Iceman will have a good chance of turning this around. Just waiting for the crucial moment. They're trying to bring everyone from Asphyxia down, and we're waiting for that most crucial of timings. Prime's gonna go in, loses his life, and now Poco also dies as well. This is the rush we'll be looking for. Iceman, they have done it! Taking the round under Asphyxia's noses.
Looks like someone has been playing possum in the competition, Husky, and they have finally decided to show exactly what they're worth. Iceman, round after round, now they really look like the team of old that, we saw a little bit of within Season 1 that has, that was dominating so many of the other teams out here, right? And I think Asphyxia is definitely going to be struggling in this manner because we're talking about mechanical plays where Iceman just looked like they were not going to be able to keep up even in mirror matchups. And now we're talking about just managing this fight so well. They stuck together like glue. You called it out, man. They were just not backing away from each other. And that one final dive from Asphyxia, that was do or die. And they died.
Yeah. Yeah, and that is the strength for Asphyxia, is that they can always go in and they just frontline you. The weakness is that they are constantly getting poked. So
yeah,
it's kind of a super battery, for Iceman. They just use the bulkiness of Asphyxia to charge up the super, and that final push absolutely worked out for Iceman.
Yeah, and I'm surprised because Iceman, They knew that Asphyxia, they will be looking for those dives, and sticking together like glue literally saved their life all throughout that matchup, because it was setting up the absolute response. And in order for Asphyxia to go in for the dive and be able to win, the communication needed to be perfect. All of those supers needed to be popped out at the very same time, and for them to be able to catch them. And like you said, man, they managed to go in with a grab of the gene just a couple of seconds before Asphyxia struck. And I think that was once again a little bit of the breaker of momentum in terms of what Icebarn managed to bring into the game earlier on, which kind of derailed Asphyxia a little bit more. And now in this next matchup, it just looks like it's going to be one-sided all the way through, not just in this next matchup. I believe in this whole series, because with Icebarn now hitting this sort of momentum, I don't think Asphyxia can keep up.
I think, yeah, I feel the same as well. I think Asphyxia, they are starting to lose a bit of steam. And
Yeah.
okay, maybe losing steam isn't the best term. It just feel like they are getting caught off guard with just how fast Icebarn is starting to come online, right? Like, guys, what went wrong? I've maybe in the minds of the members from Asphyxia, they are doing just fine, but that just fine has now become not fine because Icebarn are catching up. Then the Mortis is put out of commission. Of course, both teams now having the tick. We see the Genie from Twice, and Aaron's going to have that as well. Is this a mirror? No, there's a Leon from Ryohei, and the secondary will be on the belt.
Okay, now the tick should be able to keep both teams at bay, but now look at this. Ryohei Leon just aggressing on forth, dropping the bell. Surprise, surprise. And now Icebarn, they've got the early lead in here. The Blue Star on their side as well. Prime should be able to make Ryohei back away, but Malpi will be looking for the kill onto him. Secondary, with the reach that this bell has, is still not able to take that take down just yet, but Ryohei just stepping up once again, and Icebarn, they're just grabbing everything from this matchup, Husky.
Yeah, look at this. I mean, Icebarn, they lose Mofi, but that's because of the Genie grab. Leading by 3 stars is definitely not much. I mean, the Fixer has a lot of chance to turn this around, but Mofi, you have to be really careful on that take. Very low health, and Ryohei actually gets one. Aaron drags secondary back. The super for Mofi actually blocked a couple of attacks from Twice, and this Leon going to town with those attacks. And of course, Leon, one of the more unique brawlers. Good at long range, but close range as well. He's super deadly because his damage increases if the closer it is to you. And you can see Ryohei taking out Twice with that super as well. And that means Icebarn now will leave with a 10-star lead, including the blue one. This is crunch time for Asphyxia.
Yeah, but 20 seconds on the clock, there's nothing much that they can do. I mean, even if they do manage to take Ryohei out of the equation, it's just too much to ask for from their side to drop both of these players. But now they do manage to take Ryohei down and out of the equation. And Prime goes in for the dive, but unfortunately gets taken out of the equation, and Ryohei drops Twice as well, 19-8, and this is game over.
Wow, Icebarn. Superb performance in this game too. I mean, that Leon really did a lot of work. In fact, it felt like it was Ryohei all along on that Leon.
Yeah. I am absolutely mind blown with what the side of Icebarn is getting done in here right now. But my question is, why were they waiting so long to pop off, Husky? And in this particular situation now, that they are starting to find a little bit of their stride in this competition, do they have enough time to gather up enough points to make it through the playoffs? Because I feel like it might be a little bit too late, but I don't want it to be late.
I mean, between Asphyxia and Icebarn, I would say whoever loses this is you probably won't have much chance at all. They're now like 1 and 3, so that means they've only played 4 matches, right? You only play 7 matches. So if you play 4 and you lose and you go 1-4 by the end of this, chances are you're probably not going to make it, or at least there's a high chance you're not going to make it. I mean, for Asphyxia, it is definitely not the result that they wanted for sure. And it's their first season, but I think you can say the same for Icebarn, right? If you are in the shoes of Icebarn and you don't make it, there's a lot on the line. You know, the pride gets affected. People look at you differently. It also means that the competition is tougher. So my heart wants Icebarn to go through simply because they have that history. But I think Asphyxia, they're not out just yet though. But now they're playing for scraps, right? Every round they win, extends their chances by another 10 minutes. So they have one more round, or potentially one more round in Bounty, and we'll just have to see if they can replicate the result that they have shown us in the very first set.
Well, if Iceborne can go in here for a reverse sweep, I don't see exactly why Asphyxia won't be able to. But then again, as I say that, I say that, based on the assessment before the series started, that, they were pretty much 50-50. And even at the get-go, it pretty much seemed 50-50 as they were taking some of these fights. But Iceborne now really starting to pull away at this point. And Asphyxia, they are starting to show a little bit of cracks in their gameplays. And if Iceborne is able to finish this off, I feel like, it's just going to be injecting a lot of momentum into their gameplay. But of course, let us know exactly what you think, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, in the comment section on whether or not Asphyxia will be able to make a comeback in here. They will need a reverse sweep. Once again, a mirror tick pick coming in here for the side of secondary as well as Malpi. Ryohei will be jumping on in with the Leon. But it does not look like it is going to be super effective as he backs away for the time being. I guess on the defense, it will be nice secondary with all of that pressure. And Prime with the bell plays on the right-hand side, dealing with the gene that Aaron has brought on in here. What do you think of the composition, Husky?
I think for Iceborne, I'm loving the Leon because Leon is one of the fastest brawler, has an invisibility. Very hard to detect. Invisibility lasts like 6 seconds, and of course he's good at close and long range. So he's kind of the jack of all trades. The only thing he lacks is probably like a very health, like a huge health pool, but that's kind of offset by how mobile he is, right?
Yeah.
So I think for Iceborne, they are doing completely fine. In fact, I don't think they made any adjustments right now. I know they didn't. It's kind of the same composition as the second round. In fact, look at Ryohei. Like, if you're a tick right now and you see this Leon running at you, you have no chance. And it's so hard to stop this Leon from the side of Iceborne. I mean, if they win with just that 1 star, I will not be surprised.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you, man. I mean, that Leon is just going to be such a, damage dealer against the Tick. The Tick definitely has the amazing range. The damage is there as well. But the guy, literally like a Tick, you can squish him out twice now. The Tick of life left on him, no pun intended. The Genie will not be able to survive any more longer. Now Aaron will be bringing on those pressure plays. Are we going to see Twice go down yet again? Backs away in the nick of time. And Bell providing that backup. And we will see the super come out from Malpi. Will get a little bit of damage. And you are right, my friend. Time runs out. 1 kill from Twice onto Aaron. Is not able to save it as Iceborne wins with such a low margin. But that low margin was more than enough, Husky.
I like how Iceborne were just intentionally putting those 2 guys there. They knew that even if Asphyxia got those 2 kills, it will not matter because they had the blue star. So Iceborne, they win this set. They close out the series. It's a 3-1, kind of what I expected. Between these 2 teams, definitely a good step up from Iceborne. They needed this win, one way or the other. This is gonna put them in better standings on that leaderboard. It's also kind of the first step for them to have a chance to compete for the playoff spot. But for Asphyxia, back to the drawing board they go. It's 1-4 for them on that leaderboard.
And you've mentioned it already, Husky. When you go 1-4, I think the possibility of making it through the playoffs, drastically reduces. If anything, it might even be over. But, it was a great run coming through from Asphyxia, and it is the first time they are in here. Great stuff from them. They showed us amazing stuff when they took on that 3-2 victory over Crazy Lagoon. But let's take a quick look at the highlights, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, of this matchup, where Iceborne finally woke up against Asphyxia to pull this 3-1 victory.
Yeah, and Asphyxia again, they came, they got off to a very good start. Mid hot zone felt like Asphyxia were really making life hard for Iceborne, and they almost went 2-0. Second set they did start 2-0, but Iceborne with a amazing comeback, and ever since then, Iceborne has been did not miss a single beat.
Yeah, and it's surprising that Iceborne took this long to activate themselves. But overall, Asphyxia, they looked for that comeback and they were about to find it in this second matchup, right? Because when we went over to Undermine, it was quite the stellar play whenever they stepped in there with the M's down at that mid segment of that map. It was really hard for them to control, and Asphyxia, they managed to bag this out.
Yeah, and at the same time, I think, for Asphyxia, this is where they kind of start losing their tempo, right? We look at this final moment, Mofi just hiding at the corner, and ever since then, this was kind of a pretty good round for Asphyxia. It really came down to the wire. It was like 35 to 34%, and yeah, Iceman, after winning that, Asphyxia completely lost the plot. Right? They were not able to hold on at all. The second round was kind of a wash. Was the same as well. And afterwards we went to Bounty, and yeah, this was again close round one. Iceman made a comeback, and they just went all the way to win the set.
Yeah, and throughout the whole time, Ryohei on the Leon plays, this guy was just so much of a pain to deal with on the side of Iceman, because he just kept going in there with all of those invades, and every single time he steps up front, he manages to get the kill for himself, right? That gravity was hitting on point. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, on that note, we actually have a great news for you guys. We have got a player on the side from Iceman ready for an interview, Husky.
Do we oh, we just got. You're
Sorry,
such a heartbreaker, AJ.
I misheard that. I really misheard that. There's no interview today, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Sorry for getting your hopes up high. I got my own hopes up high as well. I wanted to finally speak to the players from Iceman. But it's all right. A quick short break. We'll be back with the final series to close off the day.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner. So head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Ay, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Ay, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
Welcome back to the Brawl Stars ESL Mobile Challenge. We're in week 3 of the group stages, and this is play day 5, where we opened up the day with quite a blockbuster 5-set matchup between Zeta Division as well as Kicks team, where Zeta took a 3-2 victory. And then later on, Lil Moya G, they showed us exactly what they're worth as they defeated Crazy Lagoon 3-0. And of course, we just concluded a 3-1 victory of Iceman, where they finally woken up from their slumber. But now, in for the final showdown between Team Flash as well as Covalence Reform, the battle of the Singaporeans. Husky, who do you think will prevail in this fight?
Realistically, Team Flash, 100%. I mean, I'm looking at Team Flash to even win 3-0 simply because these guys were ex-world champions. You know, they got together, but of course, this is going to be the lineup. CZK, Response, and Wiggly. Unfortunately, Kudi Ace is not going to be in this roster anymore, or at least not from what we can see right now, based on the latest info. So we're not going to have him, but still, even with his absence, these 3 players of Team Flash are still really formidable superstars. These are the top picks: the Sprout, the Stu, the Dynamite, and probably the only team to have Dynamite in even the picks and bans. In fact, they don't like the Tick and the Barley.
Yeah, they really do not like those range throwers in there, mainly because they love playing it, and they don't really like it when those teams counter them on those plays. Team Flash, they have one of the best compositions out here, but of course, as the team that takes them on, Covalence Reform with Roses, awfully bad, as well as T-Res, it's not going to be an easy fight for them. In fact, it's going to be one of the toughest fights that they have faced. Their top picks in here, Max, Surge, as well as Ash. Their top bans, on the other hand, they love playing him, but they don't like playing against him. Ash as well as Byron, for very obvious reasons in here. Nobody wants to have that Byron in there. I mean, from the top picks in here, we usually see them going in for that speed as well as straight up snuff. They are super aggressive with those plays, which I feel might just be the weak point as they take on Team Flash, who are way more careful with the way they approach these matches, and they wait for that punisher. You make one mistake, and Team Flash will make sure they teach you how to play Brawl Stars, Husky.
Oh yeah, and it's very hard to understate how good Team Flash are, right? There's a reason that some of these guys have been on the biggest stage and won the biggest tournaments. Of course, they have had their fair shares of a bumpy rides. In fact, Team Flash, if you look into their history, they did lose to a team like Kicks team before. I think back in September, it was a 3-2 score. So they are not unbeatable. These guys have bled a couple of times. They war scars on all over their body. Maybe Covalence Reform can add one more on top of that, but it's going to be a very tough feat for a team like Covalence Reform to do.
Yeah, I feel like, the bans coming in here from Covalence Reformed is a little bit more practical. You take the Byron out of the play, you take Brock out as well. Brock has just been an instrumental player, an instrumental brawler in a majority of those matches in the weeks of past. But today, he just has not been able to aggress on because he would be super effective on a majority of these maps, Husky.
Oh yeah, and you can see that Covalence Reform, they are pushing it with the Ashe. This is the second series of the day where Ashe was let through. So Covalence Reform feeling really happy about that. But Response, he's on that Leon. So you have to be really careful. I mean, Leon is always going to be super good, whether you're close or long range, but it's a bit too much to deal with. But Team Flash, not really bothered about that. They've gotten a lot of control, and while all of that was happening, CZK, he was able to zone Roses away, and at the same time also start capping their own hot zone. So Covalence Reform, they're effectively kind of trapped behind the mid section of the map.
Yeah, and Poco just needs to stay behind the lines, allowing T-Res maybe to open up some of these fights. Awfully bad. Needs to blow away all of the responses that come in here, and Roses manages to go in for the final shot onto Response, and this is the opener that they require. Roses as well as T-Res aggressing on force, but that spike will just slow him down, dealing the damage, and now CZK just plays it to perfection, and Covalence Reform cannot find any entrance whatsoever towards the hot zone that is on the side of Team Flash's spawn.
Yeah, absolutely no chance for Covalence Reform at all, but now they have some work to do. Both teams cap their side of the hot zone, so it's really up to Team Flash to both teams to try to push the tempo. Of course, Wiggly is going to be the first one to make it onto the second hot zone and start capping it. It's going to be a kind of a split fight across the map. Response able to push T-Res and Roses backwards. In fact, Roses is going to lose his life, but good response from T-Res. The Ashe is very hard to deal with, but all Team Flash needs to do is to just stay in the pocket, and they will be able to win the round. Covalence Reform just not able to get rid of Wiggly, and Wiggly will be the one to seal the deal. Team Flash with round number 1.
Too good, way too good. I mean, each and every single individual player playing at their best for the side of Team Flash. That Spike was super effective, that Bell was just getting all of that control done in the mid segment of that map, and it was just all out perfection from the side of Flash. Covalence Reformed, on the other hand, I wouldn't say that there were obvious mistakes, but they just could not keep up with that pressure. They couldn't find a solution for inside.
Yeah, and I think for Team Flash, again, it's the experience coming to play, and Covalence Reform with the Ashe. I believe the Ashe was not too bad of a pick, but early on, we saw how Team Flash, they just outmaneuvered Covalence Reform, right? They had the Leon, who was really being a pain in the backside for Covalence Reform to deal with. And when it comes out to hot zone, I think this is probably one of the interesting and perhaps a mechanic that some people find annoying, is that even if you have one person who is sharing the hot zone with opposing a brawler, you don't stop the progression bar. It keeps on going. And I think that's something that really makes changes how you want to approach hot zone, because it means that you have to get the kills, and once Team Flash got the lead, all they had to do was to survive.
Yeah, amen, bro. I absolutely agree with you. And that's exactly what makes Leon so dangerous in those hot zone plays, right? Once that gravity is out, you need to just spot it out and make sure you get the hit on point. But then Ems is, pretty much going to be that playmaker there, perhaps. But now CZK, beautiful aggression, picks out Roses, will be able to send Wiggly Spoo as well as Response up front. But they will not be able to take down the very aggressive player on that right-hand side. And it is going to be awfully bad with the awfully good plays this time round in the Tara.
Yeah, and Wiggly has been kind of the aggressor of the team, and of course this time, able to keep everyone from Covalence Reform at base. CZK even brings up the Griff. I believe this is the first time we see a Griff, throwing gold coins at people, just sending out cash, currency. This is probably some US dollars, because they do hurt. And yeah, the super comes out, he retracts it. But T-Res, they get the trade back, and Covalence Reform, in fact, they kind of have the lead. They already capped their side of the hot zone, so Team Flash, they gotta make case because things are not looking too hard for them.
Yeah, I mean, unlike the Tick, you can sustain your health a little bit better with the Griff. So, great pick coming through in here for CZK. He still does have got the range on him, and he does have the ability to stay alive as he continues to play these defenses, and just allowing Response as well as Wiggly Spoo to take the aggressive push. But now, look at this. CZK, he's actually going up here for the aggressive maneuver with the extra health that he has on his side. They might be able to back this off and close this game. But now Wiggly Spoo still trying to look for those aims. CZK just putting up all of that pressure. Awfully bad. Will not get taken down just yet, but they have to be really careful. T-Rest backing away as well, and this
gravity
manages to go in for the assist, and CZK gets dropped a skate.
Yeah, and T-Res gonna be healed up by the Tara Shadow as well. Throws out the super, and yeah, this Ashe is not happy. He's max stacked in terms of that. I believe it's called a rage bar or whatever it is, but point is, he is now moving at light speed, and every single hit can literally delete you. And this is why people don't like Ashe, and this is why Ashe is perma-banned. But Team Flash, confident enough to give Covetous Reform their Ashe, and they're gonna lose this round for sure. The Poco from the side of Covetous Reform also doing a lot of work. Roses keeping everyone healthy throughout the round, and Covetous Reform will tie up the score.
Oh, that Ashe managed to go in for that perfect punish. And I guess overall that Griff was not the best pick that the side of Team Flash could have gone in here for. But he did manage to get quite a bit of that initial damage dealt. And he was playing the defense quite alright in terms of the hot zone. But the two players that were going up for the aggressive push, it kind of fell flat in front, Husky.
Oh yeah, it felt like maybe the Griff was just Team Flash trying it out a bit, a bit. I don't think Griff is a particularly good brawler, at least in the current meta. He doesn't really provide much for the team. He's just a damage dealer. He doesn't really provide anything other than that. You compare it to Brock, destroys terrain, good AoE coverage. Compare it to Piper, has mobility, you can save yourself, good sniping. Good snipes from long range. Even B to a certain extent has a super chases you down. So Griff has none of that. To him, it's all about just damage, and if someone gets on top of him, he becomes less effective, and which is why Team Flash will probably just trying him out.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, I assumed CZK would have potentially played, his business resilience star power just to give him that extra bit of health boost, but clearly it wasn't super effective in that particular circumstance.
Yeah.
Yes, Griff was able to stay alive, but like you said, man, he has the damage potential, but that potential just wasn't met overall by the side of CZK. And it was just the composition on the side of Team Flash that broke through. But I agree with you, Husky. I think they were just trying out something here. And if it doesn't work, I don't think Team Flash is the kind of squad that continuously brings in, a losing fight or a losing composition into these matchups, right? At the end of the day, they are still looking for these wins. And it just seems like this is the best team at the very moment to pick it off from. Covalence Reform, they have been struggling in the competition. 1 to 4, or is it 1 to 3? They are right now. But either way, they're not in the best time for Flash to punish them and pick off a few more extra points.
Yeah, I mean, if they can beat Flash, then it's it. Statement made. But
yeah,
again, it's a tough task to us from a team like Covalence Reform. Sure, Flash, they didn't. We expect them to be at the top of the leaderboard alongside with Zeta Division, but that kind of got thrown out the window because you have Little Moya G, and Team Flash lost 2 games. But we'll see how it's going to work out. Weekly, he's just going to throw his body, gets a trade off. It's pretty decent. CZK will need to get rid of T-Res, who is now playing that Leon. It's going to bring in Wiggly to do the deed as well. But Leon, again, very elusive brawler to deal with, and awfully bad now takes an opportunity, comes in with the Tara, and T-Raz still pretty much alive. They need to kill him off, but this Leon is just way too elusive. Wigglyspoo gonna vacuum him back with super and finally finish him off. But Covenant's Reform, they're already up to 67%, and we're kind of looking at what exactly happened in round 2 as well. Team Flash not getting the footing, Response getting sucked in by the gravity and taken out, and Covenant's Reform are looking for the second round against Team Flash.
Yeah, I really thought the Ems was that solution for the side of CZK, but it just seems to be quite the problem to deal with this Leon. T-Res just running circles around him. They just need to depend on the other 2 players to get the deed done up top, but it seems to be a very, very tough situations dealing with this Tara as well as Bell combo, and Response isn't able to deal the usual damage that he is able to bring in here. Wigglyspoo now getting taken out once again. Response trying to get away with his life, but he will not be able to stand much longer. Goes in for the dive, but that Max will get taken out either way, and CZK is not going to be able to defend this. Covalence Reform, what a well-fought matchup, Husky.
Yeah, it's another game where it felt like Team Flash had no answer, and of course this is definitely the Leon, right? The Leon doing the bulk of the work. Can't kill him, can't fight him, you know, he runs around you in circles, and that's the thing. I think Leon is a very underrated brawler in a lot of circumstances, but if you play into his strength, he can actually be one of the strongest, right? Again, he has long range damage, but if you fight him out close, he just deals extra damage, and that is the one thing that Leon really outshines a lot of other brawlers. I myself played a lot of Leon nowadays, and I realized that if you want to farm trophies, he is your go-to guy. So yeah, but Covenant's Reform, they just knew how to play around the strength of that brawler.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, bringing in the Ems for the side of CZK, he thought that he will be able to go in for the defense a little bit better. And I feel like at the initial parts of that matchup, the defense was set up quite well because CZK, he kept pumping in all of that sprays towards the left-hand side of the grass, and we could not see the Leon go into those grassy areas and find a lot of cover. But as soon as CZK lost his defense on that mid segment of that map, it just opened up the pathway for that Leon to come on through. And, you know, that Ems is just not going to be strong enough to go in for that one-on-one fight with that Leon. And it's just way too easy from that point onwards, man. The guy takes on a 2-on-1 fight, still wins it out. Wigglyspoo coming in for the backup, has to pop his super just to deal with that Leon. Overall, it was just a very terrible fight, but not that Team Flash played it badly, but it was a terrible fight to take on in terms of the composition. That Leon just pretty much had everything won on that left-hand side. But moving on in, let's see exactly what the ex-champions will be able to bring, because this is just too close to comfort and too close for comfort, and I feel like they might just get punished if they don't start fighting this stride in here. Team Flash, they're really tethering on a risky edge here, Husky.
Yeah, I think for Covenant's Reform, again, I'm looking at Team Flash to win this, but if Covenant's Reform can even take a set off of them, I would be impressed. You know, it really comes down to how far can Covenant's Reform go in the series. And they are the ones who need the win a bit more than Team Flash, simply because they are down, I think, 1-3. Team Flash is 2-2. So Team Flash, they still in better position in that regard. But let's see if, you know, Covenant's Reform can close out the first set. We get CZK on the Leon. Roses will pull out the Sandy. Wiggly with the Tara this time. So Jesse is going to be on Response. I believe it's the second Jesse game. It's Jesse pick that we saw today. The first one, I believe, was from the Kicks team. So we'll see how Team Flash deals with this.
Well, the Gene taken out by Wigglyspoo, and he will be able to go in for that backup as well as CZK goes in and drops Roses. And this is that perfect opener for the side of Team Flash to equalize things and push this into a tiebreaker round number 5. And now awfully bad going in for that push, but then awfully slow, unfortunately. And CZK will be able to rake up all of those points. And now this Leon's just going to go poof, missing in thin air. And they're not going to be able to take him out, but he's played the time perfectly. Roses now. And the gravity will be pulled out this time by awfully bad, allowing Roses to go in for the push, but Response, that dive was uncalled for.
Yeah, and with that, Team Flash, now they take the lead. One more gravity from Wiggly. Roses is dead. T-Raz wants to go for the contest, but it's a 2 versus 1, and with the Tara Shadow healing on Wiggly, Covalence Reform still no chance. And now Response is gotten into the best possible position, throws out the turret. That's gonna provide a bit of a resistance. One more gravity for Awfully Bad, and that's gonna go down as well. And Team Flash, they're just gonna set up a shop here. I mean, they don't need to go anywhere else simply because Covalence Reform know that. So Team Flash and send us all the way to that round 5 for this first set.
Did you see CZK just stand there, do absolutely nothing? The guy didn't even pop out an emote. He just stood there. He was like, yep, my friends got it done. We're going to win this game, no problems whatsoever. And that's what we're talking about, right? When we talk about Team Flash, they should be able to pick up clean matches like that. I'm not sure whether they're taking it easy, whether they're underestimating their opponents, or they're just not too fussed. And, you know, they're having a little bit of fun in here, because it does not seem like Covalence Reformed is able to maintain the consistent pressure play onto the side of Team Flash. It's either they're at 100% or they're down and out of it, Husky.
Yeah, and so far for Team Flash, you know, they probably feel really confident coming into the series, and I think you push them a bit too far, and they will start cleaning up the series, and perhaps we might not have a long best of 5 to witness, right? But for Covalence Reform, at least they push us to around 5. You know, I don't mind at all. It's a good way to close out the evening. Team Flash, with that win, I'm looking forward to round 5 just to see what Team Flash have left to bring to us, right? Hot Zone is probably one of the few modes that is that takes a bit more time, and just because of how the mechanics work in general. But we saw the Jessie. I don't think we'll see the Jackie again because that one failed. I just want to see how Covalence Reform responds to that.
Yeah, and I think they... I don't know if or not they will be able to do it, but it will be a true kick in the pants if they're able to just bag this tiebreaker and pull off the first set from Team Flash, right? But, you know, with the way they're going to be able to do it, the Leon play just needs to be as sharp as ever earlier on when they were playing it. I feel like they were just playing it to perfection. They perhaps could go in here with a combo. The Bell was giving that Leon pretty much a heavy backup from the get-go in the previous matchup, which I feel like they can continue to work on in this time round. But Team Flash, they have been able to bring in the adjustments to take on almost any team that they faced on in here so far. I'm not saying that, you know, it worked out in terms of giving them the series overall, but it's definitely allowed them to hold their own in quite a number of these matchups. But, you know, Covalence Reform, obviously, we expected them to struggle, Husky. It will be a surprise if they manage to take this, but it's the kind of surprise I want to see. Because if they can take the first set, maybe they'll unleash the full fury of Team Flash.
Oh yeah, that definitely could be the case. I mean, Team Flash, you know, last series of the day, they definitely need some time to warm up. And again, Covalence Reform brings out the Ashe once more. The brawler that posed a lot of problem for Team Flash. They also have the Poco, so kind of I believe this is the round 2 lineup that Covalence Reform used to dominate Team Flash. And look at this, Poco and Ashe, you just can't beat them. But the Poco needs to go, but even then, now you have the Ashe to worry about, and Wiggly, he's just playing ring around the rosy with T-Res. And this Ashe, not only is he tanky, but he just deals more damage the more you hit him, and that is not an opponent that you want to enrage. And T-Res, he actually finishes out Wiggly. CDK takes him out finally, and Team Flash now with the lead.
Yeah, and I feel like at this point, Team Flash is really, really regretting not taking that Ashe out of the equation, because T-Res is really, you know, just going in with those pressure plays. Now CZK going in for the final push will manage to go in with the... I guess support to the very little bit. Covalence Reform, though, try to with the matchup 1% above Team Flash. But now this final push needs to come through. I feel like the opener of that matchup was amazing from the side of CZK. He pops out the gravity just in the nick of time, confusing the side of Covalence Reform on whether or not he's going to go for the backup and the early push or the defense. But I feel like Covalence, they managed that situation really, really well. And in the nick of time, they now go in for that pressure play once again, and Awfully Bad aggressing up forth. This might just be the place where Covalence Reform gets the victory and pushes Team Flash into game number 2 with the defeat.
Yeah, T-Res finally goes down. That's 3% left. The Jesse is there, has the turret, base defense, but Covenant's Reform, all they need to do is to find someone onto the site, onto the hot zone, and good super from Awfully Bad. And here comes D-Res. They need to kill him. Nah, they're not gonna have time. Covenant's Reform have done it. First set against Team Flash.
Do you think they are regretting allowing this Ash to live, or they'll find a solution for him, man? Because I mean, I think you once again hit the nail right on the head. He's gonna be able to absorb all of the damage, and the amount of damage that he deals right back is just gonna be so much more. And that one hit kill is just gonna allow him to beat that monster down at the bottom in hot zone. But in a couple of these other maps as well, I mean, we are going to be jumping on into Undermine later on, and you need to have a tanky opponent. Not sure if they want to bring that Ash once again in here, but he surely was super effective in that previous matchup, Husky.
Yeah, I mean, he's hard to kill. He does a lot of damage, and he moves quite fast. You know, if you can't kill him in one go, he's gonna kill you. And they had the Poco as well, so. I mean, probably I think Team Flash would start to think to themselves, guys, I think probably not a good idea. And I mean, Ash is not immortal, that is for sure. But you know, sometimes you'd rather not deal with him, right? And in this case, I think Team Flash, I don't want to say they dropped the ball, but I would just say that Covenant's Reform, they got one of their top picks and they just used it.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, what a way to take that game, right? They wanted to go in for the punish, and they were able to do exactly that. Team Flash, I don't know if they were expecting to tank a loss on that first match, but either way, it's not going to be a situation that they like. They are not doing extremely bad in the competition so far, if you want to compare them over to Covalent's Reform, right? I mean, Team Flash, they sit down in their third position so far. Like you said, they are on the 2-2, but they definitely would love to end the day on a 3-2 to secure the playoffs for themselves, you know, from the get-go.
Yeah, and I mean, there's definitely room to work with. We're going to gem grab, right? And that's where you really start to see if the team knows how to manage it, right? Gem grab is slightly different from hot zone. This is all about protecting the resources, and there's more potential for, you know, either team to strike back. But if you are good at controlling an area like how you do in hot zone, then gem grab would be slightly easier, simply because it kind of uses the same fundamentals. So Covenant's Reform, I would say that they just had a super beefy lineup. So I'm looking at Team Flash to find an answer to that.
Yeah, I'm thinking the Sprout can be a perfect answer to that, right? You block off the access, and this Undermine map is the perfect place to bring that Sprout in, unless, you know, they're going to be bringing in the Colonel Ruffs, destroying a little bit of the barricade just to open up the map on their side, which is a high probability as well. But either way, that would be the perfect solution to that Ash, just to keep him in the back lines. Don't deal that damage, and at that very same time, don't allow him to, you know, go in and give that damage as well. But, you know, overall, I'm curious to see exactly what Covalent's Reform is going to go in here with, because their setup can be either super defensive or on the offense. And if it is on the offense, we kind of talked about how Team Flash is the kind of team that will be able to punish them when they make the mistakes. Covalent's Reform's not making any mistakes at the moment, Husky.
Yeah, and I'm super impressed by what Covalent's Reform have shown us. Yeah. But we'll see if Team Flash can strike back. This is a gem grab, and this is where Team Flash probably will start to come online. You know, we have, I believe, almost a mirror lineup, barring, you know, T-Res on the Crow, and CGK will be on Sandy. And yeah, Crow is not doesn't really have a burst, doesn't really have much health to work with. I mean, CGK walks out forward and just annihilated him.
Yeah, and this Bell will not even be able to step up to give that support. Wiggly Spoo just a little too close and a little too quick, but Roses will be able to pull a response real quick, and no pun intended, but Response actually responded quite fast there as well to pull that trade. And now Awfully Bad out in the open, and Response drops him as well. 7-0 so far. Response is on fire.
Yeah, and Response just doing a superb job. And look at this guy. CGK on the flank takes out 2 from Covalent's Reform. And this is it. Countdown has begun. CZK on the run, throws out the
Oh,
sandstorm, able to dodge all the projectiles. And this is 100% going to be round for Team Flash. I don't see how Covalence Reform even have a chance. I mean, T-Rex can try, but ends up going down as well. So Team Flash, super dominating round 1. This is what we expected from the team made up of the best players around the world.
Yeah, and then Sandy, the pop of that sandstorm at the very end. CZK just waiting for the best moment to play it, and I feel like they had that figured out from the get-go. I mean, it's Team Flash. They definitely had it figured out from the get-go as to how they wanted to aggress on that map, and they seem to have executed it to perfection. Mainly because Covalence Reform just didn't have the sort of firepower to deal with that particular lineup. But let's see exactly how they come in here with their adjustments. Right? Overall, very, very interesting, strong response from the side of Team Flash, and I'm absolutely loving it. If they can continue on this form, obviously they'll be able to bag a 3-0, but Covalence, they've already proven that they can do it once. I think they can bag it yet another time.
Yeah, I definitely feel like that's going to be the case as well, but we saw in the previous episode, both the second and third series, where a team wins hot zone, but when it came and it was kind of the underdog, and then they come into gem grab and they just lose simply because of how, when it comes down to gem grab, a more experienced team has the advantage, right? It really came down to how you move around the map, and for this one in particular, there's a couple of angles you can flank from, especially from the side, and without Brock, without brawlers that can destroy those bushes, it becomes super easy for you to just wrap around and get those couple of kills, and we're gonna see that again from the side of Team Flash.
Oh, Wiggly's Poo just danced in the tango so well. Oh, Lord, gets the snuff onto T-Res as well. Poor Genie didn't manage to make the play, and now Sandy going to go in here for the pop as well. And it looks like it's a perfect setup. CCK managing to give them the opener to pick up all of the 6 gems, and Response is not going to be sleeping on the job. He will go ahead and get all of it. CCK once again aggresses on 4th. The Sandy just way too good to touch. Now Dara, awfully bad. Can he come in here with a response? One more shot required. Awfully bad does manage to drop CZK. Response not in there with the shot just yet. 9th gem in hand. Wiggly's Foo, the final one about to spawn out. Are we going to see awfully bad go grab it? T-Res is the first one there. Tara comes out with those drones. Not going to be able to do much of that damage. Heated argument in here between the two teams. Team Flash, they start the countdown. But all of those buffs, and it is going to be Ems that makes the difference for Team Flash. They start the countdown. Second time round, either way, Husky.
Clean and crisp. Covalence Reform stood absolutely no chance, and this is what we call a superior team. Everything going the way of Team Flash, they just took every single engagement with a plan in mind, and they just executed to perfection. I mean, Covalence, that round ended quicker than it started. I mean, Team Flash is so clean. Just such good gameplay from the team. Exactly what you want to see. It's only a true colors, and this is it. This is Team Flash, showing what they're capable of.
Absolutely, man. I mean, and CZK, he has been a little hot and cold in here today, but with the M's play this time round, I feel like he was spot on. He danced the most perfect game of Tango with his mirror matchup on the left-hand side of the map, and he got all of his sprays out. He managed to deal the damage, and at the very same time, he was avoiding each and every single response spray to perfection. Manages to go in for the chase, hunts down the player, goes in for the kill as well. The guy was just the absolute playmaker on the left-hand side. And of course, as usual, Response getting it all done in the midsection of that map. And, with so much of that reach on that Vel, just absolutely untouchable in that midsection. So we are looking at the side of Covalence Reformed here. And let's not even talk about the right-hand side of the map just yet. They are having a tough time to deal with that build. And CZK is your supreme defender that they have not found an answer for, Husky. What can Covalence Reform do in a situation like this?
I think they gotta start with winning those fights. Unfortunately, other than that, they probably you probably want to consider taking like a thrower, something like a Tick, something like a Barley, someone that can play from long range. We saw the Sprout being picked up by a couple of teams prior to this series. It does work out if you do it correctly. especially what was the team again? Was it Iceborne with the Sprout? Yeah, I think it was
believe so, yeah.
Iceborne, right? Yeah. So Iceborne with the Sprout. Yeah, we saw how good the Sprout can be. That could be a good answer as well. In fact, I mean, they can try Mr. P if they want to, even though Mr. P has only been picked by like one team, which I don't remember. I believe it was Zeta Division.
I think two teams picked it. On that day was just that one day where people were like, yeah, today is Mr. P day, right? But of course, this time around, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's going to be Weekly Spoo bringing the Tara NT Res on the Ash. It's going to get sprayed down by CZK, and it looks like the Sandy play this time round will be the absolute defense mechanism that the side of Team Flash will look to pop out. CZK now popping out that Sandstorm in the nick of time just to manage this situation, to pick up all of those 4 gems. Does not aggress on to pick up the 5th one, and that is what shows the supremacy as well as the smart IQ plays from Team Flash. They never ever overextend unless they know they can win those fights, Husky.
Yeah, and for Covenant's Reform, I mean, they bring out the Ash again, kind of the fail safe to the gravity from Wiggly. That one does go wide, but CZK is going to be awfully bad, and Response is sharper with the aim, and that's all the gems! There's everything on the ground! Team Flash just speed running through the second set, and Mitira is about to intercept Response, but Wiggly is on the case. And Covenant's Reform, one last hurrah. They don't have any supers to work with. They desperately want to get those charges up, but Rosa, she is not going to be able to make it in time. The clock ticks away, and Team Flash, with the second set in the quickest of fashion.
Oh, too clean. Too good. CZK, your star player, I absolutely agree. I mean, this guy has been instrumental, not just in this matchup, on the previous one as the M's, even on the previous matchup than that. This was just a 3-0 victory run for the side of Team Flash. It's not over just yet. They have just managed to equalize this. We've got a guaranteed set number 4 here.
Yeah, and I cannot wait, right? Because third set's going to be Heist. And we saw how a team like Iceborne completely dominated on Heist. And with and with Team Flash showing such a great performance already, I mean, Heist might just feel like a cakewalk for them. So Covenant's Reform is now their turn to really buckle up and think about what they can do to delay this series at least, because Team Flash are on fire. And I hate to say this, but I think Covenant's Reform's days are pretty numbered so far, judging from what we've seen.
I unfortunately have to agree with you, Husky. There's just, I mean, obviously in the first game, it looked close. I'm not going to fall for that. It wasn't close. I feel like, Team Flash wasn't really going all out in that particular matchup, and they paid the price for it, right? They got punished by Covenant's Reform, but obviously in the second game, they were not taking that sort of a mindset at all. From the get-go, they just were looking for that win, and the 3-0 kind of, just proves it's such dominant gameplay out there. And CZK, not just in this particular one, this guy has been an instrumental player for the side of Team Flash, and he's untouchable on the defense. And we still have not seen CZK play Sprout just yet.
I feel like you just opened a can of worms. Now we're gonna see him play Sprout. I mean, whatever he plays, I think he definitely showed us that whatever you give him, he's gonna perform. Heist, it's all about the objectives, all about being able to break through the enemy defenses. And again, because there's no Brock, I feel like ever since the first week we have not seen much Brock. Like everyone just hates Brock because of how much utility he brings to the table. So right now, for Team Flash, if Covenant's Reform cannot find a way to stop like CZK, I think Team Flash will bring out the whole Edgar Darrow strat again and run it Covenant's Reform's face.
Yeah, the Edgar Darrow combo, I don't think counter. I think it's way too powerful. And the side of Team Flash, they've got the mechanical capabilities to execute it to perfection, right? But of course, this is that situation, and this is the exact emotion that I believe Covalent's Reform will be banking on for maybe Team Flash to slip up because they get a little overconfident. Because, I mean, regardless of who you are, you need to be putting your money on Team Flash because of their past experiences, because of exactly who they are, because of who they are proving to be in these gameplays as well. So hopefully that is something that Covalence Reform can, perhaps take advantage of and instead show us a little bit of an underdog run in here. We've got a guaranteed match number 4. I want to see it go all the way down into bot drop. We only managed to catch it one time today. Let's close the series off. Let's close the whole day off with bot drop, I say.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely look forward to that. I mean, I don't simply because have this whole bot thing, but I like watching people play Siege. So, if there's something that Covalence Reform can prove that they are up to par at least, or they can give Team Flash a run for the money, it is to push this to a Series 5. But they have to get through Heist first, right? They have to win this one first, and we'll see. There we go. The Edgar, Daryl, and Ems. And Covalence Reform, they have a bit of that. They have the Edgar with them, but that's pretty much it. Response just goes on forward. Rose is trying to keep him away, and this is not going to be working out because the flank is coming in. And look at that, Team Flash right on the money, going onto the save. And everyone from where you're running Covalence Reform, you got to protect that save. You guys are running the wrong way. Awfully bad. Jumps forward, gets the kill, but Response is coming with the response. And CZK, he's just gonna book it, rolls twice, and when Response does the same, they still get onto the save, and awfully bad, didn't even get to touch Team Flash's save. Does finish off Wiggly's, they bought some time for themselves, but CZK, he's already back in action, Response as well, and Covalence Reform, they're now gonna try to push that advantage. Awfully bad goes in first, and he is gonna lose his life. The damage, not to what Covalence Reform have expected, but Daryl rolls in, CZK will again stop Covalence Reform.
Oh, Rose's smart play. The only difference here in terms of the composition is this Bali going up against that Daryl. But smart plays coming through from Roses, gets that range damage on, and it looks like it won't be enough. But on the other side, this Daryl is just racking absolute turmoil over, and he survives for so long. Response finally gets taken down.
4%. One good roll from CZK or one good lead from Response might end this. And Response can start out awfully bad to go in and take out Wiggly. CZK getting slowed down by T-Res. This might just work. Thing is done it. CZK just waiting for that opening, and awfully bad just did not have enough time to make it work. Team Flash with a first round.
I think that was just way too perfect, man. I mean, the M's with the middle pressure, and you've got Daryl as well as Edgar to go in for the flank. Edgar can fly in and get the damage done. It was just way too good. And I feel like the Bali was super effective, but from the get-go, it seemed like Covalence Reform got taken by surprise, and they started dropping way too many deaths. And it just it just snowballed from then on for the side of Team Flash, right? They just kept picking up all of those kills, and a majority of that damage got done at the get-go itself, at the start of the game. And from then, it just felt like we did see Covalence sort of recover little by little. That Bali just managed to step up, Edgar managing to find a little bit more of his space, and then we saw Ems just dealing a little bit more of the defensive damage down that mid. That is just way too late towards the end of it. That Daryl was pretty much the winner overall, Husky.
I definitely think that is. I definitely feel like that's the case. In fact, you know what? Team Flash just do the same thing 3 rounds in a row. I think there's only been one team that's been able to stop it. I think it was Zeta Division, or was it Kick's team? I think it was during that series. And ever since then, whoever pulls out this strat just straight up wins. Covalence Reform, they did have the Edgar, but they didn't commit for the Daryl, right? So we didn't really get a mirror matchup per se. So Team Flash now with the lead, I think they're gonna push it even more.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because I see where they were going with that Bali, but they just couldn't keep the distance, right? And that's the exact thing that Bali will want to do, just maintain that distance. But the Edgar just gunned for the poor guy from the get-go. He just couldn't do anything much in there, and by the time he wanted to aggress on fourth, I guess towards that later game, it was possible. But if you cannot maintain your composure from those early setup itself, you're just going to be giving up way too much of that safe damage to your opponents. And I feel like Covalence Reform, that's exactly where they can buff themselves up. But of course, in this next matchup, how will they respond? Edgar, Ems as well. This time, Roses bringing in that response. It's going to be Mr. Rico dropping in to say hello. CZK, on the other hand, they are going to be coming. Wait, is that who I think it is? On that right-hand
Listen.
side, response?
Jesse, Edgar, and is that a Nita? Yeah, it is Nita.
Yeah, I think it's Anita.
It is.
It's
Oh, I
been-
guess
it's like, the last time I saw Anita was in qualifiers, the ladders. It's been so long since I've seen Nita being played by anyone, Husky.
Yeah, I wonder how this is gonna work out. Just waiting for the super. You know, they have Jesse with a turret. They have Anita with a teddy bear, and Wiggly is of course the Edgar. The super is already up online. Wiggly is about to go for it. The bear is out.
Oh.
I mean, in this case, it's a shark. But yeah, I guess for the side of Team Flash, if they can't really get onto the safe or Covalence Reform, at least they prevent Covalence Reform from getting onto the safe.
I am not seeing exactly where Team Flash is going with this. Awfully bad going in for the dive, but unfortunate for him, he just gets taken out halfway through. T-Res gets dropped as well, and the save damage still being brought on by the side of Team Flash. How are they even surviving with this Nita up front? Standard attacks being taken. Response, stellar gameplay so far. Awfully bad. Hasn't been able to go in here for the jump just yet, and sends out that shark once again, and will be able to aggress on forth. They are blowing my mind, Husky. How are they pulling this off?
Actually winning with Anita. Oh my goodness. Oh boy. They dropped the turret. Yeah, it's gonna be taken out. And well, Covalence Reform, they have some space to work with right now, I suppose. Another super
Oh my lord.
response is still alive. We were down to 25 seconds.
How's the Edgar not killing this Nita yet? How?
Is he gonna try again? Okay, yeah.
Finally he gets it. Oh, but
He-
CCK trades him out immediately. They have got no response. Team Flash, too good. They're way too solid for Covalence Reform to take on. They literally brought a Nita in here and still dominated this matchup all the way through. And now 68-14, literally wrecking the save of Covalence Reform to grab that victory.
A pure entertainment value at this point. I mean, Team Flash. I mean, I know that they're good, but they're now just flexing. You know, it's like there's a difference between being wealthy and just throwing money at people's faces. And I think Team Flash are slowly inching towards that border. You know, they are getting there. But on a serious note, just that really proves Team Flash's capabilities. They bring out the wackiest of brawlers. Like if you see Anita, you're gonna think to yourself, I think this team is trying to lose the game. But Team Flash apparently not. You know, they still won, and that really requires a lot of coordination and understanding on how to play such a basic brawler to its maximum potential. And Team Flash just showed us that they have been around long enough to understand every nook and cranny of Brawl Stars.
Oh, amen, bro. I mean, Response just played that to the T, right? I mean, seeing that Edgar get taken down again and again, Nina, just before losing her life, every single time manages to throw that shark out. Shark comes out as a distraction. Edgar takes shark out. Nina takes Edgar out. And then just kept boiling down again and again and again. And that Edgar just got outplayed multiple times, and I am mind blown by the side of Team Flash right now. What more entertainment value are they going to be bringing in here for us? I am excited to see. This is an amazing closer for day number 5.
Yeah, and now Team Flash up 2-0. With that being the case, I think they're gonna bring up like a third strat. You know. Bring out the El Primo Bull, the classic. That is something that I love. I think the first time I saw this strat was actually from Cool the Ace, like way back then. I can't remember what team he was under, but way back then when he went 2 years ago. So they were the first ones that I saw brought this strat, and they completely wrecked like every heist mode that they played on because it was impossible to stop. Right, you don't have brawlers like the M's. You have no utility to stop these guys. And back then when there was no like star power or gadget, like these guys just run down your safe. But I want to see it. I still want to see it again. We'll see if Team Flash brings it out. I don't know if they'll grant my wish, but we'll see. So no meta from 2 years ago. We're gonna see the Jesse, Rico, and Edgar, a bit more of a proper approach So maybe Covalence Reform has a chance.
Well, T-Res going in here for the dive, almost taking out Response, but not going to get that quick and easy. Ooh, Wiggly's Poo! So close, but T-Res walks away with a sliver of health. Well played by the guy. And now the damage onto Team Flash is safe. Early dealt by Awfully Bad. Playing it beautifully on this Barley. Can he keep up this pressure play? Wiggly Spoo will be looking for the delete as he goes in for yet another dive. But very, very well called. And once again, there he goes in for the dive. But Awfully Bad, this Barley is being played to the team.
And Response with the turret actually was able to take out T-Res once more. Yeah, we wanted to see a Barley from the side of Covalence Reform. That's gonna definitely help a bit, and they do. They do have that Barley roses on that Ems as well. That's gonna allow them to put a bit of pressure. CZK getting stopped dead in his tracks, and Wiggly, he is trapped. But he has the super though. About to jump over, do a bit of damage to the save, and so far, this is the closest round that we had between both teams.
And now Team Flash getting all of the damage done. Are we going to be able to see Awfully Bad coming here with a good response? Roses moving on in as well, but unfortunately, she will get snuffed out. And Edgar will fly away from that danger as T-Res comes in for the snuff and response. What a teamwork coming in here from Team Flash. They deal the damage now, 44% left. And this is just a battle to see exactly who can outdo in terms of damage onto the save. 30 to 33%. They're trading it out on both ends, but the DS side of Team Flash, they seem to be winning it with 1% right now. Team Flash, but all of a sudden getting traded right back out.
Oh, here goes the Edgar
for the defense. T-Res with a finish out. Is he going to be able to do it? 8% more with 20 seconds left in here, Husky. Can they now make a play?
Oh, Wiggly has a super. Watch out for this Edgar. He's about to go in. CDK leader charge. They're gonna go for the final push, and this might just be it. Do they have the damage? Yes, they do. Team Flash were just waiting for that moment, and you know it because they pull it off once more. The second set that they've taken, 3-0 fashion. They now lead 2-1 in this best of 5. And what can I say, AJ? Like, they are just a better team.
Too good. Way too good. Love watching Team Flash in action. But it's been a little disappointing to not be able to see them in full flight in this competition just yet. Regardless of the way they have taken a couple of defeats, they have been defeats nonetheless. They are on a 2-2 in here so far. And with a potential victory in here, I mean, it's most definitely going to be a victory by the way things are looking right now. Unless Covalence Reform can find something in themselves to literally just turn everything around and bag this away from Team Flash, which I cannot imagine happening at this point now that Team Flash has truly woken up, Husky.
Yeah, they didn't, you know, they purposely let Awfully Bad do his thing. They didn't even bother about the Barley, right? The Barley was just casually lobbing, you know, his asset at the save. And Team Flash, they knew what to do. They knew their priorities. They just let Awfully Bad go about his day, and they still won. I mean, that really shows you the confidence, the experience, and just the decision making from the side of Team Flash. Everything planned out on the back of their mind. Whoever was the shot caller definitely did a great job of ensuring that Team Flash stays in the driver's seat at all times.
Oh, absolutely, man. I cannot help but agree with you, Husky, because it was just such a well-composed play out of the team, and they just look so solid at this point. And yes, you are right. The shot calling was just absolutely to the T. But as we move on forth, Covalence Reform, I guess in a way earlier on in the first particular set, they showed us that they could take, games off of Team Flash. The question here still remains on whether or not Team Flash were not really showing up 100% in that matchup, because, although we did see Covalence Reform take a couple of good rounds, this side of Team Flash that we've been seeing take this 3-0 in the previous set as well just seems way too mechanically sound to be dropping easy sets like that, right? Which just makes me ask that question. Oh,
is that a Frank?
Yeah.
It's a golden Frank. Oh boy, run! Response is coming for you. I mean, Frank is the brawler with the most HP in the game. I mean, this guy has like what? And max level has like 10,000 health. And he's fearless. Look at this guy. Oh my goodness, gets the kill and he just walks out. Even claims the blue star for himself, and he's about to heal back up to 10,000 health, and he has the super. Watch out for that big sledgehammer. It's about to come your way. The roll in from Wiggly, and Wiggly actually gets dragged back, and here comes Response. Gets a big one. Resets it and starts to run the other two of them. Response is too good on the Frank.
Are you kidding me, Husky? This is just way too good, man. I mean, he busts that super, breaks the defenses down. I mean, if it wasn't already enough that he got the blue star so easily earlier on, this guy is just wrecking it right now. And now Rose is unable to do much on this stick, tries to play the pressure, but it's just absolutely functionless. Wiggly Spoo with the opportunity to go in here for the quick dig will be taking the pressure plays on. 10-7 so far. Covalence reform. They come in here, they respond, but Frank will be able to back those hits on them.
Oh, he's dead. He might be dead.
Take down response. Yes, they do. And they equalize those points that Frank overstepped his boundaries right there.
Yeah, the good thing about Frank is if you get your super off and you like stun multiple guys and you kill them, you immediately reset your super. That's how much charges they get. But Team Flash, they're playing with fire. They're cutting it close. Here comes Response though. He has the super and he just needs a good one. Awfully bad is dead and he's turning his attention onto Roses. And this is gonna be the last school run. They're running away, but Response, watch out! Super coming through, he gets pulled back! Oh! The pull from the Covalence Reform might just steal the deal, and Team Flash are gonna lose this tiebreaker. The Blue Stars is with Covalence Reform. And they barely scrape by, and they take the first round over Team Flash.
So, my dear friends, the biggest lesson here is don't get overconfident. The biggest lesson here is even though you have 10,000 HP on you, you always have to respect the genie on the opposing side. Unfortunate for him, man. He gets pulled in at the very last moment. Only because he got a little too cheeky. But I feel like they've earned the right to be cheeky in this in the final series. I think they will be able to find the adjustment. And if that Frank was not cheeky, they would have been able to win that hands down, right? I think they will be able to bring the Frank in again and still pretty much show us, a good time on this map, Husky.
Yeah, to be very fair, I don't think he expected to get pulled because he was ready to drop the biggest super of his life. And this, again, Frank is he's beefy, but he's also one of the slowest. He's actually the slowest brawler.
Yes.
So like he was a mid animation and he got pulled back. So you have to really commend Covalence Reform for that response. If they didn't pull him back, that was a round win for Team Flash for sure. So with that, they have expanded their quota to be cheeky, or at least that's what I assume. We'll see if Team Flash brings us something more mainstream for Game 2.
I hope they do. I want to see bot drop. I want to see this get pushed into the 5th set in here. And Covalence Reform, they've already proven to us with that previous round that they can punish Team Flash when they get cheeky with their plays. But here's my concern as well, right? Team Flash, when they get serious, it just gets way too overwhelming. So hopefully the composition from the side of Team Flash, still juggles around the Nita Frank plays. This time around, it's going to be a Poco for a response from the side of Rose. On the other hand, pressure play, he should be able to maintain a lot of pressure on this side, but let's see exactly what they'll be able to do. We have the Ash that they this time need to look out for as well, Husky.
Oh, good grab. Roses is dead. They have the max so they can dip in and out. And yeah, Ash, he can get into your face and really lay down the pain. But if you can keep your distance, then you're going to be fine. Look at that. T-Raz drops the super. Oh, the heal from Roses. Catching Team Flash completely off guard. And here comes the super again from T-Raz. And Covalence Reform, they grab him back, they finish him off, and everyone for the side. Covalence Reform coming into the jackhammer of the Jackie. Response able to kind of slip away, and awfully bad fights. 2 kills! Response does get the trade back. Roses heals himself back up with the super as Team Flash will now gain the lead. Wiggly Spoo goes in, pulls them all in, and gets 2 more for Team Flash. And Covalence Reform completely caught off guard. Response pushed that advantage. Team Flash so far looking good.
This time they are serious. They are looking for these kills. And now CZK just needs to be a little bit more careful here. Backs away in the nick of time. Awfully bad. Manages to take Wiggly Spoo out of the equation. They need to be careful.
Oh, the
because here
pool.
comes Ash. But unfortunately, Wiggly Spoo is there to go in for the response. And now, Response himself flying in will be able to help CZK take down Roses 17-10. 25 seconds on the clock. But it's way too late to make a comeback in here unless they can take down Response. Response now backing away. CZK needs to be able to provide this assistance. Oh, Ash taking all of that damage. Is he going to be able to go in for the jump onto Response? That's exactly what he's looking for. T-Res almost getting taken down. The HP in the nick of time being backed up by the Poco. But the play is just too solid from Team Flash. 26-10. This is game over, Husky.
Oh my goodness. Yep, Team Flash again. One of the small details that they had for this lineup was CZK star power. He went for magic puff, so every time after a fight, Gene just heals everyone back up. So you keep them topped up. What, 400 health per second? That is a lot. That is one extra hit from a lot of these brawlers. So I was really loving what Team Flash did. Of course, right? It's a matter of time before they got serious, and that was it. So they completely stopped Covenant's Reform in that round 2.
We can't say that we didn't see that coming. Very clearly, it was definitely, 3 miles away from the previous matchup. And then, second by second, it just inched closer. But, as we move on in towards the next matchup, Covalence Reform, they kind of show us that they do have the ability to tank some of these hits. But they can't find the answer to the team combo that is released by Team Flash. As you can see, Husky, they're sticking together like glue, man, and they're not letting go of each other. And as long as they, bring in a composition like this and stick together, they will be able to continuously punish. And I don't think Covalence Reform has found an answer for that just yet, or a solution.
Yeah, it's kind of like, it's a matter of time before Team Flash really pull out all the stops. So right now, I mean, it's tied. It's 1-1. So it's definitely not Team Flash running away with it just yet. But they Covalence Reform, now they've been given that leeway, that one round, and now they get the second round taken away, and in such a fashion from Team Flash. You're gonna be wondering again, like, guys, what do we do? It feels like Team Flash are just messing with us at this point. Now we see the bell getting picked up. I believe Response has a spike, not the spike, the sprout, and Wiggly Spoo is going to be playing on the tick.
So let's see exactly what they're going to be able to pull off with this composition here. A Sprout and Tick combo. And look at that, a Sprout managing to pull off the first pick. Roses now CZK playing that bell, and Response managing to bag the second one for himself. Are you kidding me? This Sprout is just absolutely killing it out there. CZK, how much of damage can he put on? Roses aggressing on way too much with that max, but he will be able to get that initial damage. Wiggly Spoo, on the other hand, just keeping this line up with the barrage of bombs that he's sending all the way through. But 4-1, Covalence Reform should be able to turn this around with just that one kill if they can catch Response.
Yeah, and of course, the Sprout will always have the super to block out all those angles. You can see that he prevented the T-Res from inching forward for a long time. Response will have his super back up again, and once more T-Res is completely blocked off. But Covalence Reform, they do have the max, they do have the G, so with the supers online, Covalence Reform definitely can make that one mad dash at the final moments, and there's a pull on the CZK. They got a good kill, but the trade still comes back, so Team Flash has the lead regardless. And I mean, this T-Res, almost the half of the game, he was not able to play at all because he kept getting blocked out by Response. It is Jackie, poor guy, no super for Awfully Bad, so he can't really go for anyone. In fact, Roses also does not have his super. He just came back out and get ready for that one last dash. Awfully Bad has his pull. D-Res goes in, gets the vacuum wall, tucked out CZK. Awfully Bad with the pull on the weekly. They make it to 8 stars, but it's going to be a trace. It's very close. The tick bomb. Oh, not enough. Not enough to take out the Jackie. And Covalence Reform take the second round.
What a response. T-Res at the very final moment, making that stellar play, even though that Sprout was just being so absolutely annoying on that bottom right-hand corner. And I feel like the Sprout was just playing his life out, right, with all of those defenses. His super was well placed, but unfortunately, time would run out for him, and he just plays it way too close. Unfortunately for him, T-Res, he kept his super, and he pulled it out at the right time. Perfect plays coming out from Covalence Reform. And this is what we were kind of discussing earlier on as well. I'm not saying this time round Team Flash underestimated Covalence Reform, but they definitely seem to be easing off on that pressure. And Covalence Reform, they will be able to punish you if you do not bring on your 100%. Team Flash, what a defeat, Husky.
Yeah, and you can see how you look at the lineup and you know that Covalence is not over until the time clocks out. The time ticks dry, because Covalence Reform always have that one last hurrah, with the Jackie, with the Max and the G, and they just waited for the last moment. And I think Team Flash knew that it was coming. They tried their best to stop it, but with their lineup, it's pretty hard to stop that and to prevent that from happening in any way.
Now, as we move on in here to the next matchup, it's going to be quite the heated battle, as we can see, between Team Flash and Covalence Reform. I am just personally impressed with the tenacity of Covalence Reform. They're not giving up. And Team Flash, I mean, to any other team, perhaps they might have given up at this point already, taken on a absolute clean side of Team Flash, who are able to literally bring in, the likes of Nita into these matchups and still bag that W. But to be able to turn things around against Team Flash and final moments like this, and this is not the first time they're doing it, it clearly shows the kind of perseverance that, Covalence Reform brings into this competition. And that's a testament as to why they even qualified in the first place, Husky. They are starting to win me over, man. I think they might be able to bag this and for sure push this.
And I think, that there's obviously going to constantly be a spot where you look at Covalence Reform and you think that, okay, you think to yourself, maybe these guys have a chance. You don't want them to go out this early. But this is round number 4, and of course, Team Flash still have the lead in the series. Covalence Reform, if they win this, we're going all the way to Siege. If Team Flash wins this, then we get a round number 5. And I think Team Flash, they're about to get a bit serious with the tick. They bring out the Shelly. So good luck as a Mortis trying to run at response, because he's going to blow your brains out with that shotgun.
Oh, now T-Res jumping over to the back area. Response, hunting for T-Res. Is he going to be able to find those shots? T-Res trying to back away. Goes in for the jump. Unfortunately, does not find CZK, who backs away in the nick of time. And Roses, he cannot find that pressure to place on. Covalence Reform, they are on their side. So nothing much for them to worry about this time round. Response and CZK holding on strong to each other, going in for that backup, and they will be able to pile on that pressure. One mistake is all Covalence Reform needs Team Flash to make to go in for that punish. And now it is going to be T-Res who goes in for yet another jump, this time towards the right-hand side. I don't know if it was aiming in, but that was bad.
Yeah, CZK, a good pull. Is able to now get the lead, and you can see T-Res, he feels compelled to make something happen, but as long as response is around, you are not getting close to Team Flash at all. I think the second super from CZK went wide, but there we go, the Shelly super is out, pushes everyone back. Oh, the heal from Poco is so much. They could not take down awfully bad T-Res. Nope, you run straight into response, and that's what happens. You get completely destroyed. And now with 20 seconds left, Covalence Reform, they have one last pull, and that means that Covalence Reform has very minimal chances, and Response also has its own super online. Everyone has a chance. Here comes T-Res, he goes in, gets poked back, and Team Flash, they're most likely gonna push us to a round 5. Covalence Reform stood absolutely no chance in this round.
Yeah, beautiful plays. I think it was just that Shelly response play that just did not allow T-Res to step on for, just like you were mentioning, all throughout that matchup. And it was just played to perfection, right? And Shelly just knew that T-Res, he knew exactly what that play was going to be. He does not abandon his team member. And they stick together all throughout that fight. So cleanly taken by Team Flash. One mistake could have given that matchup away, but that's exactly what they did not do. Covalence Reform, Dude, my palms are sweaty thinking and hoping they are able to bag this for themselves in this next matchup, because it's not going to be easy, man. This is the moment where I believe Team Flash is going to truly wake up and finish this. But I've got my fingers crossed. Covalence Reform, match number 5. Bot drop is what I want.
Yeah, we want bot drop. But now the question is, does Team Flash want to play an extra series? I mean, an extra set, you know? And judging by the time right now, I don't think they want to, but we'll see. We'll see. Covalence Reform will have to force it out from Team Flash. Yeah. Again, you know, when Team Flash really get into the groove, into Covalence Reform there stood no chance. We've seen Team Flash won with a serious lineup. We've seen them won with goofy ones. Now I'm wondering which one are we going to see? Are we going to see who else? I mean, Sprout again. I believe the Sprout in round 3 was decent. Just that Covalence Reform had a way to push the issue, to force something to happen. Yeah.
But I think that Sprout will remain as effective as long as we do not see, you know, that Mortis this time again. Because, you know, when they bring that Sprout in, I highly doubt they will be bringing in the Shelly as a combo. We might see them going in with a Tick and Sprout combo once again, which that I will not see working out in perfection, right? I will prefer a little bit more of a longer reach support, maybe a Bell in that middle, and then you throw that Sprout on towards that right-hand side just to manage the momentum. Allow Bell to just go in with that damage. Sprout just block off all of that access. That blue star just needs to be the winning play for the side of Team Flash. And I have a feeling they're going to aggress up to that mid-segment of that map to steal it away. Because so far, it has been the side of Covalence Reform constantly going in for the blue star play first.
Yep, and here we go. It is the decider round for set number 4 on a bounty, and of course Covalence Reform will be the first one to grab that blue star away. We are seeing the penny now from CZK response on that genie, and of course awfully bad on that genie as well. This is going to be close. 2 ticks, 2 genie for the side of Covalence Reform. They have the Shelly, and CZK will be on penny. So one good thing about Shelly is if you pull her back and you don't burst her down, she is going to blast your face into smithereens. So Covalence Reform, it does have a way, but all Team Flash has to do is just not grab the Shelly. So we'll see how this is gonna work out for Team Flash.
And I think they're doing quite well in here so far. Response just teasing them at the moment, awfully bad, looking for that opportunity to go in for the Punisher. T-Res as well, you know that for sure, waiting to burst him down. Awfully bad. He has got his super activated already, and the Tick Bomb's not going to be doing much. His own Tick Bomb in for the search this time round, but the screen lagged out. Unfortunately, we didn't see exactly where that went off to. CCK not able to aggress on fourth. Covalence Reform, 40 seconds on the clock. They might just be able to win this off with just that blue star alone. Wiggly Spoo, finally, it will be the Tick Bomb coming out through. Goes in for the blast, pushes Rose's back, but not much of that damage.
Here goes the pool.
Coming through. Awfully bad, makes one mistake, and it is capitalized by Team Flash Husky.
Oh, and the pool was on awfully bad himself as well. That was the genie. I mean, the genie died, you can't really do a counter engage. I mean, this CZK just threw out his cannon. This is not looking good at all for the side of Covalence Reform. They get one more chance, just one opportunity. Can get a pool to CZK. Can Team Flash get the trade back? Oh, the Tick Bomb! At the very edge, it blows up. So close, but Team Flash takes it anyways. It was all wiggly. It was all wiggly. His landmine just at the very tip of, I believe it was awfully bad, like, model, and it went off. Oh my goodness, what a round from Team Flash.
It was an amazing victory bagged by Team Flash in here, but I can tell you this, Husky, Covalence Reform has a huge fan in me. I absolutely loved the matchup that they took up against Team Flash. And that says something, man. To take a loss and get a fan in me, it definitely says something, right? What a play coming out of Covalence Reform. But here's the thing. They take yet another loss. It's not going to be serving them that great in this competition. You want to be making that playoffs. But overall, I'm hoping we get to see a little bit more of Covalence Reform in the next season as well, if they do not manage to make it through to the playoffs. Because this sort of a tremendous play, can you imagine what they will be able to do once they refine some of the plays? I mean, they look so amazing. They were this close to bagging it.
Yeah, they were this close to a game 5. I mean, it literally came out to 1 star. Not 1 star, it came out to 1 take mine.
It was
unlucky.
And it's not like that tick mine was a lucky one. I think it was very, very well played by the side of Team Flash. It was just unfortunate. Like you said, unlucky. These are your highlights, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as we open the day up. Team Flash, they took this fight. But what a response from the side of Covalence Reform, because I did not expect them to be able to bag the matches in this way.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely put up a super good fight, albeit at the very end it was Team Flash who were just way more dominant. But Covalence Reform had their moment of, had their moment of them shining. You know, they had their moment of brilliance. I think the set that they took was the one on Hot Zone. That was great, but of course Team Flash, they just came out the gate swinging from set 2 onwards, and it felt like Covalence Reform were not given a chance. Well, they were given a couple of chances, I believe, on what was a bounty, but that was pretty much it. You know, Team Flash were just messing around at that point.
Yeah. I mean, the Nita play was really cute. But even with those cute plays, they still managed to get they managed to bag it right. I mean, CZK was an instrumental player in a majority of these series, regardless of in a majority of these sets, regardless of which particular brawler he was playing. But with most of it, I love it when the guy goes on the defense. On the offense, he seems to not be as effective, but he manages to deliver as well. I much prefer him in those defensive stands. I mean, on Hot Zone, he was pretty much making those plays for his team. Yeah,
that right there was my favorite moment. The Frank was about to get like that. That was his highlight reel. You know, if he get a 3-man stun, that was it. That was the highlight reel. But got stolen away by the Gene. Very unfortunate. But it did came close, right? Covalence Reform had the lead at one point. Team Flash obviously was dominated round 4 and round 5. I believe we should have that replay. Just watch that very last death at second number 2 that mine went off. I mean, what more could you ask for, right? Like Team Flash won that round from the grave.
I feel bad for Covalence Reform because how much of effort was put into that particular match to make sure it was almost winnable against a strong team like Team Flash. It takes so much of effort, right? And Covalence Reform managed to push it all the way there. But like you said, once again, man, a little bit unlucky, a little bit well-timed by the side of Team Flash. And that was the end of the dream run for the side of Covalence Reform for almost bagging this particular series against one of the best in the world of Brawl Stars. But overall, Husky, it has been an amazing day. But at the very least here, we didn't get to interview the Japanese players, but we managed to get CZK for you guys, Husky.
Oh yeah, and I'm looking forward to this. I believe on week 1 we did manage to speak to him. You know, he's the guy we asked him, what were you expecting? You know, like what is the whole mindset of coming into this as a team? You know, with world champions and probably one of the teams that is the sole hope of taking down a squad like Zilla Division. And he's like, I don't know, we're gonna try and make top 3. So now I want to ask him. So is that still the same? You know, and what's the big deal about this Nita thing? You know, what was the yeah. We need some answers.
Absolutely, man. I'm just curious as to whether or not they were going all out with those plays and they were trying out some strats, or they were taking it a little easy on Covalence Reform, right? Because, you know, in some of these matchups, it turned out to be really close. But, you know, then again, the Covalence Reform did manage to grab that victory. And I feel like at that point, they could have potentially underestimated the side of Covalence Reform. Well, ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls, we don't need to assume because we have the man CZK himself to answer these questions. So let's bring on the man of the hour. Welcome, buddy.
Hello.
Hello, it's good to see you
Congratulations on
again.
your win. Yep, Husky, please take it
Thank
away.
you.
Yeah. First of all, I think this is a burning question. So last time we spoke, you guys were just aiming for that top three, right? You guys came in with a mindset of doing your best and trying to bring the best out of everyone. But was that still the same mantra that you guys had going into the series against Covidus Reform? Because there was certainly some rounds that we felt like you guys were having a bit of fun while winning at the same time.
Yeah, definitely. Although we kind of like lost. Who do we lost? I already forgot who we lost. We just move forward and then just practice and continue and then just win the rest of the games. Yeah.
Talk to me about the Nita pick. Was that you guys fooling around, or was that a specific play that you guys are some sort of a cheese strat that you're trying to pull off here?
We are definitely not fooling around because we lost like hot zone already. We kind of want to win it like as soon as possible. Like the matches was like 1 hour long. But for the Nita, we're experimenting whether will it counter Egger because Egger is a very like popular pick in hot potato.
Yes.
Yeah, then you just think like maybe Nita Bear with the shield, everything you can counter the Egger, but it's alright, it's alright.
I would actually think the other way because that Nita was amazing against that Edgar. I think please.
I mean, it's
please
response.
send my regards. Yeah, to response. He has been a fantastic player. Yeah. Next question to you, Husky.
So before we close this out, you guys definitely, I think a lot of us expected Team Flash to be at the top of the leaderboard, right? But obviously right now you guys are in the middle. So moving forward, there's not much play days left. How do you see it for Team Flash? Where do you think you guys are going to end up? Obviously, we are confident you guys will make it to the playoffs, but is there a long-term goal for Team Flash? What is the end goal?
The end goal is to win. Yeah, that's it. Every single game, just win all the way. If we lose, then we just like get ourselves back up, then we just win.
Okay, with that being said,
bro, I need to say this, bro. Bro, you just took the response to that question in the most Singaporean way of all, and I absolutely love it. Lose, just go out there and
I'm
win it all
Malaysian
over
somewhat. I
again.
think my teammates all Singaporean. I've been learning
I
from them.
think that is the best response, and you have always been a pleasure to chat with. Thank you so much, CZK. We are looking forward to having way more chats like this just with you as you guys make it through.
Thank you.
There you go. We got the answers we were looking for, Husky.
I felt like it's less of us getting the answers and just me asking something that I already know the answer to, but nonetheless. Here's the. I believe he's like the Malaysian in the team, but good to know. This is how we know that these guys have fully accustomed to each other. He now swings both ways. That's the key to success.
I'll say this, CZK. I mean, Singapore, they might bring in the IQ plays. Malaysia, we still have the best food, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Unfortunately, Qatar's Lifelines just did not bring in the Malaysian hope into the Brawl Stars ESL Challenger. Now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that has been the action for Play Day 5. This has been a true pleasure to deliver all of this action to all of the audience together with you, Husky. But this is the standing as to how the tables will fall as we close this day off. Lil Moya G at the very top, absolutely perfect in terms of their runs. Zeta Division in that second spot with 12 points, and Team Flash making it to the third spot, just like they wanted, Husky.
Yeah, and of course with Crazy Lagoon, Kicks Team, and Iceban in the same boat. They're in the middle of the leaderboard with 2 wins and 3 losses, and of course Covidus Reform and Asphyxia will sit at the bottom. Now this begs the question, right? I think because it's already Play Day 5, we don't have much more days to go until we head into playoffs. I wonder if Zeta Division played their series against Team Flash, will we see a different standing right now? Right, because Team Flash 3-2. One of the points in that 3 wins was from that default. So it got me thinking, would it have been different? Just speculate right now. roll with me. What do you think is going to be the result if these two teams play against each other? Maybe this is going to set us up for the playoffs, but I want to get a quick input on that.
Yeah, I think obviously we've seen this happen once before already, but CZK seems to be a little bit more sharper than he was in the previous season. It was even possible, but with the lack of Cody Ace on their side, I think it's still going to be a tough fight against Zeta Division, which Team Flash will definitely struggle on. So a potential victory for the Japanese is what I'm looking forward to. But that being said, these guys are way too cheeky, man. They might be able to back the Japanese as well.
Yeah, and well, that definitely seems to be a fair assessment. But of course, again, I still want to watch this series happen. It has, it was kind of like the one to end the first day. But with that being said, I'm not going to harp on the past because I know that these guys will meet in the playoffs regardless. With that being said, we've come to the end of the day. But if you guys want to keep up to date with all of our action, do remember that ESL Mobile Open for Brawl Stars happens on every Tuesday and Wednesday from 6 p.m. onwards. But if you guys still want to be in the loop, you know everything that's happening with our players and our games, follow our channel on Twitch. We're also on YouTube. We're also on Facebook. All the updates, highlights, interviews are there, so you won't miss out a single thing. My name is Husky alongside the Mustachio AJ. We will sign off for this evening. Thank you for watching. We will see you guys tomorrow for more Brawl Stars action. Good night.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up. Level up.